There's plenty of places that you guys can get that. And you don't need to get it from me. Deny now and deliver something. Yeah, except like, you know, less, what's the word? Less vile, shall we say. More forces of darkness. Speaking of vile force of darkness, chat, it's time for you, Twitch chat, to say hi, YouTube, because we're gonna go play some Dwarf. Today's stream is gonna be a little bit shorter because, believe it or not, my parents are insisting that I go over to their house later today, so... Weird, right? Strange thing for them to demand on my, you know, birthday, of all things. That, and I didn't pack a lunch today. So the plan for today is for me to stream until I'm hungry. Or actually, for me to stream until, you know, we drop the ball, hopefully. Fallout Rain, thank you very much for chucking out a gift. Appreciate you. So, the ball of demons is still ballin', shall we say. We have much going on in this fortress. We've lost much in this fortress, including, if I go down here and zoom in, spoilers, by the way, including mining through the last of this adamantine spire, but it wasn't without its cost. We had a archdemon pop out up here, which got into a fight with some dwarves and took, I want to say 4 or 5 dwarves down with it. More than that. Took quite a few dwarves down with it. As you can see, Fallout Rain, Kumil, Ilmirin, Dishmab, and Bastet all fell down there. Over there is Rag. Over here is Catan. And apparently Shadow Absorber, because that's Shadow Absorber's head. And there might be more, even. So it took quite a few dwarves with it. We are in the process of repopulating the military.
Piece by piece.
Took them down piece by piece. Well, here's the thing. They didn't kill him. This is its blood. This is Frothiodord, the Plains Slate, Grey Goot, Grey Brute, and that's his goo. So it's still down here somewhere. So I feel like we must avenge our fallen dwarves. Yeah. Another orbit around the sun, something like that. Yep. So today, the plan is to finish mining out this spire, train up a new military, hopefully get some migrants, and do the final invasion of hell. Sound like fun, chat? If anybody's redeemed a dwarf, I super didn't see it, by the way, because there was a lot going on at the beginning of the stream. But, double checking to make sure nobody did. Because they should be up. And if they're not, then I should go turn them on. But we should also read the names of the dwarves in the fort currently. I jump over here and go here and then click this. They are in fact paused. Okay, now they're unpaused. I'll also unpause to save the game streamer. You guys can tell me to save. Although an ad is starting in 15 seconds. So we'll let the ads go, and then we'll read the dwarves in the fort. So, someone just died. Not even sure who that was. What exactly is Invasion of Hell? So this is Hell. This is the 4th cavern layer, Kumakarat. It is found by digging through adamantine. And in Hell is this. These demons. They're all listed as Underworld. The Underworld demons are basically forgotten beasts. Except when you fight with Hell, there's hundreds of them. So that's what we're doing. Looks very hellish. I think it looks worse with the miasma, actually. Also, we're getting attacked by agitated peacocks, which is kind of hysterical. That is kind of amazing. So, something that I am planning to do is over here, we have this. And this is an area that we are digging a bunch of stuff out. This is going to be where we actually invade Hell. This is going to be a ballista line. We're going to be firing ballistas, and I'm going to have a gate here, and I'm going to have a gate here, and I'm going to have a gate in the middle there, and I'm going to have a gate probably around here somewhere. And hopefully, we'll be able to fire ballistas at things without horribly getting murdered. What happens if I collapse a structure full of liquid? All of the walls would break and release everything that's inside of it, although the ceiling might kill them. Once we've defeated Hell, assuming we defeat Hell, I then would like to rig this ball up to collapse.
Swedish Eod cheered. X1000. Crypt Beer happy birthday?
It is in fact my birthday, yes. Today is most definitely my birthday, which started off with some audio issues, and now is through the audio issues. Hitting hotkeys on the keyboard while trying to drink coffee is a challenge. So yeah, dwarf redemption should be up. You guys should be able to redeem your dwarves. The named dwarves in the fort are a devilish potato, alien slayer, who is our glorious queen, as well as Bevin Sowers and Blunatic, and Bone Dolphin, Bonesaw, Boom Boom, Katten the Mole, as well as Darius Carden, Deep Sea Fish, and Dominoc, Devil Dawn, Elfie Bean, El Rey, as well as Freeways, Gato Mafia, and Gazoom, as well as Ildari and Jesse XV, and Kaynord and Kagenara and Kashmir, as well as Kokoroko and Krampus, Kujitsu, Mind, Mini Big Boss, and Napalm Sideburns, as well as Pophead and Radbug, Raging Cave, Sergeant Donut, Sharkberry Pizza, Snoop Poopin', and Sauce Jam, and Stormwolf, and UGDPY, and Travenoid. It's a lot of claimed dwarves, but there's a lot of not claimed dwarves, too. A lot of not claimed dwarves. You are free to claim dwarves. Indiridius, send you on the first wave to hell. All right, well... beard or no beard is the question. To beard or not to beard? Beard, okay. So then I will scroll down. Somebody like... somebody like Adil. Not the happiest dwarf, but... you used to be rich? Still, really? Wow, congratulations. That's the second one of those today, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it is. The first one was from Martin. That is a lot of channel points. So this is Indiridius 2. Indiridius the second was once a dwarven vampire here. The first one was. He wants to make romance. He feels content after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Well, he likes his bedroom, but he also likes his pet rooster. But he wants to make romance. Oops. I can read. INDUR. What? IND. I guess I didn't actually write it. Where the heck did that dwarf go? Darius? Oh, no, there you are. Did I completely misspell your name? INDR. Oh. You are. There we go. IDIUS. Spelled your name wrong. Okay, so personality-wise, he has such a developed sense of optimism that he assumes that the best outcome will always eventually occur, no matter what. Well, I hope you still feel that way in a bit. He will eventually will occur eventually, no matter what. And he never feels discouraged, and he dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He enjoys being in crowds. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And he is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't handle stress well, and he is assertive, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He often feels lustful and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he is slow to anger. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that romance is very important in life. He thinks friendship is important, and he values a harmonious existence. He doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and doesn't feel strongly about the law. And he likes trifle pewter and red zircon and the color periwinkle, high boots and bracelets, chains, and yaks for their shaggy hair. In the words of the pantomime of tweeting, when possible, prefers to consume barn owl, foxtail millet beer, and cow's milk, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Hello, JJ. How are you? In the YouTube chat. Also, hi, Alfie Beam. How are you? Local dwarf's mental health improves after seeing Elf die. I mean, hey, sometimes seeing death makes them value empathy. You know, it happens sometimes. He's a member of the Competitive Order, which is a religion, and also known as Catholics. He is also a member of the Hot Sparks. Catanium. Is that how you say that? Possibly. Thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Seriously. Thank you very much. So, yeah, today's going to be a lot of digging. Off the bat, that's what today's going to be. So this, we're going to need to dig into because I very much would like to know what exactly is inside of this. So that needs to get mined through. We've got a bunch of spots where we need to put glass. I could actually go into here and mine out this stuff and get rid of this lava, which is probably what we're going to do as soon as all of this adamantine down here and gems down here have been hauled out. So that's a bit of a process, but once it's done, and once all this adamantine is hauled out as well, we can do that. Strands. There we go. We got a bunch of people extracting metal strands. And also, since this area is, air quotes, safer, now, I'm actually going to go up to the top here. And by the top here, I mean like over here on the side. I'm just going to make a bunch of Craftsdwarf shops like right here. Let's just make a couple of these, maybe like 6 or 7, just to get through all of this adamantine as quickly as possible. The pantomime of tweeting. It is an oddly ironic and quite accurate sounding name, assuming it's just talking about Twitter. Right now, most of them are bringing out bits and pieces of dead dwarves, or alternatively, they are bringing out gems and stuff. How's my birthday been so far? I drank a bottle of Le Fin de Monde, which is a Belgian triple beer, and woke up with a slight headache. That's how my birthday's been so far. Not to, you know, throw it out there. I'm not much of a birthday person. I do this nonsense on stream because, like, realistically I can. But aside from that, I don't know. I'm not the biggest birthday person at all. Also, very important, we have a custom uniform that these soldiers are using, which is Look Ma No Pants, which is normal metal uniform, except they don't wear clothing underneath it, but they do wear socks. I mean, yeah, it's been okay this morning. It was kind of funny because we had a discussion about whether or not my mug is haunted. My input audio didn't work this morning. And when I woke up, it was really nice and sunny. It looked like it was going to be really nice outside. And then almost immediately turned into pelting rain when I turned the stream on. So I think it's the stream's fault. I think my stream is haunted. My stream is making it rain, which means I guess I should go stream in like a desert or something. Bring about some miracles instead of like, God damn it, we got so much rain yesterday. You like my DF content? Well, thank you, Catanium. Thank you very much for gifting the subscriptions. It really does mean a lot. I generally like making it, but the DF content, I mean, the human glassmaker has been missing for a week. Scholar is stumbling around obliviously. Horrible times. Also, something I should mention is we actually have a fully functioning paper industry, which is something I very rarely do. we have a fully functioning paper industry right here. We are taking plants and mashing them into slurries, then mashing those into pigtail sheets, which are then being made into pigtail and rope reed paper. We got a lot of it. And then those are being made into scrolls. And then those scrolls apparently are being encrusted with gems. Or green glass, actually. Huh. Anyway, so we are in fact, we have in fact made a crap ton of scrolls and quires, which are going to become quite valuable at some point, I would think. I mean, if I go over to this. Yep. I like how they are encrusting damaged socks. There's something kind of hysterical about that. Because, like, I've just kind of got this, not infinite job, but mostly infinite job, just, like, cutting glass gems. Because, like, well, I have glass, so I have stupidly large amounts of glass that we've been making. As you can just see by the general greenness of this whole fort. But just, you know, encrust everything with glass. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? If we just encrust literally everything with glass. Just don't ever trip. I'm going to make another smelter so that we can make more adamantine wafers. Other than making stuff more valuable for, what is it useful for? I mean, it improves the, well, dwarves like to acquire higher value items, right? So it improves the moods of the dwarves that are acquiring said items. So currently, most of my dwarves are, who are miners, are digging out that large zone that I told them to dig out, I would assume. Unless they're heading down here, but let's actually double check. I'm kind of curious. Slowly. Okay. Yeah, no, they are in fact digging all this nonsense out. Let's lower down this priority. Get that done. Without using the stockpile trick? I don't care. I mean, I just assume that they're obviously going to be encrusting items they want to encrust, right? Which is just as important as what I want them to encrust, right? What's the point of having super convincing, real-ish feeling creatures if they don't have any free will, you know? Like, you might as well let them have some self-awareness. Say, what are you doing? I guess cleaning, probably? Just a crown on the ground. 2 crowns, right? Yeah, probably because somebody died. Pile of jewelry. Well, now we're just waiting on the adamantine to get removed, so let's see what's in here. But let's actually go through this top one, not the side one. But yeah, I understand the. I feel that way more with furniture. Like if I'm just encrusting finished items, they can encrust whatever the hell they want. Stray llama has been found starved to death. That's the most Dwarf Fortress thing I've seen in a while. Okay, well, that's excellent. We had a llama get stuck in a tree and die of starvation. Perfect. Today is off to a great start. We should climb into that tree and remove the llama. That is something we should do. Also gonna start unforbidding certain jobs because everything is paused. Making sock puppets with glass eyes. Is that what they're encrusting the what encrusting the socks with gems does? I guess I could see that. Oh, great, tree llama. If it was a goat, I would be like, why didn't it just jump down? You know, so Suited Giraffe just posted this on my Discord, but I see this kind of often. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. Holy shit, and also YouTube chat, thanks for all of the birthday wishes. But do you guys ever see this issue, specifically on YouTube, where you go to watch one YouTube video and then a video that you were watching previously shows up in the player of the video that you're watching now, and it looks like somebody else uploaded a video by a creator that you're watching? You guys ever see that? Because that shit trips me up so hard whenever it happens. Like, I'm just looking at this picture on Discord right now. Which is this. Except it's, like, clearly me that's made this video. Like, this is my chat. It says from blind. Like that? No, that's not me. What? That ain't me. Anyway, an ancient horror was encased here until now. Brrr, what is that? What is it? What was it? Ooh. It's a brute of vomit. Wait, and it seems like it's dusty. It has deadly dust. Beware its deadly dust. Okay, it's a towering humanoid composed of vomit. So I can't drop anything on it. Dwarf gets knocked backwards. Well, that's slightly awkward. It was you who mined through that, wasn't it? Yes. Okay, let's see. Does anything happen to you post-deadly dust corruption? Because I'm sure you're still covered. Yes, you are covered with the deadly dust. Currently going to go, give yourself a bath. Slight pain. Well, diagnosis required. All right. Well, we'll wait. We'll see what's wrong with this dwarf. Sounds like your university years. It's impressive how much vomit the human body can contain at one time. Truly impressive. Wondrous feat, even. But yeah, it's been okay so far. Chat's been very kind, Devil Dawn. But I'm still waking up. The night before my birthday, I have this habit of drinking a whole bottle of Le Fin du Monde, which is a beer from Quebec, which I really like. It's a Belgian triple, and it's pretty strong. Pretty strong. So I slept good last night, but getting out of bed was a little difficult. But yes, I did sleep quite well. Okay, so I think because that dwarf didn't die, I'm going to tell another dwarf to go dig through this. And then tell the military to just go stand here. And just see what they're able to do. They may or may not be able to hit it with bolts because of its deadly dust. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a process here. We're just waiting for this stuff down here to all be cleared out. Because I don't really... Well, actually, adamantine's not going to melt. What I could do... I could just grab you. Do that. It'll be fine, right? My phone begins vibrating. My dad's texting me about bicycles. Might be able to go get a bike today. Apparently, they've had to rebuild the wheels on the bike that I'm getting fixed 3 times. The spokes every time are either too long or too short. So apparently the first time they were too long. Second time they were too short. And now they're on round 3. Hoping they have the right spokes this time. I'm both impressed, but also at the same time very much not impressed that I can't decide which one I actually am. Sounds like a skill issue. It sounds like a measuring tape issue, actually. I'm not a professional when it comes to bicycles. In fact, I know how to ride one. That's about it. All right. So now that they are lined up, let's see if I can move them forwards. Yeah, this is gonna be difficult. They're just gonna be bouncing around and not able to shoot up bolts. The kind of annoying thing. Oh, well, we were able to get a bolt out. I love how I tell my dad, I'm streaming currently, please don't text me. And he says, full half paragraph text. All right, I'll stop texting you now. Happy birthday. And then responds to that text saying K. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. What, that I'm flexing on you that I'm capable of riding a bicycle? I mean, you know. So I'm not too worried about this guy. I'm not too worried about this guy specifically because
Oh, happy birthday.
it is composed of vomit, which isn't much. Dad! Darren, thank you very much for the 49th month. Sorry. I get very irritated when my parents text me like 8 times in a row while I'm streaming. Epics as well. Cheers, dude. You're going to install Linux yourself? Good luck, don't die. See you on the other side. Would I have my parents on screen? No. No, I would not. I don't stream people without their permission, and I guarantee my parents wouldn't give me permission. Unlike many asinine twats on the internet, I don't stream people unless they tell me I can. So, I think what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to go up to this layer. And I am going to start doing this. I'm going to build up the flooring again for this layer. And then I'm just going to let this sucker out, and we're just going to fight it, because it can't be that strong, he says. But we are going to let this thing out a little bit so that I can fight it. Not exact, like I'm not just going to full on release it, but I am going to let it out. I am in fact going to do that. To annoy their children? Unintentionally, right? I mean, I don't text my dad when I know for fact he's at work. I send him an email. Because 1, it doesn't send a ping to his work phone. And 2, he sees it when he has time and checks his emails. That's called being considerate. You know? So I continue to move up here. And then on top of all of these little installations of glass, I also need to start working on the other side. So I need to go make a siege engine, and we need to start making ballista arrows. Thank you, Raging Cave. Hope your day's going well. All right, let's go. Actually, how many logs do I have? 29 logs. Okay, so how many bars do I have? I have a decent amount of copper, a small amount of bronze, very small amount of pig iron. I'm assuming we're just out of iron. Little bit of bismuth bronze. Okay, I'm just going to do copper, I think. Copper ballista arrowhead. We're just going to do 30. And wait, nope, that's metal object. I don't want to smelt a metal object. I've got too many jobs in this fort. Way too many jobs. 30, done. Okay, so now that we've got 30 ballistas being worked on. Lucky Soft as well, it's good to see you. Hello. Chat room, can I get a round of beers just for all of the gifts today? And all the happy birthday wishes, please and thank you. Working our way up slowly. I'm just looking for more adamantine I've missed. So what I'm thinking about doing, actually, is just building a wall across here. And then maybe just a wall right here. And I will fortify both of these and put doors in both of these. And then when I let the thing out, I'm just going to lock my dwarves back here. What I'm going to do. I could have just made these as fortifications, I realize, but it's fine. We'll just do it this way. All right, so while all that's being worked on, we're going to jump over to this side and see what kind of progress my dwarves have made. We're also increasing the priority on a lot of these so that they get done at a more reasonable time. And Raging Cave, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. And that's 100 gifts. That's the in total that you have thrown. That is a crazy number of gifts, dude. Thank you, enemy. All right, so where the kind of wild thing about this fort is how few miners we have left. They've all died. We had a lot of miners at one point. Now they're all dead. Like this dwarf is just going to go pick up equipment right now. It's just, you know, Why are you moving so slowly? Oh, it's because you have a crutch. Okay. Broken leg or something. Well. I mean, I said miners. I don't know what you said. If you think I didn't say the word miners intending somebody with a pickaxe digging through dirt, then I don't know what you thought I said, but it certainly wasn't that. So I've got really bad news, chat. You want to know the really bad news? Well, actually, there's really good news and really bad news. This is mostly directed at people who missed the last stream. The really good news is we have a male and female dragon. The bad news is the male dragon is gay. Or more specifically, is ace. So we're never getting baby dragons, even though I have a male and female dragon. So, yeah. Loves is awfuls is wah. How's Caden Live been treating you so far? From what you've tried it with the video port, it is good, but the audio filters are unergonomic. I don't use audio filters in any videos, so I would never notice. I don't know, it seems like it just needs a lot of plugins. It seems like any open source software, where it's totally fine and serviceable aside from the fact that it needs a lot of extra plugins. How did I find that out? It wasn't fertilizing any eggs, and then I used DFHack's Gaydar, which is a thing that DFHack can do where it checks. You just type in Gaydar while having a unit selected, and it tells you. So yeah, not super thrilled about that, shall we say. Not super thrilled about that at all. But it is what it is. So that dragon is going to be thrown into hell. I mean, it's literally Gaydar. Apparently Putnam added that to DFHack. So, you know, you can thank Putnam for that. I'm not even remotely surprised. Happy Pride Month to those dragons. Yeah, and I'm going to throw the male dragon into hell as not punishment, but I need him to do something useful. And if you can't make me more dragons, well, then you're gonna go to hell and fight demons. I mean, there's worse ways to go, okay? It's gonna be lined up separately to the war dogs to go to hell. I feel like there's bad messaging here, but I also hopefully you understand my feelings on Happy Pride Month. You know, I still honestly I feel this way. I've felt this way for a while, which is I can't have a birthday month anymore because my birthday month is Pride Month. So you know what? I'm throwing these dragons into a volcano, and I'm not gonna feel bad about it. You can't make me feel bad about it because Pride Month took my birthday month away. It didn't actually, but like Pride Month starts on the 4th, not the 1st, okay? The day after my birthday is when Pride Month can start. It's just like my dad hates the fact that 420 stole his birthday. It is a birthday. Yeah, exactly. It's just let me have my day. And then everybody else can have the rest of June. That's fine. I just want the 3rd back. You don't know who added this feature, but Putnam at least added options to it? I don't know. I'm not even gonna look into it. It's like, can you guys have like a weekend or something? Like, do you really need a whole month? It's just like corporate nonsense mostly anyway. What's on the docket for the end of FireOrb? Well, I've finished. Okay, so what I wanted to do was I wanted to successfully mine out. I wanted to, well, maybe not successfully, but I wanted to finish mining out. Okay, this squad needs to be untrained. But anyway, I wanted to successfully mine out a second adamantine spire, which we did. Soon you will have Pride Year. You already have Pride Years, well, as long as you don't live in like Florida. Like, you just go live, enjoy life. Life is good, or it tries to be sometimes. Sometimes it's unsuccessful. But anyways, generally life is tolerable. The goal was to mine out more adamantine, and we've done that. So I'm making as much adamantine gear as possible. We're now setting up as many soldiers as possible, which I'm working on. So any dwarves that are like physically stable and not collapsing and dying like this dwarf apparently is about to, now that they're in the military. But the goal is to basically just build up these extra squads, if and when possible. And once we've built up these extra squads are then going to train as best they can, get as much gear as they can, as high quality gear as they can, and then we are going to open up hell and fight. That's what we're doing. Well, it turns out, Lord Floof, that people who are not of normal, who are not conforming to normal gender roles, still generally conform to the use of money and like to spend money on representation. So it turns out if you're somebody who is maybe a little bit outside the normal when it comes to who you love or who you're having relationships with or who you're spending time with, you still have a checkbook. And if thing have rainbow on it, maybe you buy? Is there any games that I'm looking forward to? No? Question mark? I don't know. Not really. Nothing's really caught my eye recently. There were a few games. It was basically just Manor Lords that I was looking forward to. That's just Halloween, though. Destiny. And also Easter's for furries. Come on. We figured this out a long time ago. Although they could be gay furries. I'm not going to take that away from them. We got, so I guess at this point we have Pride, Furry Pride, and Cold Snowy Pride. Got it. And the internet is for porn. So now that we've figured out what everything is for, can we start the stream, please? Destiny Llama 2 The Reckoning. Where did that come from, Kagenara? I mean, I know that you're just like, because Jesus rose from the dead, but I'm just like jumping over all religious iconography and meaning in like holidays that don't matter anymore and just rolling with something completely unrelated. They are in fact dragon fireproof, JJ, even if they're made of snow. I mean, I've wanted this topic to start shortly, or to stop shortly after it started. So like, if you could, that would be great. I think what they meant to say, Travenoid, wasn't it's for necrophiles. I'm pretty sure what they intended to say is that it's for necromancers. It's the most representative day for necromancy. You love horror-themed werewolves since I was a kid and had a furry scream at me that you're a furry lover and have to deal with it. I mean, you don't have to deal with anything you don't want to deal with. That seems perfectly reasonable to just not deal with it. So, I'm going to do a thing. The first thing that this requires is making a zone in here. This is going to be an pen pasture zone. And I'm going to type in the word dog. And I'm going to assign a bunch of these war dogs to this zone. It's going to take a little bit, but they're going to help me kill this deadly dust monster. Not the thing? What thing? What's up, Puphead? Also, Puphead, your dwarf's still alive. And if anybody here has a dwarf in this fort and you would like me to check in on them, let me know. I can do that. Boom Boom and Millbill are both stumbling around obliviously, although dwarves are happier than they've ever been. That or all the depressed ones are dead. I'm not sure which. Both of these things are definitely possible. I read that initially, Ranger Rick, as your 1-year-old started working, and I was like, what? Working on what? Anyway, congratulations. Hopefully you got some footage or photographs of first steps. That's adorable. Soon they will be terrorizing you. Now they can escape! Freedom at last! So this is a blind brute, which is a very large eyeless lizard twisted into humanoid form, which undulates rhythmically, which has dark pink scales, which are blocky. I'm going to drop some glass floor onto it. You got a video, but you're at work, unfortunately. Oh, man. Well, at least we have the power of quickly shareable, filmable, editable video footage. That's good. Okay, so this won't break into hell, which is good. I don't need to accidentally drop another thing into hell. I'm gonna go one layer above this sucker. I'm gonna get rid of all that while they're still running down. I thought I saw somebody running back up in fear, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, all bits and pieces down here are getting removed, which is good. We can mine out this adamantine down here. This looks safe. There's definitely water behind that, probably. So, to the neighbor who doesn't know how to cook and has set their personal fire alarm off three times in the last 72 hours with the smell of, like, burning lunch or dinner or breakfast, depending on the time of day, to that person, please get some cooking lessons. I just saw a demon fly by, I swear. Spooky. Digging into spires is something you need to learn a lot better. I mean, learning ways to cheese digging into spires is half of it. Like, seriously, that is half of it. All these dwarves are up here just drinking. They're all thirsty and drowsy. I don't know why there's puke over here, but there is. These dwarves up here seem happy to a point. Okay, the military's getting, you know, he's slotted in. That's good. I need to check what they've actually got equipped. Like I said, at this point, it's not a matter of who I'm putting in the military or if they like it. They're just going into the military and they're going to go train. And we are hoping that we get more migrants sooner rather than later. Okay, so let's check what you guys have. Okay, so this, they need shirts and they need helms. Okay, so let's go wafer. We got 6 wafers. Adamantine. Got 21 strands. Okay, so let's do adamantine helms, I guess. Let's do 10 of those, and let's just do copper. Well, no, let's do bronze breastplates. Bronze breastplate. Not the bismuth, just a normal bronze. We'll do 10 of those. We need to keep the demons away, pretty much. Stumbles around obliviously. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, honestly, if you're going to pick a place to be oblivious, this might not be a bad one. Because, you know, have you looked around the fort recently? Things could be better around here. I mean, certainly could be better. It could most definitely be better than what it currently is. Also, if you're wondering, Blind, why are you going around deleting your floor? Don't worry. It's all according to plan. I can assure you that everything will be fine with the floor. Definitely, yes. I'm prepping to allow this thing to fall. It's all being made into grates. Because, as you can see, I have 200-something green glass grates. A whole lot of them. And this is all going to be replaced with green glass grates. Floor is illegal now. Well, I don't know about illegal. Nobody's going to prison over this floor, let me tell you. At least I hope nobody's going to prison over this floor. I just really want to drop the ball, you know what I'm saying? This is one of the few times where dropping the ball would be a cool and good thing. Everyone is going to prison. Maybe everybody who lives here is already in prison and they just don't realize it yet. Maybe it's one of those situations. Like, chat, I don't know. Would you willingly move to a place where there is a gate to hell in the basement? I feel like there's probably a book about this, you know? It's just like, you know, the town where, like, hell actively spills out every now and again. It's just like Diablo. It's a perfectly normal, fine world and universe to live in, and occasionally it gets invaded by some elder demon. Sounds like an interesting time. Yeah. Basically. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Well, it's definitely not up here, so what? This is a square floating metal shield. Ah, well, we can't equip it, but that sounds really cool. Floating metal shield. I'd assume that means it's like hovering. Checked for heat. What devilry is this? There comes the water that I found. And here we can mine all this out, and we can mine all this out. Well, that's a maybe, but... yeah, we can mine all this out. We'll just do it. What could possibly go wrong? Just, these two dwarves could die, is what could go wrong? Okay, this is fine. Yoink. There is something up here. I do know that. Sunnydale. Like I said, I'm sure there's a place that's been created that's just that. Depends, is the rent good? Well, I think the occasional hellspawn spills would keep the rent down, you know? It's like living somewhere with constant oil spills. It's like, well, you'll probably die of a terrible disease, but the rent is cheap.
Happy birthday, Crypt
Thank you.
Beer.
Sent. For the 17th month. Welcome back. This is my 10th time streaming on my birthday. I don't think I've ever actually missed a birthday stream. I don't think I have. This side should be good to just dig out. Should be, is the key word here. You can equip divine metal items if they're made for dwarves. However, most of the items that you find just like randomly in the spires that are like, oh, this is a so-and-so flowing metal this. Those ones you generally can't equip, and the reason you generally can't equip them is because that one specifically was like, it's bulky, right? Yeah, it's already been moved. But it's not sized for dwarves, and because it's an artifact, I can't melt it down. So if you kill an angel who has divine weapons equipped, those can be melted down and resized for dwarves, and dwarves can use them. I actually have a dwarf that's, yeah, like this dwarf has a divine metal helm right here. So, yeah. 101 dominations. Thank you very much for keeping, or for not keeping, for saying.
C1 Aborn cheers. X200.
C1 Aborn.
Celebration of the occasion.
Is the Canadian version of C1 Iborn. Thank you very much for the $2. Have a drink on you in celebration of the occasion. Cheers. I'll have a sip of my coffee. I could go get a beer. I don't know. Or a whiskey, but I think my parents would be very unimpressed if I showed up tipsy to my own birthday. A cyclops named Sorrow has shown up. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. And also, I need to go here. And go to Furnace. And go to Magma Smelter. I don't think this thing is even going to make it into the fort. Honest. You have any fun items, though? Well, you have no relations, no thoughts. And, you're a lady. You're the Righteous Torch. The Righteous Torch. I don't think it's going to make it in. I think it's going to get caught in my traps. So let's just watch and see what it does. Because the dwarves shouldn't, keyword shouldn't, be able to get out. How's the situation? I've heard there will be a patch next week. I mean, Tarn put out a thing stating that he's working on menus. And if you look at the future of the fortress, it's mostly him noting down bugs. So, yeah, no, I mean, they're working on it. It's not that it's stuck. Why would it be stuck? I mean, is it going to be done tomorrow? No. But I have a feeling it's going to be like weekly to bi-weekly patches until it's time to ship it. Why is there a cat here? This cat is ruining my plans. No relations, no thoughts, same. Yeah, no friends. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Chasing a cat. You know, we could probably just leave this thing outside for a while, and it'd be fine. Also, this artifact here happening. Yep, that's a lot of artifacts. Raw green glass, or that's a lot of stuff for an artifact. Raw green glass, wooden logs. We've also got giant honey badger leather and cloth. Need to check over here and get more of these grates installed. I'm not too worried about that Cyclops if it's not showing. All right, let's go here. I've got weapon traps and cage traps, so I have a feeling it won't make it in. All right. Hello, Devilish. Thank you. Oi. Wants to pet the cat by throwing it, you mean? But yeah, no, I mean, adventure mode is developing as it does. But as for when it's going to be done, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. I would if I could, but I can't because I don't know. So I think somebody tantrumed and broke both of my kitchens. I had 2 of them. But they're not there now. True. Maybe it's like you know how little kids, you sometimes have to keep them away from pets because they have a habit of, you know, sort of kind of accidentally like squishing a pet like a cat or a dog when they pet them because they don't realize how heavy their hands can be. Also, oh my god, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's just see if that works. Nope, missed a bunch of them, but that's okay. Yeah, you type an exclamation point, or not exclamation point. You open up DFHack and I think it's show mood, but that's cheating. That's cheating. You can also read the wiki and learn what the different thoughts in their heads mean and then puzzle it together the way you're supposed to, which is what I like doing. Every now and again, it'll be like they need a specific item and you'll be like, but I have lots of it. And usually it's just because it's in the one that they want is in some out of the way place, which isn't really going to help you there. So I don't find it that useful generally. And I find it a bit too cheaty for me to ever really use personally. Let's get these done. Dwarves probably think this is one of the strangest construction projects they've had to do in a while. Digging up their own security, you know? Weird. It was a new fort, you could just not see what he needed. I mean, if you click on the dwarf, they mutter about what they need, right? They give you hints, and those hints are all listed on the wiki as what they actually want. So I would just look at the hints, and then from there, open up the wiki and take a look. But, you know, that's just me. You do you. What better way to destroy a fort than to lose it to hell? Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. Could not agree more. But I don't intend to lose this fort or destroy this fort. I intend to retire this fort successfully after it's defeated hell. Or after it's successfully defeated hell, rather. So here's the problem, though. This is kind of a problem. You could have tons of plant cloth, but no silk. Yeah, but that's pretty clear because if they want, well, number one, they'll specify. There's different thoughts for those. And number two, if they don't, you can look at their personality and see if they want it, right? So you can absolutely still puzzle it together even without the use of that. Basically, I literally never use that command, and the few times I have, I'd already known what they'd wanted, and I didn't have the item. Id Lila Rovod, the glassmaker, has created Damolas, a green glass bracelet, and offers it to the Hot Sparks. I'm just going to tell them to put that into the Queen's chambers. Also, something I feel like I should note here, because chat's talking about it. For reference, the way artifacts work is unless an item has been on your map at least once, they can't request it. So it has to be accessible to you, right? So they have to have been able to have one previously. You were blindly cutting down trees to figure out which wood you were missing? Were they actually requesting a specific type of wood? Because I don't think that's possible for them to request a specific type of wood. I know that they can specify between plant cloth, silk cloth, and yarn cloth, but I don't think they can specify between different types of wood. If they can, that's brand new. That's news to me. I have a question. Did they want peach wood, or did they want a log that was in the peach tree's branches? Because I would bet they didn't actually want the wood, but they pre-decide what items they want on the map as they start the mood. And if a particular item isn't accessible and they decided that they wanted that particular item, then, well, it's going to appear like they wanted that specific thing, but they may have already decided. But they can't decide that they want an item that hasn't been harvested yet. So as an example, they can't be like, oh, I want this, piece of... They can't decide, I want this particular tree, because this particular tree isn't mine. It hasn't been harvested yet, right? Does that make any sense? It wasn't the first tree that was felled. So yeah, my bet was that what they actually wanted was they wanted something that was inaccessible to them. Which is usually the case when they just kind of stand there, like, randomly. Is that they want an item that's inaccessible to them. All right, let's jump back down to the underground area down here. And also, just as a heads up, I think the Redeem a Dwarf option is up, if anybody would like a dwarf. Okay, I want the adamantine that's around you, so I'm going to go through hell and high water to set you free if I can. Ooh. Also want to know what's in here, if anything. Wuggy, don't you already have a dwarf? I think you do. Would you like to gift that one to somebody else, Wuggy? Because you do, in fact, have a dwarf. You, in fact, also have a child. Who doesn't live here. And you're a nervous wreck. I would be too if I lived here. You had to kill a peacock once. You've been to the hospital. You have a pretty bad broken toe. And a medium-length beard. Please gift it. Who would you like me to gift it to? Ranger Rick? Okay. Ranger Rick, yeah, sure. Ranger Rick, what kind of dwarf would you like? Are you a live bone dolphin? Let's see. Nope, that's the word D. The letter D, not P. The bone dolphin is in fact still alive, along with Bone Saw. Bearded military. I'm just gonna state this. We're starting to run out of bearded military dwarves. Because everybody is scared of getting a dwarven sex change. And also, well, many people are, and also want to stab people with a sword. So just keep in mind, eventually I'm gonna have to be like, guys, we're quite literally out. Because it is like the hottest commodity. The bearded military. I mean, we absolutely have them. I'm running out fast is all I'm saying. Ranger Rick is a skilled stab dwarf who stab thing with pointy stick. He worships Gemsit and has some friends. He is a militia dwarf of the Hot Sparks and a member of the competitive order. He's wielding a steel battle axe, and he definitely didn't steal that battle axe, although I do need to check something. Wafer! Okay, we have 5 wafers right now. Have I finished making them adamantine helms? Hold on a second. I want to see if I can make some adamantine axes. Yes, we have. Okay, so let's do adamantine battle axe. Let's just do like 4. Be fine. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? For no particular reason other than beers. He drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty, or even the suggestion of effort being required. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He's prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He takes no pleasure in his talents and accomplishments, and he is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture, which is why he's gonna go stab all these demons in the fucking face. He is polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he is a friendly individual. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He isn't particularly curious about the world. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. And he sometimes can act without deliberation. He occasionally overindulges, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, tends to consider what others think of him, and stiffens up when he's surprised. He lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't care about much anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that the concept for sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. He's racist, and he doesn't like to do work for other people. That's crazy. Views loyalty unfavorably, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not care about fairness. Well, at least you don't care about the fact that you were forcibly put into the military. That part's kind of funny. Let's see. Can I get some more dwarves in here? Let's get a crafts dwarf. Let's also throw Elfie Bean back into the military. She's been out of the military for a while. And, sure, some glassmaker. Boom! Done. Happy naming. What have you been up to, Claiborne? You've been playing a lot of, this here, the Valheims, if I'm not mistaken, right? All right, so that's all done right here. This one. I'm curious about what's here. So let's find out. We're just trying to finish clearing up the rest of this below area. And then we're going to invade hell. Although I'm kind of tempted, I'm not gonna lie, to just bash through this and just throw some dogs down into here. Or like a dragon or something. Just start chucking stuff into hell. Just see what happens. See who wins. Okay, well, there's some water right there, so let's dig through that. Oh, never mind. There isn't water there. There's a lake above that. Makes sense. If we go down, down, down. So probably the way to do this would be the layer above. Right here, and then channel down. Not throw the dogs to them. Well, I can't throw them, but I do have dogs. So, well, on paper, I would agree with you. Practicality-wise, not super practical. Okay, let's update these so they can all go get armor, I think. Come on. Well, at least some of them got helms just now. It's taking us too long to make that bronze armor. So in hell, there are these things called glowing pits. These just infinitely eat and unexist anything that falls into them, including liquids. So you can't really flood hell. Also, demons don't need air, so they can't drown and are immune to lava. So you can't really flood hell? Thank you, Clino. Dev. I mean, I got Tarn to say that to you once, so yeah, I guess it's only fair that you come and wish me a happy birth. But thank you. You should more than, you know, honestly, I feel like birthdays are like a strange thing, you know, because like we sit here and celebrate our birth when like, did I do any of the work? I don't think so. I think it was mostly my mom who did that. Like, she's the one who is like Congratulations, you made a human. Like, I'm just here. But thank you. Oh yeah, I forgot your parents did a thing. It's like, I think that Mother's Day is a more legitimate form of birthday celebration, if you ask me. There's either gonna be something big and scary behind this or nothing. And turns out it's something big and scary. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, and an ancient horror was encased here until now. Is this another one of these? It's a soot brute. It's a great earthworm composed of ash. Well, we'll let this one out first, because it seems way less scary. It's just ash, and we gotta catch him. Maybe this is why the fortress was called the Strong Balls. And then there's also a artifact here, which is a large blistered metal greaves. So probably human-sized blistered metal greaves. What about Steam? Enemy? Oh, yeah, no, if you fled hell. Yeah, no, you don't get Steam. Sure. You know, I think calling me a positive force, Anon4, on YouTube, in YouTube chat, is like... Because in YouTube chat, Anon4 says, celebration for sticking around and being a positive force. Calling me a positive force, also, hey, Shutterbug, is... just kind of proves how far I've come, because for years people called me like a negative Nancy nonstop. So, thank you, I guess. That is maybe the nicest thing somebody has said to me today. But, yeah. Also, you know what the happiest thing about this month so far has been, Clino? Is that we got a Future of the Fortress on the 1st of the month. Although it doesn't include Zach writing, which makes me sad. Which I was originally planning to have edited for today, but then I spent 5 hours editing highlights and shorts. So I just didn't get it done. Uh-oh. Oh. Get out of here, Dwarf. Okay, what? Where were you headed? Probably down into here if I were to guess. Okay, well, let's just forbid all of this. So they stopped trying to go down there. Okay. Also going to just cancel all this, smooth all, whoops, nope. Smooth all that, remove that. And we are going to send a very brave dwarf to dig into this. And up here, I'm gonna go here, and I'm going to be like, dwarves of the Marks dwarf variety, you go stand right there, please. We're about to probably have a bunch of dead dogs down here. And also, I'm gonna go down to here, and we're gonna go up. Well, maybe not all of this. It's fine. But I will forbid these, forbid that, forbid this, forbid this, forbid this, forbid this, forbid this. Cancel that. Forbid all this. This is just gonna stop them from, you know, going somewhere I don't need them. Now we let the dwarves leave. Who's ready for some combat against a great demon? Because I want to clean out the last of these guys. I don't want them to be here in case we visit this fort. I don't want them to be released. The first big ol' fighty of the datey. Here comes our brave volunteer, I think. Maybe not. Okay, so, where is volunteer? I thought it was gonna be you, but... Big channel. Still pretty far away. Okay, we'll follow you. Send you to hell. That sounds like the beginnings of some lyrics to a song. Send me to hell! Or something. Do you want to join the military, Antronarch? I mean, I could put you in the military if you would like to join the military. If you want to walk around singing, like, Sabaton lyrics about being in the army now, we can make that happen. If that is something that you would like. Look, we're getting more helmets. Excellent. All right, it's time for a little Vile Force of Darkness chat. Because this very brave here very brave dwarf here, Domas, is about to die. Rest in peace, Domas. Domas was killed by getting pile-drived into the ground and punched in midair in the head, and their head exploded into a lump of gore by the beast of vomit. Buried Dust is their name, and being made of vomit is part of the game. They are now moving up and moving up and are shooting dust everywhere, and I'm not sure at what. And, okay. Oh, I see. They're going after my dogs already. Did it just... Slow claps. Did it kill itself? I think it did. So it shot out its clouds to it shot out its clouds to go after my dogs, and knocked itself into this hole here and fell and went splat. Okay. Next one is a blind brute. This blind brute is a very large eyeless lizard. It is twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically. Its dark pink scales are blotchy and close set. Beware its noxious secretions. This one's next. Don't you love it when they go wee splat? Because I do. So our next dwarf, who is digging a channel, is Nish, in fact, who's very far away currently. But it's okay. We'll get there eventually. Suicide your beast? I mean, it wasn't made by the god of suicide, but if he was, I wouldn't have been surprised. I need some brews. We are running low on brew. Still. Boom. Demons need OSHA? I think that was just a very cleverly laid trap on behalf of the dwarves. Last I checked, the demon doesn't work here. If anything, their job was to stay inside of that stone box and get mad when people come by. And the dwarves are the ones that are working here. So if anything, I would say that is an expertly laid out trap and not something that OSHA is required for. Totally intentional. By the dwarves? Absolutely. I planned every single second of that, including the part where a dwarf died. Although... I am going to go to this coffin right here and give it to that dwarf because I think its family deserve to have a proper burial. I-K-A-I. K-A-I. Thomas, you are? I think its family deserves a proper burial. And we are going to follow this dwarf who's going to go dig a channel. Dwarf was afraid, remembering, experiencing trauma. That's okay, you'll get over it. You can only experience trauma so many times. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yes. The dwarves do not care about the safety of the demons. In fact, the lack of safety for demons is probably optimal. Speaking of, this dwarf is now getting strangled. Actually, by the blind brute. It's actually placed a chokehold on the glassmaker's throat. So I'm just going to see if we can save this dwarf, which we, spoilers, probably can't. And I'm going to send my entire melee military in to kill this thing. Turns out we can't save this dwarf. Rest in peace, dwarf. I'm still, you know, chat, I can't figure out why we don't have very many miners right now in this fortress. Like, there just isn't that many of them. The creature then punches a stray war dog in the head, and it exploded. Its head, not the war dog, not the whole dog. This dwarf right here, Adil, it just missed it, and probably is about to turn into death. This up here is Einod. Einod is having an argument with Catan the Mole, and there's nothing to be bitter about, apparently. And then says, Reg, Blunt Town is really dead. I'm not feeling sad right now. And the wrestler says, this is my fight too. This might require an answer. And has in fact done nothing since. But the creature is bleeding very heavily. I guess it got hit by something. Specifically, the blind brute says, I've been injured badly. There is no hope, because a dwarf stabbed it in the lower leg. Well, that's good. Previously, another spear dwarf stabbed it in the neck with an adamantine spear, which actually tore the upper spine's nervous tissue, which is pretty damn good, meaning it's probably like not going to be able to stand up too much more. It is, however, firing out various blobs of blood and things, and one of my dwarves died. So it's okay. We hopefully will have more of those eventually. Dwarves, not dead dwarves. Another dwarf jumps down, who's probably about to start bleeding, if I had to bet. Yep, looks like it. Einod. Wait, no, sorry, that's Einod. That's the one who's already bleeding. And then right here is Catan the Mole, who is the dwarf that was arguing with the other dwarf. Let's see if they have anything to say about this argument. I cannot just stand by. There's no need to feel vengeful. They don't seem to care about the argument. Oh, no, I got into an argument with Einod. I feel only contempt. So they are arguing while fighting with a demon. Awesome. Speaking of arguing, the militia captain then stabs the blind brute in the left foot with an adamantine spear, which chipped the bone. And I'm assuming it maybe lost a foot, because I do see a foot in the air. Nope. Anyway, let's zoom in a little bit. Move a few turns forward. Bits and pieces flying everywhere. There is, of course, a dead dwarf on the ground. And which is that dwarf who this dwarf was arguing with, I think. The militia captain stabs it again in the lower arm. Let's actually do this. Pulls the stabbed spear out, stabs it again in the upper leg. Sorry, punches it in the upper leg. A few more turns go by. The captain stabs the blind brute in the right hand, which fractures it. Catan says, this is my fight too. There's no need to feel vengeful. One layer up, there's another dwarf, Catan the Mole is now one layer up. Datan has jumped down, who's now winded, and tried to get a hit in, but it missed twice, tried to bite it as well. Blunted Tick is also here, and saying that there's no need to feel vengeful while hacking at it with a copper battle axe, which isn't doing much because it's copper. And the creature appears to have fallen after we lost Adil and Einod. Rest in peace to Adil and Einod. All of these dwarves can go back to training, and I'm going to see if I can get these two coffins, because I think they earned it. Glory and violence brought to my dwarves, courtesy of demonic presences in the basement. Oh, sorry, there was also Nish. Well, Nish was the miner, right? So Adil R. A-D-I-L-R. Einod U-R. N-O-D U-R. And Nish. Nish's last name is D-U. It's really nice to actually be able to bury dwarves in tombs. Like, genuinely, it's really nice. It is genuinely really, really nice being able to do that. All right, bottom squad. You guys go equip. There's probably more gear available now. Stabby, stabby demon. Yay! Exactly. Also, apparently a wrestler was found dead? You know, there's always the slight concern of like, okay, so how bad was that gas the demon was emitting? How bad was it, really? Is my whole military gonna die now? I don't know. Let's find out. I love surprise mechanics. Take that out of context, motherfucker. Okay, so now we've got this sucker. This is a soot brute. This thing, if it's like the other one we found, won't be super strong. So I'm gonna be ballsy. All for the ballsy strats. Here's the thing. You can absolutely get attached to your dwarves. Just realize that most of them are cannon fodder. As long as you can acknowledge that most of them are cannon fodder, you can absolutely become attached to your dwarves and have a great time with that. Prove to me that you need 2 lungs. You stand up, coughing up a lung or 2 for the good fortress. Yeah, exactly. You know, we'll all get like some major outbreaks of mumps and measles, and it's for the fort. You know, like we want our skin to rot off for the fortress. I mean, anything for the great queen, right? 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 Now we just need to wait for this to get destroyed. And then we're going to fight this thing, the Soot Brute. And then I think that's all of them? I mean, there might be another one in there. There might be. I don't know. That's something else we'll need to do down here. Things I do to get the last little bits of adamantine and gems. You were just too powerful for 2. Your breathing was so powerful you tired out your lung, and it gave up. Here comes Medtub to remove the construction. Now we're going to fight this Soot Brute, which I wouldn't be going for, but it is just an earthworm, which means how bad can it be? Olon here is standing directly on the area that's going to move down and become a, well, never mind, is actually going to cancel the job because he's standing on it. Come on, Dwarf. You got one job, which is don't stand on the demon pit, okay? Let's move you this way. Now that you're moved this way, let's get this done. Krabicus, thank you very much. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Your dwarves won't get the Tale of Glory if they keep at the back. Well, they'll be the ones telling the Tale of Glory, right? Because somebody has to live to remember the story. Also, what a time to save, game. Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate you. It's certainly a day that I was born on 30 years ago. Yeah, I don't think I've actually mentioned that yet. I'm 30 today. Like, cool. I went to the pub last night before heading home and had 2 beers. The bartender looks at me and goes, I thought you were older. Thanks, man. It's Birthmas. It is, in fact, my birthday. Yes. Thank you very much for the 5-pack, Napalm. Whoa. I didn't even see it. It's already over. The Soot Brute comes out and pushes the Animal Dissector in the left lower arm, and the injured part collapses. Okay, so a dwarf lost an arm. And then a Swordsmaster slashed it with a copper short sword, breaking away the tissue. And it's dead. Well, that was easy. So we're sending the dwarves back upstairs to get back to work and training, mostly. And then we get back to digging, as you do. Like, oh, I see. I was gonna say, I'm pretty convinced there isn't anything behind that, but... Then on the off chance there is still more demons in these walls, the dwarves are all close by to fight them. That should be fine. And if it's not, there will be a demon right there. Nope, it is totally fine. It'll buff right out. I mean, he didn't die. Although we did find a pig and a rooster dead just now because of the season change. The gold look to the armor? You mean like this helmet that this dwarf is wearing? That's a god armor. So this is a bright metal helm, specifically. It's called a Jubilee. I don't think that's a Lithuania-specific thing, although you guys might specifically celebrate it. Hold on a second, I'm getting a phone call from my doctor. So good news is I have a doctor appointment on the 10th. Bad news is it's on the 10th. And the time that it's happening, I might be on an airplane. At least it's over the phone. All right. I haven't seen Logan's Run. Because that is a movie, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we're going to dig through all this. This area right here I would like to take a peek at before I mine it out, because there is something back there. Although I don't know what it is. But I think that's it. And then there may also be something back here, so we should probably just look at that first. I'm going to mine all this. That. This. It's more about alcohol in my experience. I guess it depends on how dry the place you live is, generally. It's just water, which is fine. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Uh-oh. Oh, what are you? It's a specter of salt. A very large quadruped composed of salt. It undulates rhythmically. All right, well, I can...
Animal 104 cheered. X100. Happy birthday to the Gruoyund.
Possibly ripped UGDPY, who just discovered this creature. Animal, thanks for the $1. I greatly appreciate it. Also, hey, bacteria. UGDPY is bleeding. Have you gotten any hits in? In fact, you've been kicked. That's about it. UGDPY flies into pieces, and the clumsy, now freshly named Spectre of Salt stands there ominously while watching the dwarves cower in fear. It could have killed a lot of dwarves, but it didn't, so I thank it for that. It then ripped this dwarf apart, Ming. And you're probably next, right, Momas? Yep. That's the Sacred Tournament. The military is probably too many layers up. I think what I'm going to do is forbid everything below this. And then click on the demon, and we're going to follow it as it moves up. And then I'm going to wait. Because it's now killed Kaynord. And here comes our first soldier, Catan the Mole, who almost instantly kills it. Stabs the Spectre of Salt in the front leg, breaking away the tissue. How many things have you killed, Catan? Aside from all of my dwarves that you've killed Puke Buzzard, the monster, killed a Darkness Catastrophe. Wow. Well, that was another few dwarves. How does it feel to be FG for a day? You know, I'm not gonna lie, I hadn't mentioned anything, but it does kind of feel like I've co-opted an FG meme. Having, like, daring to have a birthday, you know? It does kind of feel like I've done that. So I guess that answers that question. Is I feel kind of like I've stolen an FG meme. Alright, so this Mang B. So we did also trade a shit ton of stuff to the Mountain Home. So here's hoping. UGDPY and then Oma's B. Then Vokar Endok. It's Vukar T and Endok K. So tombs. T and Endok K. And then this is the last one, which is Kaynord. It's fine. It's software. The most complicated issues were solved with help on Discord, and that was just with OBS. Everything else has been fixable with a Google search. Although Google is, you know, trying to not be any good. So it's an OS, which means it's clunky in its own unique ways. That's about it. I'm very serious about not becoming a Linux channel. I realized that I uploaded a video about Linux yesterday that did quite well, but I don't really have any interest in becoming a Linux channel. There may be more videos in the future, but I wouldn't expect it. Oops. All right, well, let's get back down here. To over on this side. And unforbid all of this. Okay. Everything is going to do that. Me taking the time to do the Linux stuff? Well, it's more just a passive reality now, I guess. You know, the way I see it is it's less Linux and more just if you care about the way computing has been for the last 20-odd years and like that and want it to stay and still be a thing that you can do, it's time to start looking more directly at alternatives to the corporate mainstays. You know what I'm saying? And it's less Linux specific and more like that's just software in general right now. It's websites. It's everything. And I think it's just a degree of education that people kind of maybe don't need, but should be getting more of. Not even necessarily open source, but just ethical business. Like, it doesn't need to be open sourced. It just needs to be ethical, right? There's a lot of weird business going on right now. A lot of in-shitifying, shall we say. Yeah, like, there needs to be more competition everywhere in the marketplace. Needs to have no shareholders? I mean, like, as an example, right? Like, I don't think the Internet Archive is open source, but go donate money to the Internet Archive. You know, it's stuff like that. Like, we need to be working with more nonprofits, I guess. They don't necessarily need to be open source, but more nonprofits. OSs are a utility, not a piece of marketing, in my opinion. We need to pet Moss. Sure. Yeah. That I'll agree with. Okay, well, this one was clear, so we'll take you out. I mean, here's the thing, right? My dad, I have this very vivid memory of my dad saying, kids these days have no idea how to work on cars anymore, and it makes me kind of sad. It's this very, not formative memory, but me and my dad, we were working on my dad's, at the time, he had a GM Tracker, and it had a very ugly paint job on it. And he just bought it. It had these pink racing stripes, and it was like banana yellow. It was like one of the most obnoxious looking vehicles I've ever seen in my life. But it was cheap and my dad bought it. So he bought it for fishing. And when we were working on making the paint job not barf, it also had multiple Tweety Bird decals on it. Anyway, while we were working on making it not barf, my dad was talking about how like when he was little, like every kid worked on cars. And at some point, I asked him, like, well, what do you think kids do now? And he goes, well, what do you do? I'm like, I play video games. He's like, yeah, like kids work on computers. So what do kids work on now? Like, I'm not a kid, and I don't have any. So to those of you who have kids, I'm going to put this fire out. Because I hate this mechanic. I really, really do. Stop it. Stop burning. There you go. If you got caught in lava, well, so be it. But the random fireballs, come on. You're gonna go make someone jealous of this emote. There you go. So they come over to my channel and subscribe. That's how this works. Prohibitively expensive, need more than enough mentality. I mean, to give you an idea, like I basically decided that this was going to be my last EVGA or my last NVIDIA card because EVGA stopped making consumer cards, right? Stopped doing housing for cards. And that's always who I'd gone with, and that's who I've always trusted for graphics cards. And I don't like what NVIDIA is doing. So I was already planning on swapping off of NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is like the last kind of holdout thing that was stopping me from dropping Windows aside from Adobe, and I've ripped that Band-Aid off, and I'm just going through the slow process now of like learning to use open source software, which I'm just accepting in advance isn't going to be as good as Adobe Premiere. It's not, and it never will be. It never will be exactly equal. But I don't know if you guys look at my videos ever. I don't do any super fancy editing. So I am okay to live without After Effects, you know? I will be okay. My videos are very simplistic in what they are. I mean, that's also why we're seeing such abysmal levels of layoffs and shareholders. You got to see growth. Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, and like you can just make profit by not paying people for a bit. Eventually that will start to cut into your profits, but in the short term, yeah, you can do that. It's a really crappy way of doing business, but I mean, you can do it. Basic stuff has always been between most programs. Most programs, yeah. I mean, we're at that point now. I mean, like, 15 years ago, the stuff that wasn't like the pro level software was like Windows Movie Maker, right? And that stuff was bad. And like, there still is video editing software like that. That's just like Windows Movie Maker. But the elves want to discuss diplomacy, and they'll let me chop down 13 trees. Okay, noted. I'll use those for catapults if I need them. But yeah, I mean, like when everything was just Windows Movie Maker, video editing was kind of a dark space. But we're past that now. You can't tell you that. I have a question. How the fuck did they graduate computer science? If you don't know the difference between a hard drive and RAM, you don't know. Huh. Are these so-called, like, prompt engineer wannabes, or are these, like, actual programmers? I mean, I wouldn't use Word 97, but live your life, I suppose. Full-on computer science grads. That's... Huh. Who did their homework? I feel like, okay, so knowing how to program a computer is computer science. Knowing how to build a computer is IT, right? Shouldn't it be like mandatory to do some IT to become a computer science grad? Like, isn't that just... You say it's computer engineering? Okay, whatever it's called. Shouldn't you have to take, like, one class of that to, you know, be able to be paid to do computer things? I know that this is a very busted up sentence that I'm saying right now, but I mean, I feel like that should be mandatory. No? Now you make spaceships. Do you work for SpaceX, and is it your fault that they always explode? But, like, please don't answer that. You don't actually have to answer that question. But it's like, well, I figured out why they're exploding then! God damn it! It's a joke, okay? Please don't hate me. You never worked for Elon. You never even applied. Fair. I know people who watch this stream who work for SpaceX, and the last time I spoke with the guy, he was just like, I couldn't hear what he was saying, but I could hear through the Discord call that he was shaking his head. He didn't say anything when I asked him about the spaceship that just exploded. But I could hear him shaking his head through the call. There you go, QoS. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. But having a degree, especially computer science, doesn't mean you know anything. Well, I mean, yeah, that's like the same for or like, it could mean that you know a lot about specifically the thing that you know, right? Like, you could know a lot about programming. You could be a genius programmer, but have no idea how hard drive work, right? Because, like, that's your specialty. Like, do you need to know how a hard drive works to be able to program? I don't know. I don't know if I would say that that's something you need. It's certainly probably a useful addition to have, but you need an extra surgeon, apparently. I think I'm running out of soap. Nope. Okay, never mind. We actually have a decent amount of soap. But I should probably make more soap. We should also probably trade with those elves. Let's go. Large gem. Do you have any valuable large gems? No? Okay, we'll just go to cut gems then. You know what? I'm gonna bring them a clear diamond crown. If they have any animals, we'll sell it to them. I believe this computer science nowadays is just so abstract that they need to do algo analysis and come up with provable theorems. The implementation engineers will handle the pointer pushing and the hardware performance. Yeah, I feel like I understand like why like somebody doing a hiring process is like their jaw would just drop if you don't know how a computer, like how to build a computer. But at the same time, I tend to agree that I think that those probably should be separate jobs. It's more just very surprising. Especially if you're working in a very big company. You know, it's sort of like you don't really want a heart surgeon performing dental surgery on you. They know how your heart works, but they don't know anything about your teeth, probably. It's both surgery, but yeah. I mean, they'd probably still do better than a mechanic. Sure, actually. I mean, totally, yeah. The academic kind of degree and then the trade school kind of thing, right? So, like, it's like you need the architect to design the building, and then you need the guys to show up and build it, right? You need both halves to do the job right. You need the people to show up and build the thing. You also need the... There's a leaf blower directly outside of my apartment. Hold on, I'm going to go close the door. That's a lot of blood. Wait, what? Where? Sorry, that was just getting really loud and annoying. You're working on building permanent support, IT, security, dev pipeline at work, and getting feedback like this is a novel idea. Hey, you know, people have to relearn how to do good, like, organization for business, right? You can't just, like, teach a group of people how to run a business because eventually they all retire, and they don't generally teach the other people under them exactly how to run a business properly, so... Like, this is just a cycle that takes place every so often, right? Also, YouTube chat, it's good to see you guys. It's good to see you. Hope you guys are doing well over there. Remember to like the stream if you were watching on YouTube. Remember, the problem is IT is huge. You know, I know that we're saying IT, but in my mind, we're just saying it. And I just want to remind everybody that we'll float down here too, or we'll float too, or whatever the line of that movie is, or whatever the line in that book is. Are you still alive? I don't know. You should poke yourself and check. I think so. Clear diamond crown, finally crafted red diamond menaces with spikes of superior quality faint yellow diamond. On the item is an image of Tusum, the deity of duty and order, depicted as a female dwarf. The dwarf and a dwarf in yellow diamond by Kel. The dwarf is proselytizing itself before Tusum. And we are going to trade this potentially for animals if they brought any. Did they? Did they? Ah, they did. They brought a giant grasshopper, a giant fly, an armadillo, a snail, an eagle, an owl, a chameleon, and a jumping spider. You know, chat, they say Dwarf Fortress is full of bugs. I think these elves agree. Although, good news, I missed one. They brought a giant hippo. Don't mind if I do. I will gladly buy. You know, I need the giant fly because hippos attract flies, right? So, giant hippo and the giant fly for the giant hippo. Chat, are hippos grazing in Dwarf Fort? That isn't a joke. That's a genuine question. Do hippos need to graze? Also going to buy these leaves and fruit. And we'll just trade. Apparently, I also have a giant spider monkey that I forgot about. Jumping spiders are cute, sure, but don't really provide any practical purpose. Okay, so now we just need to hope that we get migrants. Is what we really need to hope. That is a really big monkey. That is a really big hippo. Wow, then. That monkey is kind of horrifying. It is. It really, really is. So, Donut, you wanted to know if you're dead. Sergeant Donut is, in fact, still alive. And is performing training drills. Wrestling drills. Dodging drills, even. This is not a dwarf skeleton, that's a demon. That I can throw away. This I can throw away. This is Kaynord, who needs to be buried probably at some point. That's a bloody big fly. Yep, this is true. Okay, so now that we've done all of that, do not mind the fishbowl demons. They're not friendly. Do not touch the glass. Okay, so we are going to get rid of all that, as cool as it looks. You know what? I'm just going to do this. It's just going to be easier if I click and drag the whole thing. But the reality is, I'm actually going to go through here and get rid of most of the floors. And then after that, I'm going to go here, and we're going to get rid of all these ramps. Because this layer, one layer up, is going to be connected to defense. Specifically via here. Busum Zodespero has come, a bird of prey so large it dwarfs many dragons. Its mighty wings... all beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. So that I will actually pay attention to. We have a rock, ladies and dwarfs. Okay, so that's being set to dig. Even the dragon is a dwarf now. Yeah. This is true. Rock and roll. Mm-hmm. This one is a male. You like rock music? Is that like human music? I'm just hoping there isn't a cat outside again that's going to distract it. Yep, there is. God damn it. Why do cats move so fast? Just go this way. Go towards the trap door. Not the... You know, I wonder if the Cyclops ever ended up in a cage. I assume it did. The dwarves aren't allowed outside, so... Cyclops... Yes, okay, so the Cyclops did end up in a cage eventually, so... Here's hoping this rock will also eventually end up in a cage. Well, see, here's the thing. Kitty's like, dinner? And Rock is like, dinner. Got him. All right, well, let's get that Rock training. Yes, trainable and trappable. They're just like dragons. Can I smell what the rock is cooking? Nope. Can you? I would assume it would smell like turkey or chicken, probably. Getting a lot of crafting jobs up and running again. Boom Boom's still going nuts. Okay, well, how are we doing for wafers? One singular adamantine wafer. Adamantine strands. We have 2 adamantine strands, meaning I've made as much out of adamantine as I think I can. Let's see, do I still have any adamantine jobs? Yeah, we never got to those battle axes. Never finished those helms. Working on the copper arrowheads. You redeemed Dwarf? I didn't see it, but you did. Fallout, don't you have a dwarf? Oh. Okay, well, sure. What kind of dwarf do you want? I thought that you already had one, though. But maybe I'm going crazy. You died in hell. Oh, that's why I'm thinking you already had a dwarf, because I read your dwarf's name when I was looking into hell. And, like, saying that the... Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Hallelujah. What kind of dwarf do you want? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Please more than 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Excellent. Sheep. 9. 10. Good. Well, I mean, then it'll just be Fallout Rain the second. But now I'm just waiting for Fallout Rain to let me know what kind of dwarf they want. Plenty of livestock, but also plenty of dwarfs. We do actually have some recent migrants, too. That'll be okay in the military. And by that I mean are being forced to join the military forcibly, whether or not they like it. All of this new livestock can just, go down here. And then probably get eaten at some point. My rock is now trained. I'm going to put the rock with the other birds, which is a perfectly logical place to put it. Still waiting for you to tell me what kind of dwarf you would like. Fallout Rain. How long does a streamer need to wait? You told me you'd redeem Dwarf, but you haven't told me what Dwarf you want. Ballista worker. That isn't a job. Just straight up, that isn't a job that we have in this fort. While I am going to be building ballistas, absolutely nobody has any skill in it, and nobody is assigned as that job except for the dwarf that I just put into the military. But we don't have any siege operators. So what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm also not gonna like be able to give you specific ones. I don't think you can tell specific dwarves to do that. You might be able to, but if so, that's changed. So what kind of dwarf would you like? I will re-ask the question for the umptillionth time. New migrant. Well, I mean, now it's like too late because they've all claimed jobs by this point, right? You're making this not easy for me in the slightest. You're like, hey, let's give blind a thing that's like actually kind of difficult for blind to redeem. It's like you have all of these options, so many dwarves, and you're just like the thing that blind has to dig to figure out. I don't like you very much for doing that to me. This dwarf has no thoughts, head empty. Seems good. Probably is a new migrant. I can't prove that otherwise. Well, I mean, if you do that, that's fine, but keep your fetishes in your own time. Good timing, devilish. Talking to Plump over Plum on P over there. I haven't been on stream for a long time. Yeah, it's been a bit, Yogurt. How am I doing? Okay. Getting by. Surviving. Wishing more people were playing Dwarf Fort. The usual. Okay, so this dwarf right here is, in fact, a new migrant because they're going to go pick up equipment. Has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Checks out. Sounds like me, actually. Is rarely happy or enthusiastic. Also sounds like me. Is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Also sounds like me. And doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. And tries to do things correctly each time, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is quite polite, occasionally overindulges, and is quite ambitious, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. This is just describing me. I don't like this. Dreams of raising a family. Nope. Definitely not me. Personally finds art offensive, would have it destroyed whenever possible. Definitely not me. Finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. I really wish my phone would stop vibrating. And believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining and dreams of raising a family. Good evening, Mind. It's good to see you. Oh, it's my mom. I will respond to that later. And over here we have rutile black bronze and linen fabric. The color white. Maces, amulets, and spiked balls and tunnel tubes for their curving trunk. They have curving trunks. And the sound of the ivory diamond, and when possible, prefers to consume giraffe. Sorry about that, giraffe. And sweet potato plants and perry. And he absolutely hates large roaches. That timing was perfect, yes, because it landed right when I said the word fetishes. So yes, it was pretty perfect. You have no friends and no family. And you are going around and acquiring new clothing. You got the most amazing compliment from the daughter before she fell asleep. This seems like normal parent activity. I don't know. Probably also cute moment. Oh, jeez. I need to go through and like, the problem is a lot of these sound commands are really difficult to reset up. I really need to fix those. But I'm not going to sit here and do that on stream still. I need to like go through and make a list and like fix them. Or like make a request queue or something to fix them. I know, right? She loved you this big? Is that kind of thing? Uh-oh. I just made an adamantine floor piece right there. I don't know. Can you remind me off stream to fix it? Adamantine. Short sword. Let's just do 5 of those because I do have 5 wafers. We're out of iron stuff. Out of adamantine. We'll get rid of this. That. Okay, well, now it's over to this corner. Took a picture of a sunset, and I said to her, Daddy finds this beautiful, and she says, I don't think it's beautiful, and I said, what do you think is beautiful then? And she says, I think songs are beautiful. Daddy, your songs are beautiful. Do you play music? Or, like, the music that you listen to is beautiful? That's adorable. Congrats on having a wholesome moment with your kid. Oh, you're singing. Okay. So, can I just say that in my mind, well, not in my mind, your mind, but you know what I mean. In my imagination, she's talking about you singing in the shower, and you sing really, really, really loudly and out of tune in the shower. It's like, your singing is beautiful. It's like you're just singing ABBA, like, out of tune in the shower. That's how I'm imagining this, because I imagine this is like a sitcom bit. I don't know how you guys imagine this, but that's how I imagine this. What's up, Bicochlor? Yeah, YMCA, exactly. But yeah, that is adorable. How are things ended with that dragon? The male dragon is gay, so I'm going to make it fight hell. The very normal, not problematic thing to do with a dragon when you get a dragon. I mean, it is. Well, I mean, singing that song is. You're not singing out of tune, but I sing kind of strange songs and make up new texts on the fly. Okay, there you go. Fair enough. Now you just need to teach her that the music in Final Fantasy is beautiful and get her playing video games, and then we've completed the cycle. And also teach her how to rebuild computers and why Twitter is terrible. You know, perfectly normal things to teach a kid. I think I'm actually going to pause this one so they can still get around to the other side. Gay dragons are a great way to celebrate Pride Month. Gay dragons are a really bad way to celebrate my growing population of dragons, which is about to shrink, actually. But I'm not going to rant about Pride Month for a second time this stream, so I did my one allowed permitted rant. Which is simply... It's annoying because I can't hang out with my dude friends on my birthday because people think we're celebrating Pride. It's like I can't go to the pub with the guys on my birthday anymore. It's like just is what it is. Although it's gotten better recently. It's been a while since I've gotten free random cake out of nowhere. It's like, well, it's my birthday, and they're like, oh, I thought we were celebrating Pride. It's like, no, it is my birthday though. Why do I care what others think? I don't really, but it doesn't change the fact that it's really annoying. You're from Russia, so you didn't know about that? Oh yeah, true. I guess you guys wouldn't deal with that. Well, all I know is I find it annoying, and my sister-in-law, when she hangs out with her girlfriend, also finds it annoying. So. Your birthday is on Mother's Day? Oh. Checks out. No, I know yogurt from Mars. Russia is a scary place in more ways than one. Okay, so, the part that I need to figure out how to disconnect is this. Because I can't cave it in. I might actually just need to pump it out and block it that way. I'm actually not sure. Can the dwarves get to here? Yeah, I guess they can't. So now we need to make it possible for them to. So I need to bring power from over here, basically. So what I should actually do is instead of digging down there, go one further this way. Drop down here. So you know what? We'll just dig straight further. I don't really want to ruin my design. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah, let's just do it this way. Instead of digging down, I'm just gonna go all the way up. And over to there. We'll be fine. And we'll just pump all that into there. Which will be okay. Can I show a little bit of my fort? It's my first time right now. Fort tour chat. Well, that's the wrong button, but fort tour. This is a glass ziggurat up on the surface above a volcano. Getting drunk on Mother's Day and calling. Getting drunk on your birthday, also coincidentally being Mother's Day, and then calling your mom does sound kind of fun. But, or getting drunk with your mom on Mother's Day also could be fun. I've done that with my mom before. That was a fun time. This used to be a tavern, which later became a thing. This is where we trade. This is the front door. This is the very safe, definitely, prison, where people don't get dropped into lava very frequently. And then down here is the entryway. This is the main level. This is where my bajillion D1 nobles live, because I used to have 20-something of them. Now we just have like 8, because they keep dying. This is a fishbowl full of demons, and they are breeding. Last time we counted, there was like 70 of them in there. Up here is our glassworks. This is just crafting stuff, kitchens, a bunch of bedrooms. Up here is the nobles' quarters. Down here is the queen's throne room. With a temple in the top half. There's a big old tavern up here on this level. We're doing some farming over there. That's a dragon. That's another dragon, and they keep laying eggs and never having babies, and it makes me sad. Up here is a big pile of livestock with some surface farming. We've got a big old paper industry down here. We are filling this thing up with copies of books. Currently, there's 153 finished written objects in there, which is pretty good. It's very mint chocolate chip flavored. There is no natural metal on the map, so all of the metal in our weapons is either adamantine, which is on every map, or acquired from very generous donations, mostly from the local human population, because they have a very, very large armies that keep attacking me. And that's a rock, which we just caught. If we go down, we've dug into hell in 2 places. This is one of them, and then over here is the other one. And we're going to be opening this gate very soon. Here. Yeah. Although, before we open this gate, something that I should point out is the very visually astute of you might notice, I've actually sealed this off, right? And sealed it off here so they can't get in. However, because I've sealed this off, these lower sides, these guys down here, can't path in even unless I dig through that. However, there is, I need to follow this pathway that I blocked off right here, this pathway, which goes through here, right? So then there's this extra block right here. Then up these stairs, there is a couple of demons. There are, around the base of the fishbowl, 1 red spirit, it looks like, a white haunt, this guy, and then a couple of these little spider things. These we need to kill. So because they're separated from the rest of the demonic hordes, that's going to be the next fight. So, right now, I'm going to unpause the game, let you follow these dwarves putting stuff away in a stockpile, and I'm going to take a real quick piss break. Also, I think we can just get rid of this stockpile because I don't really need it anymore. I will be right back.
Cheese for everyone! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
GDQ orb emote? I mean, I have a ponder orb emote.
You fucking donkey!
So something else that's also worth noting about this fortress is today is the last stream of it. We are going to end this fortress today, come hell or high water. Most likely hell, possibly also high water. But
Animal 104 cheered. X100. Piss break. Splish splash. Splish splash. Splish splash. Splish splash. Splish splash. Splish splash. Sploosh. That's that the demons do in the lava.
No! No! I have to respond to this text from my landlord. Everybody's texting me right now. Yeah, I'm very, very, very annoyed. I've got a repair that I've been trying to get done, and they keep putting it off, because delays keep happening, which are like outside of their control, and it kind of sucks. And I just get this text saying, "Hey, can we do the repair on Wednesday?" It's like I'm literally on an airplane on Wednesday. Like, I don't know what the fuck. Rumble. Is that where obsidian? Obsidian comes from volcanoes and water, I'm pretty sure. But, you know. I doubt that that's actually a serious statement, and I didn't read the first half of it. I mean, Wednesday's when I fly, or Wednesday's when I leave, and I come back on Monday. But we'll start streaming on Wednesday, because I'm going to need to catch back up. Like, you know, go grocery shopping and such. Right now I'm in that awkward, like, middle stage where I don't have any food in the house. Because it's like, I don't really want to go grocery shopping, but, like, I'm out of bread. So my lunch today is, like, I just boiled 5 boiled eggs and I have a brick of cheese. So I'm going to have cheese and boiled eggs for lunch after stream. Bake some bread. Yeah, sure. With all of the ingredients for bread that I definitely have at my disposal in my tiny-ass kitchen. With the equipment that I definitely have for cooking bread in my tiny-ass kitchen. I'll get to that. I'll absolutely get to that. Don't worry. You know, true story. I don't think I've baked bread in like 15 years, maybe more. I just don't have the space in my kitchen. I've got a very small kitchen. Yeah, it's a kitchen that's entirely... I don't have yeast, don't have flour, I don't bake. I have tapioca starch for making, what's it called? For thickening up stir fries. But no, I don't bake at all. I know how to, I just don't. I don't have the space for it. I don't know how else I can explain this to you aside from I don't have the space for it. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. It's already half gone? You're a lunatic? Thank you. I appreciate that statement. Makes me feel great. Why do I need flour? I don't bake. What is the purpose of keeping flour? Good, I wouldn't want you to live in my apartment, Antronarch. Trader Joe's has good coca almond spread? Nice to know. No, you wouldn't. Bonesaw. You would never live anywhere near my apartment. You just called me a lunatic. So, you know. I don't think I've ever seen one. They might be in Canada. Canada's pretty big. I'm just gonna state right now, if this is a bit, Bonesaw, it stopped being funny before it really started, so stop. I don't know. I've never seen an Aldi's, but I also can't confirm because I haven't been everywhere in Canada, and Canada's really big, so. I don't know. Sure, we have stores that you don't have. Oh, they enjoy it in their Arrow. They're also having children. Glad you liked it, Radbug. See, here's the thing, Bonesaw. In order to be funny, you have to, like, make jokes that have humor to them. And stating that you're going to move into somebody's house without their desire or will, and also calling them a lunatic for not having the exact same things in their kitchen that you do, is one thing. Mean. One of these days, when the world learns the difference between the two of these things, we'll have much nicer conversations consistently on the internet. I don't care if you think that you're being funny. None of that was funny. All right, so I need to make ballistas is what I need to do. And I also need to get all this area fortified. Make ballista parts. Don't need that many. We'll just queue up 6 because I think it's 3 per ballista. And then assemble ballista arrow. Okay, so it'd be copper ballista arrow. And I'm only gonna have enough to make 9. Then I'm gonna go up to here. I'm assuming you probably... Yeah, siege ammo. Well, okay. What, you? Do you have siege ammo? No. Okay. I ever play Paradox games? I'm not a big fan of their business models. I've liked games they've put out in the past, but as a company, they've done a very good job of making me not want to play anything that they release. They're very good at that, turns out. So have I played them? Certainly. Do I play them? No. Not at all. No, just a select few that are trainable for war. No, I was pretty much done with them by that point already. Psycho. But yeah, that was a pretty hefty final straw. What I still can't get over is how many people were like, "You're just beating on the... You should be nice to it, like, they'll fix it." I got a lot of... That was one of my... That's still to this day, I think, is one of my most disliked videos ever, was my edited version of the VOD I put up. My stream of that game when it launched. Like, well, it's terrible, so it didn't change that fact. That's still a fact. Okay, how come none of this is getting removed? I forget to unforbid something. Maybe. All right, so all of this, you guys can be moved. Give these soldiers a break. I'm not actually sure where they're going, but apparently they're all joining in with an existing conflict, which is kind of weird. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know. If you're asking me if I stream their games, I don't stream their games. Mostly because of a combination of I get really tired of talking about the business models for their games. What is going on with that? Because I get tired of talking about the business models of their games, I just don't even bother. Because it's just, I know that streaming their games is going to be a test of my patience with chat, because whenever their games get streamed on this channel, it's just a constant discussion of, is this company terrible? It's like, well, turns out, yeah, kinda. And I'm tired of talking about it. So... Trying to figure out where I should get these soldiers training. Probably up here, actually. No, wrong one. These guys, not those guys. But also, every single time I have streamed their games, I've been told pretty consistently by my audience that it is the most boring streams I do, or I'd ever done. So I've just kind of stopped and will probably never go back. I never particularly enjoyed their games to begin with. And then combine that with just, you know, chat actively and openly and loudly disliking it. Yeah, I've stopped a long time ago. All right, so now that that's done, I'm gonna go down to here. I'm gonna make a stockpile. Aren't they literally just called siege ammo? Yes, that is what I need. And then we'll just do all of these. So that's what the thing I need to go remove from that stockpile is siege ammo specifically. Always something I forget. Let's go over here. And thank you, YouTube chat, for the birthday wishes. No roller coaster tycoon this year? No, we're good. I wanted to play a game I wanted to play for my birthday. Sometimes I want to play Roller Coaster Tycoon, sometimes I don't. Also, last I checked, we played Roller Coaster Tycoon for my streamiversary. Probably what we'll do later in the year. Why would I do that for my birthday? Yeah, I don't know. For me at this point, Paradox is basically just... But at what cost? Is basically... Like, it's just kind of that meme. It's the, but at what cost? Alright, so let's go find... this militia commander. We're gonna go... labor, work animals. We're gonna take all of these... dogs. And I'm going to make a pen pasture. Whoa, I always forget that this one has the upgraded scroll bars, which move faster. So they'll all just follow that dwarf around. Yeah, I mean, the thing that you need to realize is I don't play a lot of games outside of Dwarf Fortress, mostly because a lot of games outside of Dwarf Fortress just are boring to me. And there's also a lot of games that, since playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress, just seem kind of redundant. And it's like, as cool as Age of Wonders was like a million years ago when I was a much younger kid, like, Age of Wonders doesn't really do anything for me these days. Like, at all. So, like, I don't know. I enjoyed that franchise at one point, but that was a long time ago. Thoughts on Songs of Six? It's a great game. Waiting for it to get out of early access because I played enough of it in early access and I don't need to play more of it in early access. I've played like 100 and something hours of it, so. It's also a game that's never grabbed me as much as Dwarf. Like, it's a game that I will jump into and I'll play like 30 hours of it in 2 weeks and then forget about it for 2 years. That's how Songs of Six and me have always been, ever since it came out in early access. More accurately, actually, ever since the first demo of it. I think I put like 100, or not 100, I put like 15, 20 hours into the first demo that he released on itch, which was free before the game actually released proper in early access. And yeah, played a bunch of the demo, then didn't touch it. Then once it released into early access and it had been in early access for a bit, played it a bunch again, and it's just kind of been like that sort of cycle ever since, where periodically I will play a ton of it, and then I will forget it exists for very, very long periods of time. But if you're interested in Songs of Six, go listen to the interview that I did with the developer, because that's a pretty good interview, if I do say so myself. Okay, so this whole process has been going relatively smoothly of separating this out. Oh, also this needs to be burrowed. I think that the worst thing people who say that they are fans of DF could do would be to hope that less people stream DF. And this goes for any video game in existence. You like a video game, the worst thing you can do for that video game is hope that less people stream it. Why in the world would I want less people to stream it? Being able to grow in this industry is nice. And in order to grow, there has to be other people around. I think that it really, really fucking sucks that so few people stream this video game. Like, really sucks. Bacteria, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. Was that a demon pit? It's a giant ball of glass full of demons, yes. And part of the plan for today is we're going to drop the ball. Exclusivity is a false flex, leads to stagnation and slow death. No, totally. I mean, like, here's the reality, right? If there's never a community that builds up around this game, what will happen is what's always happened, which is my stream will stay roughly the same size and slowly shrink over time until the next major thing happens. Because the vast majority of the growth I get is around large updates, and when a lot of people look at Dwarf Fortress and pay attention to it for a short period of time. And those periods of time are infrequent. It's so complicated. Is one of the most toxic, awful things you could say about this game, Sergeant Donut. You want to know why? There's a lot of people streaming Paradox games. There's a lot of people streaming RimWorld. Those games are just as complicated. And it sucks that you, as somebody who I think likes watching this game, is parroting the same borderline, objectively false misstatements about this video game, which sucks. Because DF is not a hard game to watch and does fit the experience. But with the caveat of it's easier to watch if you play it. So this is a chicken and egg problem. People assume that the game is bad to watch because it's a small community watching it. So nobody streams it. And I will sit here and cry for all eternity because if anything causes my stream to fail in the long-term future, it's this problem that Sergeant Donut just repeated in my chat, which is like, well, we're never going to recover from this. Every game is easier to watch if you play it. That makes no sense. It makes a lot of sense. What are you talking about? The more people stream it, the more people play it, The more people play it, the more people watch it. And the current versions of Dwarf Fortress are absolutely watchable. There are many people who've found my streams for the first time and having never seen the game before and have picked it up and started playing and loved it. So I completely disagree with that entire take. I will never do another 1,000-year fort person in YouTube chat. Thank you very much for the super thanks and the birthday wish, though. Doesn't matter how many times people ask me, I will never do another one. You love DF and I don't play it. I watch other people play it. It's perfect. Cool. There you go. You've played yourself, but you really have trouble to find the stories. Finding the stories just takes time. And a lot of fantasy mad living. That's all it really is. It's a time thing. Play the game enough and you'll find the stories. It's not specific to Dwarf Fort. Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying now. I thought you were saying that I was repeating an oxymoron. I'm like, no, I'm literally just describing how streaming games works. But no, I mean, like, I've said this many times before, but there's this little indie game called RimWorld. You may have heard of it. RimWorld gets streamed so much because Co-Carnage streamed it for like a year, practically. It felt like. It was like a good solid like 6 months. He was playing that game a couple times a week. This is a guy with, 15,000 concurrent viewers. And what would happen is he would stream the game all day. Right? And then when he was done streaming, his audience would then disperse out into the directory. And so, yeah, let's say you have 15,000 people watching, right? When you end your stream, let's say 2,000 of them want to keep watching that game. They go find another stream and keep watching. And that grew that directory from nothing. Lots of people did. But you know what? Twitch is a very different place now than it was when RimWorld launched. Live streaming in general is very different. Within 2 weeks, everybody moves on to the next major release because they're getting paid to play it. Nobody sticks with games. It's not like the old days where people would stick with games for a really long time. I actually want this further back now that I think about it. People don't stick with games the way they used to. And because people don't stick with games the way they used to, it's a lot harder to get a large streamer like that to do that. Unless, you get really lucky with your game. So, you really liked the game when you saw you play and bought it, but I guess it's a little more tedious than you would like. Totally. But this is why there's at the end of the day, I guess, to answer the question properly. Yes, I would like there to be more DF streams. It really sucks that there isn't more DF streams, and it bums me out constantly that there isn't. But at this point, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think there ever will be. I have this weird feeling there will be the occasional influx. The game will keep its reputation for all eternity, and I will be largely alone in this directory with the occasional, bump in busyness, and there will be the people who've streamed this game for a while that are smaller niche streamers or smaller hobbyist streamers, but I don't think this game will ever break out of its current game's impossible and nobody will watch it stigma, which sucks. No, because I'm going to put in another fortification, which the reason I'm moving it back is because there's both fire-breathing demons and dust-dispersing demons, and both of those would cancel the ballista arrows. Yeah, but being a cornerstone isn't long-term sustainable. I wouldn't do anything because that didn't happen. John Hines, I think. How do you say that? But yeah. Any ranged weapons can shoot through fortifications, yes. So they don't ignore them, they shoot through them. Same way bolts do. That's what they're for. Yeah, Caves of Cud is a painfully difficult game to stream. I need to play some Caves of Cud again, but the only way I can stream it is by doing air quotes sandbox characters and not actually doing what I think is interesting in Caves of Cud, which is like the story stuff. Because people just tune out the second you finish Golgotha, because that's as far as most people make it. And they go, I don't want spoilers. It's like, but you'll never see the end of this game. Like, be honest to yourself. But it is what it is. And as far as DCSS goes, well, it's like, yeah, because all the people stream the game that seems approachable, that seems watchable, right? It's the same issue. Also, Caves of Cud kind of has the people presume it's unwatchable and nobody will watch it issue. Basically, these platforms that we're streaming video games on and making YouTube videos on are not really designed for niche content, right? Like, Twitch is better than Mixer used to be, just as an example, because like Mixer didn't even have a category for Dwarf Fortress, which I still think is funny. But like a lot of the other platforms that have existed are even worse. At least we have the directories for them. But the vast majority of the people coming to these websites, if they're looking to stream or do this for a living, they're looking to make money. And, you know, some of you might know who Jeff Gerstmann is. I don't know, probably not all of you, but some of you at the very least probably know who Jeff Gerstmann is. And Jeff Gerstmann made a comment but relatively recently where he talked about a game that he covered called Mini Shoot Adventures, which is sort of like what if Legend of Zelda, but you were a little ship with a gun. Okay. He founded GiantBomb.com and worked at GameSpot for years and has been reviewing video games since the 90s. Is who he is. Anyway, he did a live stream and made a video of a game called Mini Shoot Adventures, which he thinks is one of the best releases of the year. It's kind of like I said, Legend of Zelda if it was a twin-stick shooter and you were a little spaceship. Very cute little game. But it is his worst performing YouTube video he's ever made. And it was his worst performing stream he's ever done. Basically, if you cover indie stuff, nobody cares. It's just a statistical reality. Gen X gamer journalist. Sure, yes. It is just a statistical reality. Nobody cares. And it sucks. So most of the people who go into this industry, by this industry I mean the industry of trying to yell at a microphone and convince people that certain games are cool, everything is stacked against you if you want to cover indie games. There's a reason so many of like these indie-focused websites have all shut down. It's because everything is stacked against you if you're trying to cover indie. Because the only way to cover indie is you have to have a massive following, and that following has to follow you to anything. And very, 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 very few people can do that. Even large streams can't do that. Like, if CoCarnage wanted to go stream an indie game, he's going to get less numbers than he would if he went and streamed God of War, right? Because people tune in for what they know and what they recognize. And that's why it's so hard to convince people to play games like this. Because not only is this an indie game that will just get less traffic naturally, it's also a game that has this aura around it of being impossible to understand. So when you combine those two situations of like game that is difficult to learn and impossible to understand, and nobody watches it because it's an indie game, how are you going to convince the vast majority of streamers that streaming this video game is a good idea? Unless they're already somebody who likes the game and trying to build an audience around it. Oh no, there's people watching the directory. I think TrashMac got a pretty big raid, right? And like, yeah, there are people streaming Dwarf Fort, but like the person right now with 90 viewers who's TrashMac, I assume got a raid, I don't know. TrashMac normally has like 10 to 15, maybe 20 on a good day. Oopsies, that's unmuted. Has 90 viewers, which is great. You love to see it, but I would always want there to be more people streaming a video game. Because if there's people streaming a video game, then new people are more likely to try and build a community around it. And if people start building communities around a particular video game, that's how games like Dwarf Fortress grows and becomes more successful with time. Especially like how creators grow. If the creator economy is healthy for a video game, then the video game itself is healthy. Is raw faux dog. Thank you for that information. I don't know what I will do with it, but I will clearly do something, probably, maybe. Okay, so this is what I'm working on. We got to pump this lava out of here so that I can dam this side. Which is here. Acquire these axles. So yeah, basically, the short version is, hey, chat, go stream Dwarf Fort, please. It needs to be more than just me. Need a better DSLR first? You don't need a DSLR to stream. I don't have a DSLR.
Less than 3.
Also, Velix here. Thank you very much for the 4th month. Welcome back. Still need to do a lot of my tutorials to do or just start playing. Start playing. Here's the thing. You want to know the fastest, easiest way to learn Dwarf Fort? Start streaming it. Because you'll just acquire a bunch of audience members who are just faster typing in the wiki than you are. Who says you need a camera to stream? Since when do you need a camera to stream? Is a little terrifying? It is slightly terrifying. I kind of like it, though. And thank you, Koopa, in YouTube chat, for the birthday wishes. And also, I'm being kind of sarcastic when I say stream Dwarf Fortress chat. But I welcome the company in this directory. It gets kind of lonely in here sometimes. No, if you don't have a camera, just stream without a camera like an adult. Don't worry about being a PNG tuber nonsense. Like, none of that stuff is needed. Like, quite literally, like, do not even worry. It is not something that you need to concern yourself with. If you don't have a camera, just stream without a camera. Are unicorns only in good biomes? Yes. They are only in good biomes, and the elves won't have them unless they are also in a good biome. Forgotten Beast Zimon has come. I don't really care, but it is adorable because it is obviously a towering chinchilla with external ribs. It has a knobby trunk and a bloated body. Got an artifact that's just begun. Forgotten Beast? Yeah, I've already forgot. It's okay. It's like I kind of need to power this, but no, actually I can't. Okay, well, we'll just do this way and hope it's enough. It should be. Happy to help, Wade. And thank you, Blue Nexa. But you kind of lose focus and stop playing. I don't know how to help you with that. The one, like, weird thing about being the tutorials person is people often ask me, like, how do I have fun with a video game? And it's like, well, I don't know how to actually answer that question. Or how do I not lose focus? I'm like, I don't know, take ADHD pills. Often just lost on me. Okay, so we're gonna get that. Wow. Definitely get up a lot of canceling and dumping jobs here. More just making a statement. Do you get bored? Do you get distracted of away from good biomes specifically, or just distracted from video games in general? If you don't have fun with video games, you suffer and endure. I don't know. I think you should find a new hobby, but like, I mean, that's sure. I guess that's the Russian perspective. Suffer and endure. Okay, so this is going to be floor grates. And then the Weaver has created a llama wool cloak called Libad Roth. I can't remember the last clothing artifact we had. This is a llama wool cloak. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular obsidian cabochons and encircled with bands of llama wool. It is made from llama wool cloth. This object menaces with spikes of llama wool and green glass. I'm going to give that to Puphead. Not very valuable though, but... There's kind of a rather rapid jump in value at a point here. Turns out adamantine gear pretty expensive. This was worth 3,500. So why are you not here? Weird. I give up. Great stuff to your nobles. It's how you become a mountain home. You have to assign 5 items not of this world to your monarch. Is it? No, 7 items not of this world to your monarch. Okay, well, I don't have enough breastplates, it turns out. Well, that's kind of annoying. Let's see if I can make another ballista. Should be able to now. Yep. To our ultra wide? I don't have that many screens. I have 3 screens. None of them are ultra wide. All of them are 1080p. Yeah, I'm kind of like that too. I mean, my third monitor, I probably would only have 2, but my third monitor is actually like almost 10 years old now. It's like the one that I've had for a very long time. I got rid of the one that wasn't mountable though. By that, I mean, I gave it to my parents. It's just theirs now. Okay, so I'm just going to make a floor here. Just gonna use obsidian to get all of this obsidian out of here real quick. So probably what we're gonna do is just dig through this, which is gonna let these in, which is just gonna, you know, horribly murder all of my, these guys here, these lovely critters. I don't know what that means, Boom Boom. You mean like non-mountable? I don't know what Vesa is. But yeah, we basically just need to get all this stuff finished up. And I need to get this stuff finished up. And then ideally, I would like to get as many of these boulders out of here as possible. And then we start going. Vesa is the mounting standard for monitors. Okay, I guess my guess was correct then. Some companies decide not to use it. Well, the old monitor that I had, which I gave to my parents, was a 1080p monitor made by Asus, I think. And it had a stand on it, and the stand was built in. Like, it was a non-removable stand. It was actually a pretty nice monitor. It still is a pretty nice monitor. It still works, which I think is kind of amazing. Any monitor that lasts that long is already kind of impressive, just from the get-go for me. Okay, so I'm going to build some drawbridges here. There's going to be one here. Never mind. I'm actually going to place flooring, and we're going to put drawbridges. Yeah, we'll do it this way. And then I will put the drawbridges above them. Monitor is 11 years old. Finally developed some weird marbling. Oh, wow. Yeah, no. I mean, if you're getting weird marbling, that's definitely a reason to get a new monitor. I should have left those stairs in, shouldn't I? Thank you, Armor. Appreciate you, mate. So your friends, you're signing off for the night. You have a wonderful day. We'll be on tomorrow, normal time. We'll probably be starting a new fort, because we are trying to end this one tonight, damn it. Do ballistas swerve? You mean like can they aim up and down? If that's your question, no. I don't really know what you mean by swerve, I guess. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Okay, so yeah, they can be aimed like cardinal directions, basically. So like, yes, they can rotate, but it's they can't really rotate of their own volition. The dwarves have to cause them to rotate. Swerve is what vehicles... Swivel might be what she's trying to say. Or a word she's looking for. I'm kind of translating that automatically in my brain to swivel. But fortunately, we've just gotten another migrant wave. Population going upseas, which is good. What do you want? You want a throne in your bedroom. Free Ways wants a throne in his bedroom. Where is your bedroom? Just a throne. Like, not even, like, specifically a material throne. Just wants a throne in his bedroom, not in your study. I mean, this isn't spelling. This is choosing the correct word, but... We'll also give you a table, you know? Datan. We have a ghost named Datan. Whose last name is... And it's gone. Great. Yeah, I mean, not knowing the right word for something does not equal spelling. But then again, I guess this would also be the same kind of thing. So this is my militia captain, and there are 25 dogs. I'll bet you it's very easy for my militia captain to get a good night's rest, right? Very easy for my militia captain to get a good night's rest. You know, just in a pile of warhounds. It's fine. Can't wait for one of them to die in a doorway and kill us all. Yeah, dyslexic. Being dyslexic wouldn't help. Who doesn't like sleeping with their dogs? I'm trying to make a Sleeping Dogs, the video game, reference here, and I'm, like, blanking on it. True, they are very anti-vampire. A vampire would die real quick if they tried to walk in there. That is a very good point, actually. Hong Kong GTA, yes. I kind of wish they would have made a sequel. Although, admittedly, I bought that game for $2, like several years after it came out originally, and played like 4 hours of it off stream and went, wow, that was fun. Anyways, Emma Stone's in this game? That's weird. And then went on with my day. So I'm probably part of the reason as to why they didn't make a sequel, because by the time I played it, the studio had been shut down for multiple years. Really? I didn't know that, Bastet. I didn't know that English was your second language. Learn something every day, I suppose. Alright, so we've got both these ballistas set up. Once the third block is there, we can put a drawbridge there. You picked up English faster, though? I mean, it's easier to learn a language. It's easy to learn a language if you're immersed in that language. It's hard to learn a language if you're not immersed in that language. Oops, that's not what I want. This is what I want. Can you have a military dwarf named after you? Only if you get a redemption for it, or if somebody nominates you. I don't name dwarves based on request. You have to get the redeem. Or someone has to give it to you. So if Antronarch is giving it to you, then yes, you can. Yeah, I mean, if you're listening, like, the most German I ever learned in my life was when my Oma used to speak German to me. So, like, all of the German I've picked up is from, like, family member. No, I know you got not nominated. Plenty of people do. I just need the confirmation. Okay. So, military dwarf. Do you have preference on weapon or beard? Cannon fodder. Lederhosen is in fact a word, yes. Or eins, zwei, drei. Or gute Nacht, and all that nonsense. And guten Morgen, all that. Anything ranged. It always throws me off that bismuth bronze just doesn't show up as weapons at all. Sir Cannon Fodder is often inflated by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things, never becomes angry, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, finds humor in most situations, is easily moved to mercy, and is conflicted by this since he sees those tendencies as an impotent to the quest for power. He strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He has a tendency He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he tends to think before acting. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he is quite polite. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He doesn't handle stress well, and he likes to brawl, and he is disturbed by this since he values the quiet, at least in the abstract. It's a very self-disturbed dwarf. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally holds decorum to a high ideal, is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, thinks that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, sees freedom and independence as completely worthless, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values peace over war, likes gypsum and gypsum plaster, nickel silver, moss opal, cave spider silk, linen fabric, the color aquamarine and icosahedra, battle axes, goblets, and the words of the fuchsia satin, and when possible prefers to consume ocelot, finger mullet beer, finger limes, and hates flies. Finger limes are expensive if you've ever tried to buy a finger lime. You're a member of the religion the South Creed, and you have a very long beard, which is braided. Welcome to D4 Fort. You're probably going to die to demons in a minute. Okay, maybe not quite a minute, but I just have some more bridges I need to make, and then we're going to start the next leg of the sieges. Okay, so then up here, I'm going to throw in a doorway. that's going to just get locked. Will a waterfall freeze also destroy your floor grates? If the waterfall freezes and you have floor grates that it goes through, and the solid block of ice appears on top of the floor grate, yes, it will. It will deconstruct the floor grates. Am I go and die? Probably, yes. Also, hey, Salva Daddy. And thank you. Appreciate you. And thank you to everybody for tuning in on my birthday stream. Very kind of you. And apologies for the audio issues at the beginning. It's like the one portion of Linux that I've been, like, not struggling with, but, like, having consistent issues with is audio drivers. But I was warned and told that I would probably have issues with audio drivers, so I guess it checks out. Okay, so this lever and that need to be connected to Polymin 9000, this thing. And Shatterbug wants you to post beers. So post beers, chat. There was a competitor to Discord? What? That's an outlandish statement. Discord is a pretty comfortable monopoly. Who's the competitor to Discord? Or who was the competitor if they just killed themselves? Gilded, they now require a Roblox account. So, two things I have to say about this. Number one, because I've never heard of it, it's not a competitor. The second thing is Gilded knows its audience, I would assume, and are probably doing that to stay alive. So, I mean, like, there was this, it was like over something, not over Wolf, but there was a over something. It was like over audio or over something audio, which is a, like, alternative, or was trying to be a Discord alternative, but literally, like, nobody used it. They were even offering to pay streamers to swap off of Discord. They were like, eh. So, like, that didn't last very long. Skype? What is Skype? Never heard of Skype. True story, I haven't actually had to use Skype in over 10 years. I wonder what Skype is like these days. Probably pretty terrible if I had to bet. Also, I just realized something. Holy shit, we hit 1,000 subs. We're back up to 1,000 Twitch subs. Yay, feels good. Are you a time traveler? What year is it? Skype is now Teams. Woo! Is it? I thought Skype still had like a separate executable though. And thank you, Yogurt. We'll see you when we see you, dude. Hopefully we see you around more. Without, like, you know, multiple years or multiple month breaks. Okay, so we're gonna go up to, yeah. And, yeah. Skype for Business became Teams. Yeah, because, like, I know that Teams uses parts of Skype, but I'm pretty sure, like, even right up until I just uninstalled Windows this past week, like, I had a separate Skype executable. I don't think of TeamSpeak as being that old school because I was using TeamSpeak in 2017. When I was playing Elite Dangerous, I was using TeamSpeak for that. So, like, I've actually used TeamSpeak kind of recently. That and, like, because it's all self-hosted, you could just go use TeamSpeak. You're just flowing in the wind. Ah, it's all good, mate. Maybe we'll see you the next time there's a big update. Just making things look pretty now while dwarves finish building things around the fringes. Skype has had a huge vulnerability. I mean, that's why streamers stopped using it. Here's the thing. Does software age if it's still compatible? Like if it works natively, or if it's like a protocol, I don't know if it necessarily ages out, right? Like if people wanted to go use TeamSpeak, they could. No one is stopping TeamSpeak from being the dominant force in voice discussion platforms and text discussion platforms. You can just go use it because it still works. But nobody does because people use the thing that's convenient and easy, right? So it's like, personally, I would rather stop having a server than use TeamSpeak. I really, really, really hate TeamSpeak. I always did. I hated it back when people actually used it. No software is running. Okay. It's more like, do protocols age, right? Like, does voice over IP doesn't really age. I don't know about that. I was talking to one of my neighbors yesterday evening, Wade Master, and he was telling me that his nephew has played through every single Halo game all the way up to Halo 4 and is about to start Halo Wars and Halo Wars 2 and then play Halo 5 and then the most recent one. So I don't know. There are people out there who like old software and old things. Sand Seppel, thank you very much for the $5.06. And I asked him, I'm like, well, why is he playing all of these games specifically? And he goes, well, it's kind of the, you play what you have when you're a kid, right? We'll see how much longer they're around for, no man. But you play what you have when you're a kid. So this kid just doesn't have Fortnite, doesn't have any online games, but his dad owned all of the Halo games. So he's just slowly playing through his dad's collection. You know what's funny? I still like Halo. I like Halo Infinite. I like I like Halo Infinite. I actually kind of enjoyed Halo Wars. I played every single Halo game that I've played, I've enjoyed. I actually finished the campaign for Halo Infinite. It's like, are those games the greatest games in the world? No, but I like the aesthetic and I like the movement. And it's a fun universe. So the games don't need to be great for me. But Halo 1 is genuinely one of the greatest video games of all time, in my opinion. Infinite is a really fun game to play with a really, 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 really boring story. Like, it was like they put Just Cause into Halo. They just need destructible buildings, and it's possibly the best Halo game ever made. I can't speak to the multiplayer, though. I don't give a shit about progression in multiplayer games, so I actually played a good chunk of that Halo multiplayer when it first came out and was like, actually, this is pretty good. And everybody's like, oh, it sucks. There's no progression. I'm like, I don't give no shit about the fucking cat ears you can unlock. That doesn't matter to me. And then, like, I did start to run into problems when I was like, well, these maps are getting kind of stale. I'm assuming you're saying Combat Evolved, not Custom Edition, right, Chad? The Box Canyon? I guessed I'm bust then, young one. I mean, I haven't played the new Halo in a couple of years. I played it a bunch within 6 weeks of launch and then stopped. And then I unsubscribed from Game Pass. And now I don't even have it installed. Haven't for a while. Not missing much? That's fine. I never did finish Reach, though. I played a chunk of it in co-op with a friend around the time it came out and never finished it. That was one of the few that I didn't. Oh, I also never finished 2 because I didn't have a Vista system at the time. 2 boxes in a box canyon. Yeah, I've never been big on Halo multiplayer. I played a bit of Infinite multiplayer, but the reason I played Infinite multiplayer was because Halo released on PC with Infinite multiplayer, and it was really fun because there was this very brief period of time where literally nobody knew how to play Halo, and it was a free-to-play game, right? Wasn't Reach a prequel? Yes. And so that very brief period of time was real fun when I was the only person who knew that yeah, there's guns just lying around the map that you can go pick up. So there was like a week there where I was extremely good at Halo Infinite. It only lasted about a week, but it was a fun week. It was a really fun week, actually. Only multiplayer at friends' houses? Yeah, that's fair. A song loyal family? What do you mean by song loyal? Oh, Sony loyal. Okay. Fair. I think being loyal to a particular console was always kind of strange. As a kid who grew up primarily playing games on PC. Although I still think that the best Halo game that they ever made was ODST. Halo 1's my favorite, but post Halo 1, ODST. Like, I less, like, direct numbered sequels. More small spin-offs, please. But that time has come and gone, and nobody cares anymore. Speaking of games that nobody cares about, apparently Microsoft is making another Gears of War. And what I think is really funny about Gears of War is when Tim Sweeney sold that IP to Microsoft with Epic, right? Sparky, thanks for the $6.
X600.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. When they sold that to Microsoft, they were being very blunt about how, oh, this is a franchise that's only ever sold like 4 million copies and barely pays for itself. Which is just funny to me. I think that there is a situation, actually, where Halo could have become as iconic as Star Wars, and it just got horribly mismanaged. Just as a sci-fi universe, I mean. You knew 4 and 5 did poorly? Yeah, but the first few God of War games, or not God of War, Gears of War, rather. Not that they were doing poorly. Games were just cheaper back then. So Gears of War was a huge franchise, like 15 years ago. Millions of copies was huge. Like that is a big deal. Selling millions of copies of a video game is was a big deal back then. But that was also a long freaking time ago. So games have got more expensive, and it's a franchise that never really sold more. Right? It never really increased in popularity. It stayed about the same. And the cost of games has quadrupled. Oh yeah, no, the next actual video game to come out and make money is going to be GTA 6. When I say actual video game, I mean mainstream nonsense. You will never forgive 343 for what they did. What did they do? They continued making Halo. Halo wasn't going to continue without them. If you mean make bland, boring, uninteresting things, I don't know if I'd blame 343 for that. Considering 343 did make some really good games. Other than Master Chief for Halo 4 and such? Yeah, well. Is what it is. Also, hi, Trimkoff. I haven't had much time to watch streams these days, but yeah, well, it's that time of year. Trimkoff. I'll see you when people are less busy and it's winter. You know, it kind of fun fact. My worst month last year, period, money-wise, was June. And part of that is because I go on vacation in June. I usually take a little bit of time off in June. But also just in general, it was like the worst month of the year for me. Which is funny that, like, you know, streamer's birthday month is worst month of the year. But this is when people are busiest. This is when people are, like, either spending time outside or playing non-video games or enjoying nice weather or taking care of kids because they just got out of school. Like it's busy season for people, especially when you have an adult audience. And then all of these Fortnite streams are tripling in view count. And I sit here and I go, I wonder why. Yeah, I mean, I feel really bad for people at 343, right? Because 343 is a studio that formed to make Halo games because Bungie stopped making Halo games. So a bunch of people from Bungie were like, but we still want to make Halo games. So they continued making Halo games. And I don't know what the management of that studio is like. I don't know what the studio culture for that studio is like. But all I've ever heard about the process of developing Halo games is that they are saddled under piles, like gargantuan mountains even, of tech debt, like engine debt. Like they desperately need a new engine. And they haven't been able to swap to a new engine. And every time that they've tried, from what I can tell, it hasn't worked. And the result of having a lot of tech debt, especially if you're making a video game, is when somebody quits, you have to teach the new guy the old tech. So it's like, I feel so fucking bad for them. I mean, like, that's basically Microsoft's OS too, Wizard Birdman. It's like, it's Windows 98 with a Windows 2000, with a Windows XP, with a Windows Vista, with a Windows 8, with a Windows 10 glued together and stapled with a shitty AI on top of it. Like that's what their OS is at this point too. I'm not sure how that equates to Fortnite, but all right. Forts at night, you mean? Maybe spell night correctly then. Nobody kickstarted it. Antron Arch. If you willingly purchased a product, that is a very different thing than kickstarting it. Willingly purchasing a product allows you to complain at them because they changed the product that you bought. Kickstarting it, you can't complain because you're just tipping money towards an idea. It's two pretty different things. But yeah, I kind of feel bad. It worked for me, Disco. It's the best advertising Linux has had ever, maybe. Except for maybe this is a Unix system. I know this. Great marketing. Also, thank you to the people who've bought me coffee, by the way. I haven't opened my email, but I'm being yelled at by coffee to open up my coffee because apparently, no, I don't want to enable friggin' browser notifications. Bah! Coffee's trying to do too much. I miss when it was just a tipping platform. Thank you to the 3 coffee supporters. Appreciate you guys. 4, actually. Now I'm closing my email because there's an email I need to read, and I'll do that later. Or they fired a senior because they wanted to get paid properly? Yeah, but again, I still wouldn't blame 343 on that. I would blame Microsoft for that. Basically, at the end of the day, I will always side with the developer and go after the parent company if a studio is ruining, air quotes, a franchise, because it's almost always the parent company's fault. All right. Because developers are just trying to make great games, guys. Nobody sets out to make a bad game or ruin a game. And the people working there now, especially the people who weren't working there when that video game that air quotes was ruined, released, those people had nothing to do with it. And that stuff sucks. Well, it's just like the one that like constantly bothers me is Suicide Squad. Like Suicide Squad was the game that they wanted to make. Like that studio, Rocksteady, wanted to make a Suicide Squad game. But there's a lot of scuttlebutt as to like whether or not they wanted to make it into a live service thing, and everything that I've read basically has said no, they didn't. So they wanted to make a Suicide Squad game, which maybe not the best decision, but then their publisher's like, also it needs to be a live service. The one that I really wonder about, though, is Redfall. Because I think that one was already in development before Microsoft bought them. Holy shit, I have a lot of shoes. It doesn't help that a lot of dwarves have died, too, and, like, lost their gear because of it. I mean, I wouldn't want to maintain a live service game, and if you make one, you have to maintain it, right? Unless it's, you know, a game like Foam Stars. Did anybody here play, or is anybody here even aware of the existence of the video game Foam Stars? Because that game had a giant booth at PAX last year, and I think already doesn't exist anymore. That came out, oh yeah. Came out on Steam even. $30. Foam Stars, it was basically Splatoon, but it's on PC. It was published by Squeenix. Didn't get promoted or marketed at all outside of like a big booth at a convention, from what I could tell. Nobody knew it existed. It lasted for all of hours and is already dead game. FOMO Stars. Foam, F-O-A-M, not FOMO, although that would be kind of funny. Someone should make a marketing management like strategy game called FOMO Stars, where you have to make people feel FOMO. How much clothing do I have to sell? Holy shit. All right, well, wait. It's Splatoon with J-pop dancing. I mean, hey, nothing wrong with that. So let's update equipment, set them all to no orders, and go here and turn all this stuff off. Sounds bad for your wallet. Maybe that's just Paradox's like business strategy. Almost stars. I don't know if I think a rug pull is a inaccurate term, but also Adil. A-D-I-L-R. I mean, they didn't close all of Arcane. They only closed one half of Arcane. They closed Arcane Austin. But yes, no, I agree. And the thing that kind of, not irks me, but the thing that makes me kind of go question marks me is that Dishonored, I've seen a lot of people saying, oh, they closed the studio that made Dishonored. It's like, no, they closed half of the studio that made Dishonored. It's not the first one that's made of green glass. We've also had crystal glass and various metal beasts. And Scout just said in one sentence why I find it obnoxious to stream anything by Paradox, even if I was interested in their video games, which generally I'm not, because Grand Strategy isn't really my shtick, but the reason it's obnoxious to stream those games is because you just get people in chat constantly reminding you how terrible the company is, myself included, so it's kind of self-inflicted, but really it's like, it's exhausting, man. Need sand-bearing item. I appear to have run out of bags again. Okay, so we're going to finish trading, and hopefully those two bridges are hooked up by the time we're finished trading. Then we're going to finish smoothing those floors, and then we're going to dig through the wall. Well, I guess at this point you have two options, right? Kerbal Space Program becomes dead game and never gets finished, or somebody buys it. And if they buy it, then they have to make money off of it. I think Nintendo should buy Kerbal Space Program. Mostly because I think Kerbals and Smash would be funny. Another Forgotten Beast has shown up. It's fine. Anybody but Paradox go, though? Okay, so you'd be fine with EA Games buying them then? Would make Switches explode instantly. It's okay, they don't need to put it on Nintendo platforms. Got a potash maker that's been possessed. So many random breastplates. I really hope that there's a bunch of breastplates for sale. Or bars, alternatively. They'll have all the DLC you don't have, and sometimes all of it, and then you'll go, oh, that does look cool, but not $200. You know, here's the thing. I actually kind of like the business model that they use, in theory, which is like, you know, the whole, we're just going to piecemeal charge you for small expansions. Like, in theory, I actually really like that business model for video games. But in practice, you have to, like, incentivize people to buy it, right? Which often means setting it up in such a way so that you will have a severely lesser experience if you don't have it. And that sucks. A giant hippo and a giant spider monkey. And also a giant fly. That's me keeping decent terms with the elves. Is buying their giant animals. Speaking of, an iron breastplate just got stolen by a ghost, which means this ghost is now public enemy number Dwarf. Kubuk. Bomb wreck. Right there. Ghost. No slabs engraved. Do it now! Get her donesy. That is a lot of items. Yeah, this is a giant spider monkey, and that is a giant hippo. Oh, hi, Rileyus. What's up? Long time. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not the worst. The thing is, it's not the worst business model in the world. I do think that the business model that they roll with is better than, you know, having limited edition skins for sale in Fortnite. It'd be like, the way that they could make that business model, like, irredeemable, in my opinion, is by only temporarily putting them on sale, which they don't, right? But at the end of the day, like, it is still a really crappy business model for a lot of people, because if you start off with well, the problem with Paradox isn't the business model, really. The problem with Paradox is that they start off with a bad product. If you start with a bad product and then slowly make it worse by making it less accessible, like if the base game isn't solid and complete feeling in and of itself, you'll never make that audience happy. And they're too good at piecemealing it all together now, which sucks. I will buy these bars and type in breastplates. I will buy the 2 iron breastplates. I will type in sheet. Let's type in logs and buy all of those logs. Let's do that. They got a massive amount of money off of that, but that's fine. I don't know. I haven't played League of Legends since 2014. No, absolutely. There are way worse companies out there doing way worse things. But for Paradox to not be hated by its community, the initial releases of their games have to be good and not made a lesser product by the addition of DLC. Because if they don't do it that way, they'll be the bad guy forever. Right now, nobody can release... Well, it feels like nobody can release a finished product. So, you know... And their publishing side has, like, not been great. Paradox Arc stuff has had, more misses than hits. Saw me posting Linux content on Mastodon? I'm just venting my brain juices. That's about it. But I'm not becoming a Linux channel, which, much to some people's dismay. I've had a couple people be like, you should make a I had one person comment that I should make weekly Linux videos talking about, like, what I'm installing. It's like, absolutely not, no. It's just an OS. I'm gonna continue making the same type of content as I always have. It might sneak its way into my vlogs here and there, but that's about it. Rith, the potash maker, has created Nokor Einem, an obsidian earring. Sure. To me, DLC is supposed to be a business model after a game is successful. Like, here's an example. RimWorld. RimWorld released. It was a game that people were happy with. It was a game with a huge modding community. It was a game that was rabid, that wanted more. Then you greenlight DLC. What Paradox does is they build a game and pre-plan 2 years of DLC. So it clouds your design capabilities because inevitably, when delays happen, rushes happen, stuff gets cut and portioned out, right? That's the problem. It's not that they have DLC. DLC is great. The problem is that they have DLC and they pre-plan for it. That sucks. I beg your pardon. Did you just bring me logs? Is that it? Wow. What's up, Shay? It is early afternoon. It's 1:30 here. All right, well, I guess I will permit them to bring the rest of these because I might as well get rid of them. Oh, well, morning. Yeah, but here's the difference between Sims 4, right? The base game of Sims 4 has, like... And I know this because I know people who've downloaded The Sims 4 for free when it's been on a free weekend and then never bought a DLC for it, including my little sister. That game has thousands of hours of stuff to do. Like, the base game for that game now is really good. It was shit when it launched, like, 10 years ago. But these days, there is a fuckload of content in the, like, base game of The Sims 4. Like, I don't like defending, like, EA games, but you guys make me do this. It is good. You don't really need the DLC for it. And there's also a pretty good modding community for it. And it's like, according to everybody that I've spoke with, it's like there's like 3 DLCs for The Sims that you actually need if you want to have like a complete experience. And it's like seasons, and then one of the vacations one, and then one of the house ones. And it's like a total of like $30 or something, if not cheaper. Like the base game for Sims, like making fun of The Sims for its DLC model is a bad example of this, because like Paradox starts with a kind of a shaky, crappity, rickety thing frequently, is what they frequently do, right? They release a product and it's a very rickety, about to fall apart at the seams, unfinished feeling product, right? And then they start strapping DLC to the edges of it to make it feel complete. The Sims 4 released as a crappy, rickety, unfinished feeling product, and then since then they've spent 10 years making it good, while also adding DLC. But the base game now is actually good. So, yeah, I don't know. The first entry for Sims 4 was pretty bad, Boom Boom. The reason it was pretty bad was, like, it didn't have pools. It didn't have any, like, a lot of things that were in the base games of previous games, but they've since added that stuff. But the original base game release of The Sims 4 was pretty dog shit. Oh no, I mean the first Sims was wildly popular. Yeah, I mean Maxis, which is 6 a.m. backwards, the studio that made like The Sims and SimCity and all that jazz. Yeah, those were some of the biggest games, at least on PC, on the planet. I don't know if how they compared to like Nintendo and whatnot, but Spore is just a classic example of overscope, right? Like Spore was never going to be what it promised to be. Like, that was never going to happen. Oh, never mind. They do actually have stuff to trade. I'm dumb. I just had logs typed into the search bar. You believe Tarn could make Spore? I mean, anybody, any developer with a large amount of talent could probably make Spore if they had infinite time and resources. But surprisingly enough, time and resources are rarely infinite, you know? Spore is fun to play a couple days a year just for laughs. Anybody remember Dark Spore? That's always the thing that came out of Spore that, like, makes me go, huh? What? Really? Dark Spore, hey? Well, I mean, I take that as a yes. Somebody remembers it. More than an hour of it? Wow. No Man's Sky is the new Spore? The new Spore is in, like, you think it's a failure? Or the new Spore is in, like, it kind of did the Spore thing? I don't know if... I think it would be much more possible to make a Spore now than it was. I would love to see, like... I think the only way that you could make Spore, and this is just me thinking out loud right now, because to me, the thing that killed Spore more than anything was actually, like, its DRM. At launch, I don't know how many of you guys remember that, but I remember hearing about the DRM, and even though people saying that that game had issues, people just not buying it because of the DRM to begin with. Like, you had 3 installs of it. If you bought the game on PC, you had 3 installs. Dark Spore was the Spore engine, but Diablo. It was like an action RPG where you played with Spore creatures. It was them trying to repurpose that code into another game. Yeah. So to me, it's like Spore had a lot bigger issues than just the like game itself. Like the game was underwhelming, but also there was people refusing, like boycotting the game because of its DRM. Now, after the whole Spore thing, the way that you would make a Spore now is you would have to do it similarly to the way like Satisfactory or like Dyson Sphere program is being made. You'd have to have a really solid base that's replayable, that's interesting. You'd have to like maybe do like the first 2 stages or something, like from Molecule up to like the very basic kind of RTS city builder eras of that game. And you'd have to launch it into early access, and it would have to like have like an obliteration success where it just like takes over the entire market. That would be the only way that you'd be able to make that game. Here's the thing, right? These happen all the time, mind, where people say, anybody remember insert video game here? I think that most of the people in the chat, if they don't remember playing it, probably are aware of it. So I think, does anybody remember this is a bit of a moot point. But I wish they could, that Black and White wasn't a abandoned IP. I wish that something could happen with Black and White, because Black and White is like abandonware. Okay, so this area here has been more or less fully drained. Let's go over here and we're going to dig this out. And I'm going to drop some water in here. And I'm also going to start dropping water right there so that we can drain this. Or not drain this, but actually maybe not right there. Let's go a little further up. Let's go up to right here. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to start dumping water into these to seal this off with obsidian. And then once it's sealed off with obsidian, the idea is that I can then disconnect this. So we can allow this sucker to fall. Never been a Peter Molyneux guy? I don't understand why Peter Molyneux gets all of the credit for his games being bad when lots of people worked on those games. Peter Molyneux is such an interesting fellow to look up, though. Like, do some research on like his career at some point if you haven't, because he is a bizarre guy career-wise. Like, he came from like selling beans to grocery stores. That is his like career path before video games. He was a bean salesman. Man sold beans, guys. Like baked beans in cans before he sold video games to people. It's like, I don't know. We love a good auteur? You mean we love to hate a good auteur? As I think we mostly love to hate. I'm gonna buy these books. All right, done. Back to it. Watch a Hulu doc on him at some point? I've seen several independent documentaries about him. I've never used Hulu in my life, though. Apparently, I lost another minecart. Well, that's unfortunate. Let's replace that. All right, so... Oh, wow. Actually need to open this. So that this can drain a little bit. Because this is... I didn't realize this would fill up, overfill like this, but... Here it is. Or rather, I didn't think about it. Yeah, I mean, that's just being a smart purchaser and video game enjoyer, is try and avoid the marketing, because the marketing just wants you to buy it. They don't want to be honest about what the game is. Hopefully we can get 4 squares of obsidian here in a minute. Although everybody's over here smoothing these floors. Let's check these. Connected. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Excellent. Oh, I'm not saying that people loved. I'm not just for clarity here. I'm not suggesting that I think that Spore would have been a runaway success if it wasn't for the DRM. I'm just saying the DRM certainly didn't help. Oh yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? The Patient Gamers subreddit exists for a reason, right? And before that, it was forums. I think that there is a very real reality of sometimes it's smarter to not play a thing on launch. Just wait. Had such a scope cut, it was disappointing. Well, like I said earlier, the only way that you could make a game like Spore is with unlimited time and unlimited budget, which doesn't exist. Certainly not back in that era. Basically, they would need, like, Star Citizen money. I'm mostly just disappointed with, like, what Will Wright has done since. Although it's nowhere near as funny as, like, what Peter Molyneux is doing. So it's just, like, peddling NFTs. There's a really good interview with Peter Molyneux where he literally is talking about, like, describing the concept of company towns and Scriff, or Scrip, or whatever, like, company town money was called. I think it was called Scrip. Anyway, quite literally explaining why company towns are great. So fucking funny to me. So fucking funny. It's like listening to a man unironically explain why company towns are good and we should adopt them and buy his NFTs are very funny to me. Doesn't matter how good of a salesman you think you are. I'm sorry, you're not that good of a salesman. Shit's too funny to me. Actually, I want this on the upper levels. Peter Molyneux? Did a debate with Vosh? What? I beg your pardon? Where did that come from? Ghostly Spear Dwarf has been laid to rest. No. Okay. I don't know who that is. I mean, I vaguely know who Vosh is, but I know that he's one of the annoying debate me bros. Oh yeah, I remember the fake little kid. It's kind of a wild tech demo, but that's about it. Nice animations on it. There's been jokes for years and memes for years circling around saying, so what room are they hiding Milo in? Also, Gila, thanks for the 5 YouTube memberships. Appreciate you. Oh, it's certainly a neat piece of history, but there's lots of neat pieces of history that we should never aim to replicate or like... There are plenty of portions of history that we shouldn't try to replicate or recreate, you know? And when somebody is arguing in favor of something that is unanimously hated, it's very funny. Gonna have to dip for the night? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I actually need more water here. Spirit Dwarf's been laid to rest. Excellent. So let's deconstruct this. Because there is water here now. So I'm hoping that deconstructing this will cause this to fill up enough. Okay, so that's done. I can also pop you back up. Was it really just completely fabricated? Oh, no, absolutely. Okay, come on, make me some obsidian. Make me some obsidian. Make me some obsidian. Make me some obsidian. Come on, game, you know you wanna. Oh, come on. Grr. Instead of the first 10 minutes of the game. I love that we're still complaining about Spore in the year 2024. Like, this is a thing that the video games industry at large will never outlive, is the existence of Spore. This is still like a hot button topic that people have open wounds over. I'll tell you this. I'm very happy I never played Spore. I didn't play Spore because of the DRM. I didn't want to play a game that I could only install 3 times. Because I had a habit of going over to friends' houses and then installing the game at their house and then playing at their house. So it was completely redundant for me to play Spore. And by the time that had been fixed, you know. Everybody's so weirdly obsessive with the Roman Empire these days. The internet is strange. Install 3 times? Oh, easily. Yeah. No, I would install and uninstall games regularly. I also had a really small hard drive, so that didn't help. Okay, so the way I'm actually going to do this is the super danger way. What am I doing with those mechanisms in lava? You know, nothing. Nothing, really. Just shenanigans. This is what I'm doing. Yeah, no, that's one of the issues with Spore. Like, oh boy. Why the fuck are we talking about Spore? Sorry. Bad game. Game was bad. People still sad. Next story, moving on. I'm not here to explain to you guys why Spore was bad. Do your own research on the topic of internet things. You liked it? Okay, I'm happy. Next question. New subject. Fucking, I don't know. Spore is a good game, though? Okay, fucking enjoy it. Awesome. Talk about anything else. Sure, trains. Trains are pretty cool. I grew up near trains. Trains are loud, and my mom hated them, but they make nice sounds and help me sleep. I like trains. They make me feel at home.
Insert new subject here.
Thank you. Christ. But Fight Attack, thanks for the 23 months. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack of subscriptions. You grew up near a train depot? Yep. I swear I'm not just fishing for hype trains, by the way. That's not what this is.
Gazoom 44 cheered.
Speaking of hype trains.
X100. Crypt Bongo.
You finally made a fort that you kind of like? Well, good for you. I call that a success. There we go. So now I can just deconstruct this nonsense. Krista, thank you very much for gifting out 4 subscriptions. Wow, that's your first time gifting subs? Holy shit. Jadbrowski, thanks for the 5-pack. Thank you. Booger Farmer, that's a name. You'll forever complain about Spore. I didn't care about Spore when it came out because of the DRM thing, and I haven't cared about it since, and never will care about it. So people can forever complain about Spore, and I will forever roll my eyes and complain about people complaining about Spore. Thank you for the birthday wishes, that is. And Fida, thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. Do I know a game called Xanima? I own it. Played 45 minutes of it like a couple years ago and went, this seems like it would be a great game for streaming, and then promptly forgot it existed and never streamed it. Just kind of just the story of my life in a lot of ways. The Percussive Giant, thanks for the 2nd month. Welcome back. And thank you. I should play it again. It's pretty cool. I should play a lot of things again because a lot of things are pretty cool. Yeah.
FYDATECH cheered. X500. Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
She doesn't like reading your name. I detect.
Happy birthday.
No. I mean, it was never announced that I would be streaming Roller Coaster Tycoon on my birthday. I streamed Roller Coaster Tycoon for my partner anniversary and my stream anniversary last year. That was 2 streams of Roller Coaster Tycoon you guys got last year. On my birthday, I play games that I want to play. I don't care about what you guys want. It's my birthday, damn it. Then what about Portal? What about Portal? It's not Christmas. Is it the 25th of December? I don't think it is. I also didn't do it last year because I was sick. So, you know, wasn't feeling great. So I took the day off. But at the end of the day, the thing that you need to remember is Traditions are bullshit and don't matter.
Rally is cheered.
And I don't really care
X500.
about what you
Hype
think I need
for
to
no
do every
reason
year
other
for
than hype.
Gladius? I think you mean Gladys. You're missing an O in Gladys's name. Because she's an OS. Gladius is a apparently good. It was crappy when I played it. Warhammer game. That isn't much of a 4X, even though it's a 4X. It's more just an X, because it's just extermination. Okay. Sure. Well, unfortunately, I haven't fully completed my wizard training yet and don't yet have mind control powers. I'll let you know when I do, though. Because mind control powers will allow me to read your mind as well. And then also control your mind so that instead of you making me play a game I don't want to play, I make you think that you want me to play a game I do want to play. I'm curious, has anybody made, like, a fork of Linux or something that's actually called Glad OS that just has as much spyware as possible? It's like the opposite of a safe OS. It would also have to be full of annoying AI shit, though. I mean, that's not the right name, so no, that's not what I asked about, Nagrim. That's also not the right name, so it's also not what I asked about, Christeth. I don't care if people have done that specific thing before. I want it to be called a specific thing, too. I'm being annoyingly specific. Devilon, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Bringing the hype train up to level 4. Remember, chat, don't do anything you can't afford. Please don't bankrupt yourself for a stupid streamer. All right, well, let's set these squaddies to train. And then this squad all has ammo. And it's going to go stand here. And I am going to go use the toilet. And then we are going to start digging. All right. I think one thing that you guys do need to remember, for those of you who've been around the stream for a very long time, specifically when it comes to Roller Coaster Tycoon, is that where I got my start on Twitch? Absolutely. Yes, that is the first game that I had some success with. Do I still love it because of Twitch? Not as much as I did when I had that success. Like, I stopped playing that game because I stopped enjoying the process of playing it. So you need to realize that there's a lot of burnout when it comes to Roller Coaster Tycoon and me. So the reason I don't play it so often, and I'm kind of reluctant to play it, is because I don't really enjoy playing it. Which sucks. And I'll do it occasionally, but it's not something that I go out of my way to do because I genuinely do not enjoy it.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Anyway, thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Remember, Roller Coaster Tycoon exists, and if you want to play it and enjoy it, I'm sure that you can get some enjoyment out of it on your own time. And it'll be more enjoyment than I would get, because I am still burnt out on that game. To this day. And I don't really want to play a ton of it because I don't want to hate it. I'm okay with being burnt out and just not wanting to play it. That's fine. I don't want to hate a game that I love. So don't make me hate a game that I love. If you want to enjoy that game, go play it. Okay, so now I
Happy
need to go into here.
International Blindy RL Day.
National Blindy RL Day. I mean, I don't think that's true. Like, at all. Period. Like, I'm pretty sure that that is, like, objectively false, actually. So I'm not entirely certain I can support this false information. But thank you very much, Merlin Buff, for the birthday wishes. And the 18th month. Pretty sure I am not an international holiday, though. Like, I have an inflated ego and a massive sense of self-worth because of my job, but I don't think it's that big. I think that might be a slight exaggeration. Slight being the important keyword there. I mean, that sounds more important than me celebrating me. Significantly less selfish, too. All right, so. Do I know the game Astronauts? I own the game Astronauts. When I first tried to play it, it had a PDF file included in it with instructions on how to play, and I went, you know what? Nah, I don't feel like doing this right now, and I never installed it. I like World Bicycle Day. Let's go with that. Bikes are good. Speaking of bikes, or more accurately trains, thank you very much for the hype train chat and the total of 23 subscriptions and 1,100 bits. Fun fact, I last streamed on, what, Friday, right? That is more subscriptions than I got on Friday, total. So thank you. In that one train. You guys are very kind. All right, let's do this. Time to let some demons in. Apparently we starved a donkey to death. I do not like Kenshi. The person who just asked that. Mostly, I'm tired of explaining why I don't care about Kenshi, so I'm not going to. All right, Dwarf is going to go deep.
Fucking donkey!
Did not know that was a thing that could happen. Mm-hmm. I ever played Caesar 3? Nope. Didn't play 2 or 1 either. I played Pharaoh, though. You were in Fear? I've played Fear like 3 or 4 times now. Do I know Star Sector? Do you know when to stop asking questions? Because you're just naming every single niche game that my community enjoys. No shit, I know Star Sector. I remember when it was called Starfarer, actually, and then they had to rename it because there's a board game called Star Sector. And I also own Star Sector. But I bought it when it was called Starfarer, so on my receipt it says Starfarer. Star Sector is niche? Okay, but what do? I cater to a niche video game audience. So these are the most popular niche games within the audience that I cater to. But also, Star Sector is a game that has sold hundreds of thousands of copies. Combat in those games was terrible. Benchmark. Oopsies. Waiting for these ads to finish. This Brave Dwarf. Yep. Moma's curly goal. Cole. Probably will be okay. I mean, it's not like they're about to be right next to a demon. Soon to be dead? I don't know. Maybe. It's possible. Not guaranteed, though. I wish that airlines would send me less emails. Also, this is always funny. When somebody sends me an email marketing a video game that's not out yet, saying that it's inspired by another video game that is out, that I don't like. It's like, Dawn of Man inspired City Builder. It's like, that game was terrible. Why would you do that? I don't really have any plans to do anything right now, Percussive Giant, to be honest with you. It's kind of going by feel right now. But I will stream Caves of Cut again. I'm just not sure when. I'll stream it when I want to stream it. People seem to think that I have these plans, because maybe some streamers do. I wake up in the morning and I go, yeah, I'm going to do this today. We're going to do this. Yeah, or sometimes I'll think about it like 2 or 3 days in advance. All right, Dwarf, you have one job when this is done. Run. Just want to go here, pause game. I thought the game was paused, but that's okay. All right, so this is the Ruthless Funeral. As you can see, it killed 7 of my dwarves. The Ruthless Funeral is a great honey eater with external ribs, a pair of long antennae. It squirms and fidgets. Its back feathers. What? Its black feathers are downy. Beware its noxious secretions. And Dwarf is running. Right here is a red spirit. A red spirit is basically a Balrog. It's a humanoid composed of flames. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. So while that is beginning, I'm going to move up a few layers to here, and I'm going to set you to prepare to fire. And you to prepare to fire. We're then going to jump back down to over here and watch them horribly burn all of my poor honey badgers to death. While Dorfus over here runs Oasis. Specialist in killing frame rate. Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of that in the next little bit. Mostly due to the smoke, but fortunately it shouldn't last too long. Because the smoke disperses pretty quickly. For me, I really hope what happens when Caves of Cud comes out is that a large portion of people just play through the story, so I can actually do what I enjoy doing in Caves of Cud, which is playing through the story. I'm always not frustrated, because it's to be expected, but it's a very difficult game to stream because it has the CRPG problem. If you've never played a game with the CRPG problem, which is essentially people will watch until they've seen to the point of the story that they don't know, and then they will tune out out of fear of spoilers. And Caves of Cud is one of those games where, let's be honest with yourselves, people. You're never going to finish it. So just watch the goddamn stream. So the only way I can play that game, yeah, but you're one person, right? How many people here have finished every single quest in Caves of Cud? Press 1. And if you haven't, press 2. But congrats, Sala. You've officially seen more content in that game than me, because I didn't finish my last playthrough, because literally 90% of my chat stopped watching. Okay, so there's just one of these left, being mashed into the wall. My distraction was effective.
Bring out your dead!
Well, that's inconvenient. You have to do that right now? I mean, it's okay. We can deal with you. At least they're very convenient with their placing. Now I need to go back over here. Thank you, Metalhead Unleashed. No, my frame rate is, completely unrelated to them. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry that you have bad taste in video games, Queeno. Maybe one day you'll perfect your palate and get better taste. But clearly that isn't today, so that's fine. It's okay. I've got bad taste in video games too. We all make mistakes. I mean, here, we'll fix the frame rate for you guys, so I don't get too many more comments about frame rate. Extinguish all smoke here, and just like that, frame rate should come back once the calculations are finished. And then they do that, which does the same thing again. It's fine though. Okay, so we've got this flying red spirit, who's the one I need to pay attention to. Thanks to me, you can make soap. Well, I'm happy that you can make soap. Okay, so Dwarf is still running. I'm curious. Nope, they're not on fire yet, but they will be soon. Because I need to try and lock this door. So I think this might actually be all of the ones that were in that lower layer. Nope, there's one more. Let's see, what else is coming up? I think that might be everything. That might be everything. So once this bottom eyeless devil, which is a very large mite, it has lacy wings and it squirms and fidgets. Its burnt sienna exoskeleton is waxy. Beware its noxious secretions. Once that sucker is out, we should have the ability. This dwarf needs to get out of here. And move my Mark's dwarves up to here. So here, you've just been hit by a bolt, I think. Yep. Bronze bolt hits the white haunt, breaking away the tissue. This is the one that we need to get hit, though. You are going to fire your ballista. Bolts are flying. I can see them. Yep, see? Here they come. They are going to breathe fire on this dwarf through this wall, I think. That or the lava is starting. Let's see. Ah, yes. So the enemy siege is going to be a non-issue in a minute. Right now, it currently is still kind of an issue. But this is going to become a non-issue because all of this lava is going to spread and turn all of these humans into, well, charcoal. Sounds like you have some deeper computer issues that you need to sort out. If your GPU got destroyed because of your power supply exploding, and now Kenshi thinking you have two GPUs. I think you have some software and driver issues that you need to sort out. That doesn't seem like Kenshi's fault. That seems like a bigger problem. Anyway, that missed, which is kind of unfortunate, but I'm gonna fire a second one. Maybe this one will hit. Nope. Although maybe it'll hit you. Nope. Okay, well, that's also disappointing. We'll see you later, Dulkin. I need to close that lava spout. Yeah, this enemy siege, though, is a human faction that has humans, elves, dwarves, all in the same. It's a very balanced faction. I mean, we'll just let that thing do its thing. Come down to here. Okay. So you didn't get hit by anything. So what I would like to do is pull this lever. Chat room, I need you guys to give me a round of beers for good luck. Specifically for my soldiers that are about to go to war and have to fight with a bunch of demons, probably. At the very least, a few demons. Unless we're able to get them locked in there, in which case then it's a slightly longer term, but Right now, I think my frame rate needs it. Chat might actually be right about the enemies sieging my frame rate. Okay, well, we got that sorted. Although I will take a portion of the blame myself here. A portion of it. Maybe not all of it, but a portion of it I will take credit for. Oh, geez. This thing getting hit? The demon is actually shouting, "This is my fight too. There is no need to feel vengeful," while being hit by a bronze bolt. Metalhead, thanks for the 3 subscriptions. Appreciate you, dude. Okay, well, those aren't loaded. That didn't get shut. All right, so it's up to the military now. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to segment some of them out, but suppose not. Uh-oh. Did you not pull the lever? Okay, so it's pulled now. So that should... Okay. So we've got a white haunt, which is a towering humanoid composed of snow. Shouldn't be a problem. We've got a towering humanoid composed of flame. Could be a problem. And a large eyeless mite. That one shouldn't be too bad. This one will be bad. And now we wait. 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 This is the problem that I'm very worried about. This. Okay, so Yushira the Spearmaster. In fact, the Red Spirit just took a hit from or didn't just take a hit, but actually did take a hit from a Bronze Bolt. Fireball flies out. Did you block that? This is my fight too. Dodges out of the way, actually. Maybe somebody else blocked it. Red Spirit jumps out of the way. Okay, so you, Blunatic, was the one who blocked the fire. Or, yeah, blocked the fire. So they need to get a lucky hit onto that fire creature, this guy. So this guy just fell, the White Haunt. Who got it, I wonder? Wasn't Stinthad. Was it you? Nope. Was it you? Kashmir attacks the White Haunt, but it jumps away. It wasn't Kashmir. Wasn't you. Was it you, Toasted? Slashes it in the head with her bronze short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Yeah, this thing only needs to be hit like once or twice. So let's wait. The problem is going to be once they're all in here. Another fireball blew out. It got blocked, I think. Yep. It's attacking the doors, but they're jumping away. The Spearmaster stabs it in the right wing with an adamantine spear, breaking the tissue. They only need to hit it in the body. Well, I mean, actually, the frame rate's moving okay right now, moving frame by frame. Sometimes even moving frame by frame takes a while, but we're not in that situation right now, which is good. Okay, the dwarves are just blocking all of his fire, which is kind of crazy. Like, instantly. There's also a bunch of snow on the ground, which came from the snow thing. The Red Spirit attacks the Mace Lord, but the shot was blocked. The dwarves dancing in between the creature made of flame, and fire goes out, and Yushirir the Spearmaster is set alight, which is a bloody shame. Rest in peace to one of my greatest spearmasters. I was really hoping we'd block this out. Because this smoke is going to make this fight impossible to actually win. But here's hoping we can get my Marks dwarves up here. I did tell them to come up here, I think. Did in fact tell them to station over here. So they have to go down, along, here, and then up, and then up. They have a bit of a ways to go. I should have tried to get them up here quicker, but part of it is I didn't think about it, and the other part of it is that I was hoping that the gate would shut, which it didn't. I'm going to send this squad around here. To go try and get out of this area and go block that. This dwarf isn't dead yet, but is stunned. Is currently getting punched, actually. But it's not able to do any damage to him, even though the dwarf is on fire. Man, if only the dwarves could stop, drop, and roll. That would be an incredible superpower for the dwarves. As for the enemy siege, well... apparently the siege is still happening. I'm not sure where, but apparently it is. Should probably lock the front door, actually, now that I think about it. I don't think the enemy siege will be going for much longer. Jumping down to my military. Also, I'm just realizing that because this captain of the guard isn't actually in the fight, none of the war dogs are. So, we're waiting for the war dogs to get into the fight, shall we say? We've got a dwarf that's still on fire. It appears to just be the one dwarf who's still on fire. Down on the lower levels, we have a Napalm Sideburns is about to work his way up and starts firing bolts at the creature, who's made of flame. This particular bolt is made of bronze. The bolt flies directly at the creature and misses by a wide margin. Down here, we have a dwarf who's fighting with an eyeless devil. The eyeless devil is bleeding, and the dwarf is dying as well. Although they may be dying, it could certainly be going worse, as in there may be multiple dwarves dead already. That would be very much the definition of worse. We're now going to wait a few more turns and see if we can see another bolt fly out. The dwarves are dodging around the fire as effectively as they can, and I'm going to cheat. Extinguish all, because I want to give this dwarf a chance to not die, because I like that dwarf too much. Up here, there is this dwarf who's now dead. Yushirir has passed. Down here on the lower layer, we have Minkot, who's also having a bad afternoon. We need more bolts to fly. Come on, dwarves, hit it with bolts. Hit it with bolts. Hit it with bolts. Come on. How many bolts do you have in your quiver left? Hopefully more than... Okay, 21. That's not too bad. On the lower layers, we've got Jesse XV, who's on his way up. Down here, we have this eyeless devil, who most recently took a shot from a bronze shield, which actually bruised it. Up here, we have this black monster, which is massive, by the way. The champion actually slapped it in the right floating ribs with a steel short sword, fracturing it, so it's got fractured ribs. This is probably the scariest thing next to this guy. This guy just needs a direct hit with a bolt, and it's dead. Okay, bolt. Oh, man, he jumped out of the way. The dwarves, we'll let them move at full speed. The creature is dodging. Did the other one die? Okay, so the probably Kumil or somebody has killed the other creature down there. Nope, it wasn't Kumil, but somebody killed the other demon down on the lower level. On that side, more flames are flying out. Dwarves are blocking it. What seems like pretty effectively. Bolts are flying. We just need one to land. The large creatures down here has just knocked Mini Big Boss's limb off, and Mini Big Boss is no longer with us. Rest in peace, Dwarf. The Axe Dwarf hacks at the black monster in the head with a bronze shield, fracturing the skull. I think that this monster is going to fall pretty soon, hopefully. More flames fly out, and Catan the Mole catches fire a second time. God damn. I want you to live. I want you to live. Dwarf. I want you to live. That's all I wanted. I just want you to live. Catan the Mole is on fire, burning. Canker Grease, the demon, having killed Yushirir, is Well, you know, continuing to fight, and also way too good at dodging. Who let you train dodging in hell? Blunatic is over here fighting with Kumil alongside of trying to beat this giant bird to death. More bolts and arrows. I'm actually just going to jump up to where the enemy siege is and just go, where are they? Okay, so they're all right there. I think I'm going to tell them to turn this back on. Pull this lever again. And on top of pulling that lever again, I'm also going to move up, and I'm going to move up, and I'm going to go all the way up to here, and I'm going to grab this lever, and I'm going to lock it in case they do decide to attack. Because that would be very awkward if my fortress fell because a like military squad or an enemy army made it into the fort without me able to do anything. My favorite military dwarf currently who's alive, Catan the Mole, I think just lost a tooth. Yep, just lost a tooth. And is bleeding to death and burning to death. Rest in peace, Dwarf. You were one of my favorites. Please distract this creature until it dies. There's a shoe on fire. The dwarves are continuing to fire bolts. We got Manom, another one of my militia captains, arriving soon. A bolt struck it in the leg, which broke away part of the tissue. You just need to hit it in the body. You just need to hit it in the body. Militia captain bashes it in the upper body with her adamantine spear. Wait, hold on a second. Catan the Mole is no longer on fire? How? Did you get caught in, like... Did you get knocked backwards so quickly it put the fire out? They activated their trap card. And then right here, we've also got this dwarf, who hopefully will get a hit in. Nope, he just jumps backwards. I mean, I would too. We've got dwarves. Okay, so this is what's happening. See this? Boiling magma? Which is terrifying. I'm pretty sure that's actually, like the liquids, like their wine or something. Or, wait, hold on a second. Chat, what the fuck is boiling magma? Isn't boiling magma just magma? Magma can't evaporate. What? I'm actually really confused now. What is that? Jesse XV is now on fire. Napalm has gotten several shots in, but it's just dodged them all. The fire goes out again. From this boiling magma. I'm very confused as to where this steam is coming from. The boiling magma, so to speak. And Catan the Mole's back on fire again. Catan the Mole has fallen. Jesse's on fire. I would just like to say goodbye, Catan the Mole. You were one of my favorite dwarves in this fort. The military is continuing to fight with the creature. It's all the smoke. That's all it is. Meanwhile, down here, it appears that Doran has fallen. Kumil has fallen. Blunatic has fallen. And the black monster has bested my military. Bolts are continuing to fly. And somebody hit it. Was it Sergeant Donut? Flying bolt strikes the red spirit in the upper body, breaking away the rest of the tissue. Somebody did it, chat. Sergeant Donut is an absolute hero. Without Sergeant Donut, I don't think we would have ever survived. Okay. The game continues. We've got this creature that's bleeding heavily. I'm going to tell every single one of my melee squads and the ranged squad, let's go kill this thing. They all run around the corner. And this creature is very strong. The militia captain slashes at it, bruising the fat and bruising the bone. The reason this thing is so strong is because of how large it is. What we need to do is we need to get it on the ground and don't let it up. The war dog attacks the black monster, but he rolls away. The militia captain bashes the black monster in the lower leg with a Brava Zislat bruising the muscle. The militia captain bashes the black monster in the upper body with Ravas Duslat, bruising the muscle and bruising the heart, and it scrambles away. More of the dwarves come running around the corner. Hopefully we don't lose any more to this thing. The bits and pieces of it, I think, just flew off. Did it lose something? Okay, so no, those are dwarven legs. Never mind, but fortunately there's been no new death that I'm aware of, that I've noticed in the last few seconds. Although a swords dwarf was just found dead named Tosid, so maybe that was, yep. Maybe not. Okay, maybe that was unrelated. The black monster bites the militia captain in the head, but the attack was deflected by an adamantine helm. Oh boy! Thankfully, you have big hat. Whew! Uh-oh. Jesse XV was found dead. Also, Zephon the Mace Lord was found dead anyway. It doesnn't matter. The black monster just, I see. Bites the war dog. Oh, wait, no, that's it. Oh, see, I see. So bit him. The bite didn't do any damage, but shook him around, and that caused his skull to collapse. The dwarves continue to fight with the creature, and it is bested. It appears the wrestler stabs the black monster in the lower body with an adamantine spear, tearing the muscle. Did you get it? Nope, you didn't get it, doggy. How about you? You didn't get it? How about you? Swordmaster slashes the black monster in the left foot with a bronze short sword, tearing the muscle. Did you get it? Nope. You got the Spectre of Salt. This dwarf got it. Nish got it. Wrestler stabs the black monster in the head with an adamantine spear, chipping the skull and tearing the brain. That was messy. Yep. I mean, this whole hell is just combinations of these types of demons. All right, well, speaking of messy, you're getting a Swords Master. We'll bring in some additions. And just make sure every squad has a leader, if nothing else. Errol, we're bringing you back in. You were retired from the military due to injuries, but turns out we need you. Okay, so this thing I want to butcher. We're going to try and butcher it real quick. Once it's butchered, we then bring in a new squad and do this again. Or not a new squad, but Siege is still there. That's kind of funny, actually. Although we are pushing more lava out, so it's only a matter of time before the Siege ceases to be there. I'm kind of amazed that the enemy Siege hasn't broken yet, but we did close the door, so... Yeah, see? We're burning more of them now. It's taking a little bit. See, there's one. There's one. I'm sure it'll break soon. The thing that has me concerned is now I've got a bunch more bodies I need to deal with, which is like, oof. No, the mole did not survive. The dwarves that I, air quotes, really liked didn't make it. I'm a little sad, but life goes on, and so do dwarfs. I gave that dwarf another chance, but... Mini Big Boss. Mincot. AD. Lunatic. This one, Cat and the Mole. It's just a dwarf that did a lot of pretty incredible combat feats in the fort. One-shotting a forgotten beast, stuff like that. Also was the first dwarf to kill a demon in the fort. That was in my military. They shall be remembered as brave warriors. Oh, damn right. Yeah, no, absolutely. We also lost Zephon, who was one of my best mace dwarves. Also a damn shame. But yeah, that was a pretty brutal fight. This would be a fun fort to visit in adventure mode. I mean, to a degree, yeah. The next person to type something in the Twitch chat underneath Little Big Boss's message right there apparently gets a dwarf, I think. Insulina Sama, which would be the third dwarf you've had. I'm gonna actually take a rule of leadership here and just state that I'm gonna give it to somebody who hasn't had a dwarf in this fort. No, man, have you had a dwarf in this fort? I know that Gazoom's had 2 and actively still has 1, I think. Yes. No, man hasn't had one in this fort. All right. No, man, what kind of dwarf would you like? You would have needed to type something in sooner, unfortunately, Tight. One in the tavern. What, like one that's currently in the tavern, or do you want a tavern keeper? Currently drinking. The sad thing, or the hard thing, is most of them, yeah, the 2 that are drinking are both named currently. And none of these are members of the fort. These are all visitors. I could give you Bomrek the Scholar, who's pondering lever, but they're not technically in the tavern. You've never had one? Someone should nominate Wade Master. Tier 2s, you guys exist. Help us out here. You're reading Legends last night and you read a story of a Hydra who got killed by a cat? I wonder how that happened. Thanks, Kazoom. Chat room, does Wade Master get a dwarf? They've never had a dwarf before and they've been around the stream for years. At least not in this fort. Anyway, I'm giving this to, Nullman. Nullman. So, chat, do they get a dwarf? Yes or no? Is gripped by crippling shyness, is very polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. And she can be very single-minded, can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, tends to think before acting, tries to keep her things orderly, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is often feels discouraged, is quick to anger, can handle stress, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. All right, so question. Wade Master, beard or no beard? And chat room, what kind of dwarf do I give to Wade Master? Personally sees competition as reasonably important. Values a harmonious existence, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and likes aluminum, white jade, giant nautilus leather, alligator snapping turtle bone, gems, leggings, backpacks, bleak creatures for their macabre ways, and the words of the fuchsia satin and the sound of the ivory diamond and the sight of the umber skirt, and when possible prefers to consume giant coyote, clownfish, and river spirits, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Her amethyst eyes are wide set. She has a prominent chin, and her somewhat splayed out ears are extraordinarily broad. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her lips are thin. Her eyelashes are short. Her pink skin is wrinkled. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her hair is charcoal with flecks of gray. And she's bonded with the dragon, apparently, and is a member of the South Creed, and is apparently a competent siege operator. Welcome to the fort. Bearded warrior. Well, chat gets to decide what your job is, but you get to pick if you have a beard or not. Also, once again, would like to remind everybody, warriors with beards are the hottest, most in-demand commodity in this entire goddamn fortress. Which I genuinely find hilarious. Okay, so I'll get to this eventually. My dad just sent me a text saying that the bike is ready to pick up, and he goes, "I'm gonna leave and go to the bank now and then come get you." I'm like, "Dad, I'm still working." like I know that's great, but can we leave at 4:30? Okay. So, in here we still have what? This thing, which isn't moving. I mean, warriors are getting praise in this. Here's the thing: I could give you a completely unrelated job, Wade Master, and then put you into the military, right? So if you want to be a dwarf with a beard in the military, we can do that. We can make that happen. I do have a bearded woodcutter available though, right here. That's the first one I see. So that's what we're gonna go with. Wade Master game. I'll check you in the military. Don't worry. But your career path is woodcutter. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Excellent. Perhaps a bit foolhardily, often sad and dejected. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is curious and eager to learn. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He does not often feel lustful, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He tries to do things correctly each time, is stubborn, generally acts with an air focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive, really respects commerce and those that engage in trade, and doesn't really value merrymaking. My dad's responded. All right. Oh, here's hoping my dad responds, because otherwise he's just going to randomly show up at my house and be like, "I'm not ready to go yet." Anyway, so this is your dwarf. And I'm going to check you in the military. Okay, so, wonder how enemies are doing. Hopefully burning. It appears that they are. I always love the ones that end up in trees, with like fire underneath them. Or the ones that end up in the water. I am amazed that this siege hasn't broken yet. Absolutely amazed. Also about Wade, you don't have any friends. You're a member of the competitive order, which is a religion, and you are off to go get your military garb, which does of course require you stripping all of your clothes off and running around naked. It's the hazing ritual of joining. Okay, so this is getting constructed. I'm basically just waiting for these bodies to get cleaned up. That's all that we're really waiting on, is just these bodies to get removed. And then we're gonna see if I can butcher an animal. Oh man, I was hoping that would be butcherable. Oh well. Is what it is. All of these dogs are faint and injured. It's a shame. Something has collapsed on the surface. Well, that's probably a sign that the siege is failing, right? Right? Where are these invaders? They're all in trees. Or at least a bunch of them are. They're trying to leave, at least. Also got a ghost, apparently. Let's just jump down to here. UTDAR is how you spell that. Okay. Do those. What happened? What do you mean what happened? The lava on the surface? I shot lava at the baddies and now they're dead. And if you're talking about this, we are finishing the fort. We are finishing the fight. We are going to hell. We are reclaiming the base of the orb. So we can drop it. And hopefully build a structure in hell tonight. That is what we are doing. All right, well, most of these bodies are getting thrown. We're just waiting on these dwarf corpses to be out of here. Stuff's still collapsing on the surface. Set you to train 2. Update equipment on everybody if possible. Bunch of dwarves are getting new gear. But wait, that would make it hard to keep all the blood and stuff inside, though. Why would you want your dwarves skinned? I don't understand. Like, genuinely. I'm sure there's, like, some sarcasm humor there that I'm missing, but... Why isn't that demon breaking down the bridge? Because raised bridges are indestructible except for dragons. Only dragons can destroy raised bridges. The dead ones aren't using their blood anymore. Well, that would go against Dwarven ethics. I recommend you type in !ethics to the in the chat and then look at the Dwarven civilization ethics and what dwarves are willing to and not willing to do. This is a you problem. You don't understand the ethics and needs and desires and intricate traditions of dwarves and what they do with their dead. That would be defacing a dead body of the same like order, and that would be, I'm pretty sure that's like capital punishment, isn't it? It's pretty close to that. Making a trophy from a corpse of another sapient race, making a corpse of the same race. Yeah, it's appalling, which is a massive crime. So you're asking me to commit crimes against my faction. I think this almost calls for a demotion of your militia commander. But we'll call this a mistake, an honest one, and I will give you a chance. And so we can stop hearing that. Extinguish all, please. Stop the burning on the surface so I don't need to hear the collapsing constantly. Okay. I love that the siege is still going somehow. I'm just going to deny their parlay. How many invaders are still on the map, I wonder? 2. 1, even. It was in a tree. Okay, well, I guess that siege is almost over. Or I could have just shut off the sound. No, because that sound is important for other things, and I would rather just, like, disable the function entirely. And it's easier to just put the fires out than it is to go digging through all of the files to find, or not the files, through all of the settings to find the one setting that lets you disable that. It's just faster. Okay, so I tell the dwarves to move forward. We've got this thing. This is an eyeless devil. Once again, the eyeless devils are, well, this one actually killed a dwarf. This particular eyeless devil is quite injured. And they're very large eyeless mites. They have lacy wings, and they squirm and fidget. Their burnt sienna exoskeleton is waxy. Beware the noxious secretions. The dwarves run directly towards it. I'm going to turn the camera off, and the combat log is as follows. The spear dwarf stabs the eyeless devil in the left leg with an adamantine spear, tearing the muscle. The ligament has been torn. The adamantine spear has been lodged in the wound. The eyeless devil misses, and then the spear dwarf stabs the eyeless devil in the with the adamantine spear, chipping it. More dwarves move up to it. Oldon here, who was stabbing it, is now injured. Actually, it basically got his shoulder ripped and his shoulder crushed. However, still was able to strike the devil in the third leg, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. So even though our dwarf here is having some pretty rough times, is still fighting, and in fact is now on top of the creature and continuing to fight, is at this point smacking him with his shield, and then striking the Eyeless Devil in the 5th leg with a copper shield, and then scratching the Eyeless Devil in the left 4th foot, and the creature falls. This is, of course, our opportunity for the dwarves to move forward. Now, this area is all still in the burrow, which is okay. So if any dwarves can't walk and refuse to, then they don't need to. We are going to tell the dwarves to move up to here. This is our next opponent, which is another Eyeless Devil. This one isn't named, hasn't killed anything, and has some bolts stuck in it. Most recently, it hasn't had any combat recently, but it is moving towards us. The dwarves are booking it towards the creature to begin fighting it. Am I bringing the... No, I am not bringing the... let's bring the Marks dwarves down to here so that they can begin firing through these blockades here. The dwarves are coming around the corner, and the first dwarf that finds it is Ficod, who immediately dies. Right behind Ficod is the creature, who's now named Red Ugly. Okay, it's red and ugly, I guess. The spear dwarf stabs the Eyeless Devil in the 3rd leg with an adamantine spear, and the dwarves are doing much better the 2nd attempt. Rest in peace to the dwarf who fell, and the invasion of the dwarves into hell continues. We must press forward, dwarves, or how else are we ever going to be successful if we don't press forward? So now I'm going to press forward down into here. Probably zoom out a little bit. We're a bit too zoomed in. So the dwarves then move up. Can somebody please... Well, actually, yeah, the sword command is completely disabled currently, but could somebody use a sound command for our friend here? Tubal the dwarf was found dead. We lost 2 more dwarves in that final chunk of fighting. I think this might be all of them that are in this area. Let's just double check. I'm pretty sure that is correct, yes. So we have killed all of the demons that currently have access to us in the fort. So this means we can prep the ball to drop, which is exciting. So this means I can set the soldiers back to training, with the exception of you. To the gibberish sound, what, the kobold sound? Flubberdugberdagdagus, that one? I'm always amazed that that hasn't been modded into the game yet. Because it's a public soundbite from one of my YouTube videos. In fact, there's another variant of it too. Okay, so now that we're done with that, and we have fought through the remaining demons in that area, we now have to push further down. So let's do this. Ficod T and Tobul I we will engrave. And we're now going to go down into here. Actually, I can open this. Speed this whole process up pretty considerably. So this will actually open up all these bridges and allow us to move through. Although it may also drop a bunch of dwarves pretty far, pretty suddenly. So here's hoping they don't all fall. Actually, I'm going to do a thing real quick, just for our own safety. Like, dwarves, use this route, please. Like, maybe don't fall. Falling bad. I'm going to be, yeah. So the bridges are now open, so all the way down here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a support here. I'm going to replace them with supports. That's what I'm going to do. Currently, is there anything actually holding the ball up? This is. That can be deconstructed. Nope. Nope. And nope. So nothing is holding the ball up right now. So all I need to do is connect these to a lever, and then pull a lever. What I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to do a hard save and continue playing right here. So if any of you guys want to do this yourselves, you can. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to push, well, once all of these are replaced with things and have levers connected to them, once all of these are connected and ready to go, I am going to do a hard save. Once I've done a hard save, we're going to push down and dig into hell. So also, down here, as you can see, there's lava right there, which is kind of inconvenient, but I am going to begin digging around this. I'm also going to dig multiple ways through here. The reason I'm digging multiple ways through here is because if there's only one way in and out, they may and or may not all get stuck and cause frame rate death, or the demons may. All right, so now that I've queued that up, I need to check this. Typical. All right, the dwarves begin. So we're going to be finishing up the rest of this down here. You are going to be connected to right here. You are going to be connected to that, and you are going to be connected to that. Then we need to do this side. Are we dropping the fire orb? Yeah. What else are we going to do with it? And hopefully dropping it will also kill all of the demons inside of it. But I'm crossing my fingers there. I'm actually not sure if it will. But the hope is that it'll be like a lots of demons, one ball situation. Or it'll release them. Yeah, we're gambling with our lives. But because they're made of fire, I'm pretty convinced it'll probably kill them. You must have missed you've missed a bunch of the live streams. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, today is the planned final day of this fort. We've hit that point where this fort's been going long enough that people in YouTube comments have started asking, when am I starting a new fort? So, and I personally have really enjoyed this fort, so I want it to have a fitting end. I'm always okay with moving on to the next fort, but I want the one that I'm finishing up with to be satisfying, and we are getting there pretty rapidly. It's been a while since I've gone this far into trying to have a very, very, very satisfying fort. Yeah, we need this fort to make a big splash. Speaking of big splashes, this fort has 174 written objects. Most of these are, if not all of these, are just copies of books. We have so many copies of the same books. But, you know, we're also making pretty high value copies of the same books. This is a book written by Kublak, which is actually one of my scholars. I think. I'm wondering. Maybe not. Although apparently you have old clothing. Do you? Oh, you got crappy shoes. We'll make cloth shoes. We'll do 150 cloth shoes. New dwarves have written like 3 books over like 10 years. You need to be in a young world for them to really do that. Providinia. Yes, it is in fact my birthday. Thank you. And I'm actually kind of excited because I get a pretty cool, well, it's going to be expensive, but I get to go spend a lot of money on a gift for me, sort of, because there's a bike that me and my dad have paid quite a lot of money to get repaired, which just got finished today after a whole bunch of weird, annoying issues over the past bit, which has been very annoying to deal with, honestly, but... Chat, would you guys judge me if I full heal these dogs? Because, like, I just feel so bad. Constantly. You ask yourself every day, logic, fact, or fiction? Question I ask myself every day. I just had to reword it. I mean, fair enough, yeah. It's Poppers. Thanks for the $10, Kazoom.
Gazoom44 cheered. X1000. Happy birthday.
Okay, well, I'm going to heal the puppers then. Because I feel bad. For the poor puppers. Especially because, like, they're all hanging around the injured one. It's like, oh. Although I wonder, actually. May also be because their master died and they're hanging out where he died. I'm gonna assign them to a new master now. Only one of them was injured. Your OCD triggers when you see an NPC with low health. Oh boy, you must hate this game then. Jeez. That's not even OCD. That's like some completionist syndrome. Okay. Okay, so now that I've done all that, let's go up to here. Let's grab this lever. Go down to here. Link lever to you. Link lever to you. Link lever to you. Link lever to you. Now I just need these 4 over here, and then I need to link those as well. I haven't watched a hockey game since like 2010. But it would be nice for a Canadian team to win. I don't actually care that much, though. It's not a sport that I follow, really. Same reason I don't watch the Premier League, you know? It's not a sport I follow. But I will be happy if a Canadian team wins. For everybody who, you know, wants that. You don't want McDavid to win? I don't even know who that is. True story. No idea who that is. It sounds like a made-up name. Bobby McDavid. Person stuff. You'd like to see the Oilers bring it home? Yeah, sure. I don't know. For me, honestly, there was a period of my life where I really liked hockey.
Hidden from the Sun 1 cheered. X400.
I'm pretty sure humans make up all names, yeah. Thank you very much for the $4, by the way. Hidden from the Sun. Appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. For me, I really liked hockey at one point. I really did. Like, I watched a lot. I had a friend named Daniel, and me and Daniel watched a shit ton of hockey. It's good times, actually. Like, I had a good time with that. However, the reason it also sort of cured me from watching hockey is there was a point where in 2011 where Vancouver almost won the Stanley Cup and went to Game 7 against the Bruins, and then I watched in person my city fall apart as moronic sports fans raided all the local stores, and I was like, sports are really fucking dumb. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched a hockey game since. And it's my most noted, like, favorite thing about Formula 1. It doesn't matter who wins the race, cities don't fall over. Like, there's no riots after a race. It's just a big festival and party. And I kind of have stopped liking team sports ever since. I'm always very happy when, like, on behalf of other people, when teams win things. But, like, for me personally, I can't do it. Can't do it anymore. Fandom's ruined so many things. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're in an ad break, but I'm just going to let this dwarf finish linking this up. But thanks for the bits, guys. It means a lot. I'm pretty sure today's been better than all of last month. Let's actually double check that before I get that wrong. Okay, no, never mind. There was one day last month that was better. It was the first day that I was back after I was sick. But not by a lot. So thank you very much, chat, for starting June off strong. And for also helping us get back to, you know, over 1,000 subscribers. We've been below 1,000 for a good couple weeks now. We're in Chicago when the Cubs won the World Series. It was fucking anarchy. Yeah, I don't know. And like, I've seen videos on the internet since that have like made me less interested in sports. Same sort of thing. Like there was a video of like downtown Philadelphia when they won or lost something a couple of years ago. I don't even know what it was. And there was a guy in the back of an SUV just like shooting fireworks at people. It's like, yeah, I don't want to associate with these people. And like, if I were to be honest, I would say that I'm a bit of a bandwagon fan. Like if a Canadian team, like in this case the Oilers, or if the Canucks are winning something, I'll pay attention, but I won't really be heartbroken if I lose. Do you fear the day Montreal loses in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup? Yep. I don't blame you. The city will be gone. It's just a crater. But yeah, I don't know. That's one thing about Australian rules football is you've never had idiot fans trying to tear cities apart. Can you give me like a 2-sentence idiot's explanation of what Australian rules football is? Same with Edmonton. True, yeah, Edmonton might be gone in a couple of weeks. So like maybe don't get it. Edmonton is the right, although, you know, I'm going to be really mean to Edmonton for a second. If Edmonton loses in Game 7, it'll just be Edmonton, but slightly more graffitied. Nobody will notice the difference after the riots. I mean, like, Australian football it's just rugby, right? It's like American football. Actually, there is a team sport I could get into. I could get into Canadian football. And by that, I mean, like, the CFL. With, like, the BC Lions and stuff. Because there's so few teams, and you can go from last to first in, like, 3 games. And, like, everybody's just kind of having fun. And, like, I don't know of any riots that have happened because of them. Actually, I could get into curling. I could watch curling. I like watching curling. I don't think any riots have ever happened because of curling. It's awesome when they have the money to do stuff. I believe that. Curling is one of my favorite pub sports to watch. Like if it's on and I happen to be at the pub, it's a fun sport to watch because you don't need to know anything about it. It's like, did they get the thing closer to the thing than the other thing? If so, then yay! Oh. I've got a child making an artifact, a Grim artifact, and they obviously want me to butcher some animals, but the first thing they grabbed is a dead hamster. Lacrosse? Well, lacrosse is hard to watch, though, because nobody broadcasts it. I need to butcher some animals for this kid. Llama's a bee. He's also, like, murdered several people. That kid is a killer. Don't be fooled. I'm pretty sure that depends on the region. And also which lacrosse you're trying to watch, but I also have no interest in watching lacrosse, for clarity's sake here. In case I'm giving you the wrong idea. Mr. Squeakers. Squeakins! Okay, actually, I can get rid of this. You can just walk directly in. It's fine. I don't know what that is, right? Well, I'm assuming it's a league, but I'm not familiar with that league at all. You mean you do love that more sports are going to eventually bankrupt themselves because there's very little money in streaming unless you're an individual actor and not a big company? Just like esports did. I don't even know what MLS is. Mega lacking stupidity. Got it. Nailed it. Oh, you like that streamers go off topic. I thought you were saying that your sports broadcast goes off topic. I'm like, that doesn't seem good. Although, what streams actually have a topic? Major League Soccer. Oh, okay. Got it. Also, Apple TV means I will literally never watch it ever. I actually would say that that's a worse direction for them to go. I like what Formula 1 is doing, which is Formula 1, essentially. You can absolutely, watch it on TV or something if you're silly. Or if you're a normal person, you just give them like $10 a month and then you can watch it. It's great. Already seeing Ferraris and Lambos rolling in? I mean, it's the week of. The Moneybags McGee's have already arrived, so. Young people aren't going to pay a cable subscription to watch a single team in one sport. Nobody's going to pay a cable subscription to watch a single team in one sport. I don't know. I am like, I know that this is an unpopular opinion. I'm pretty certain that team sports, like in leagues, the way that we have them right now, aren't going to exist in 50 years. Oh, it's all good, Ryder. I do sometimes like have to like confirm what you're saying. It's less spelling. Like your spelling can be horrible, but it's grammar that fucks me up. Like run-on sentences and stuff. Screw me up pretty bad. What do you need? You need certain things. Leave me, I need certain things. Well, I mean, I need metal bars. I need... What else? Rough gems. I do have rough gems, don't I? Maybe I don't. Yeah, I think I'm actually just out of gems. I think that's what Kid needs. All right, well. We'll just do this. I think part of the problem is the kid here is stuck in a kid's burrow. Nope. Okay, well then it is just gems that I need. Go find some gems in a wall and click the mine button. Dralik, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. You have a Bermuda Triangle for car crashes on your road. At least once a year, a car ends up crashing into one of your neighbor's houses. There was a car that crashed into the house that's across the street from where my parents live. Or, like, because they're on, like, a T-bone cross like this. And then there's a house there that's a rental. And in the last year, 4 different vehicles have crashed into it. It was, like, 2 motorcycles, one of which, like, the guy almost died. And then a car. It's kind of crazy, actually. Okay, kiddo's going to go get that artifact. Or not artifact, but going to go get that gem for their artifact. You still need to be hooked up. You still need to be hooked up. You're done. You're done. You're not. Are they still doing the thing? That's the question. Yes, they are. Sweet. So let's do this and this. So all I need to do now is dig through those. Another Forgotten Beast has come. So just confirming, where do you connect to? So you go all the way down there. Just making sure that there's no alternative ways into the fort right now. Okay, so all that's sealed off. So basically, you can dig into this area now. Can go seal this off. Not that. Let's just seal this off. Because I need them to be certain that nothing can get in. Because, yeah, this leads up to the fort, right? Yeah. Okay, so this needs to go away. We're going to dig through those. And then this, digging through here, will allow everything from the caverns in, which is not optimal. So what I think instead I'm going to do is actually go down one layer and dig in sideways this way. The upside is the rent is dirt cheap. What, around the Bermuda Triangle that you have locally to you? One of my favorite things about the Bermuda Triangle is people who live in Bermuda have never heard of it, generally, or have only ever heard of it from tourists. It's like it's just a non-thing for people who live in Bermuda. It's like every person I've ever encountered who's from Bermuda is like, yeah, it's just a non-thing. What's up, Ratmos? Thank you much, dude. I'm just very amused by that. Okay, so Deep Sea Fishing 2 is throwing a tantrum. Got a bunch of crimes. So that goes off that way. You go up here. We'll also just seal that off for the sake of it. Tantrum time seems that way. While we have solved the moods a lot, they ain't perfect yet. So I'm going to do something, I think. I am going to release a dragon. Well, not release a dragon, but I'm going to let a dragon into here. Put a pen pasture here. So I don't want to put both of them, but I do want to put one of them. And actually, what was that? I just saw something weird. Oh, okay. I was just seeing the blinking text there of who owns them. Okay, so before we do that, I'm just going to leave the game paused for a second. I'm going to run over here and we're going to place a bunch of these slabs because I have a lot of them now, it turns out. Holy shit. I really do have a lot of them. I finish getting these dwarves memorialized before we have bigger problems. Also, I don't really blame that kid for making a grim artifact because that kid, his parents did kind of die very early on in the fort while the kid was very young. So I even though he was tantruming earlier, I can't even like expel him because his parents are dead. It's kind of like a supervillain starting arc story. Or just like, you know, Batman. Batman's almost a villain in a weird way. I know he's like a vigilante, but like, come on. All right, so with all that aside, and the Batman slander, check these lower levels. And let's follow the dragon. There we go. Bone Dolphin got the Durgan. I'm Bat Dwarf. Exactly. Badman? Oh, true. Yeah. This checks out. And also, thank you very much to everybody who's tuned in today, you know? Good to have all of you. So what we're going to have to do, now that we've got the Or once we've got all of the things hooked up to this lever, which I think has all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so they got one more they need to do. It's this one, I think? Yeah. So it's that one that needs to be hooked up. So there's one that hasn't been hooked up. Got one more to do. Once all that is done, we can then close the bridges up here on this level, lock the dragon in, forbid everything down on the lower levels, tell a dwarf to go dig through that bottom chunk, and then wait. Hope I get cake. I haven't had any cake yet, but my mom says that she's got me cake. I'm going to go visit my parents after this. Well, first me and my dad are going to go pick up a bicycle. Then I'm going to go visit my parents. So I'm sure we'll have some sort of cake. I'm not a big birthday person. I generally like just, for years would just stream and then go to work and work overnight on my birthday and like actually do nothing on my birthday anyway. I haven't been much of a birthday celebrator for a very long time. So it's actually a little weird to actually do things on my birthday. If I'm being honest, it's a little weird to do things on my birthday. So we're going to let this dragon in to go fight it because it's not a dragon that's interested in breeding, which is very annoying. So, thus we needed to go do something a little bit more useful for us. Catch up on some personal projects and such? Or is that what you like to do on? Usually just take the day off? Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I generally, well, for years I just worked nights. So for years what I would do is I would stream during the day, then go work overnight, and it's like, well, then my birthday's just gone. Like, who cares? Yeah, I don't know what this kid wants. Do I have tanned hides? Yep, tons of them. So I have no idea. If that kid dies, I'm not gonna be upset or anything. What? Oh, fire. Okay. Shit's burning up here. I mean, if that kid dies, I won't be upset or anything because they're a multi-time criminal. So if they manage to make their artifact, then good for them. If they don't, I'm not going to be too upset. You ready for us to invade Hell, though? Chong Li wins? Chong Li wins! I don't actually know what the Street Fighter announcer sounds like. Who is Victoria and why doesn't she why does she get a day? Royalty and British. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. Ah, okay. You know, fun fact, I've never actually seen Bloodsport in its entirety, but I'm pretty sure I've seen Bloodsport in its entirety from seeing bits and pieces of Bloodsport over the years. But I'm pretty certain I've never seen that movie just, like, I've never sat down and just watched Bloodsport. An armorer has been missing for a week? Huh. Okay. Seems awkward. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Well, okay, I can't do this, but I can do one of these, and then I can do this. Canada is massive parts of colonizers, right? So a mess of parts of colonizers. Canada was colonized by a bunch of different European places, and the population's origins, in a lot of cases, are the bizarre amalgamation of different portions of those colonizers' populations. All right, so chat room, it's open again. We now have a way into hell again. And hell has a way up and out to us. So now I just need to wait for this dwarf to get through this doorway right here. And then I need to lock it. And then I'm going to go here and delete this. Let's see what this dragon can do. Hopefully something. Dragon first turns around and goes, eh. Shit. Hell, it's about time. Here comes the first one. First one is Grave Death, the Salt Spectre, who killed 2 different forgotten beasts. The dragon jumps upon it and actually claws the Salt Spectre in the right hand, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. The dragon is now bleeding and seriously injured because the Salt Spectre was able to gore the dragon, but the dragon was able to kill it. Now we can heal the dragon, or the dragon can have less chance of survival. Can no longer stand. Oh. So it's now a dragon doing the worm. Good luck, dragon. Dragon does the worm. Chat room, can I get a big round of Vile Force of Darkness for this very lucky dragon who gets to experience hell? Truly experience hell. I'm just going to go down here and unforbid these so that they can get up and down. And then the dragon like turns around and is like, nah, you know what, actually? I'm not here for this. Come on, dragon. So I mean, I could try to Armox hammer it again. Just kind of hoping something comes up or dragon goes down. This thing seems to be floating up and down periodically. Oh. Dragon, you're supposed to go down the stairs, not up the stairs. Dragon, come on. Get him. Okay, how about I do this? I'm gonna go down to here, make a pen pasture, and assign the dragon to it. Can that make you go down? You're a very well-trained dragon, right? Right? Dragon, please. Ah, excellent. This red spirit, who is a creature made of flame, like the one that we fought earlier, comes around the corner, and the dragon is immune to fire. The dragon claws... the dragon is no longer enraged, so the fighting hasn't actually begun yet. A few turns pass by, and the dragon missed the red spirit... Well, the dragon is caught in a burst of boiling magma, and the red spirit misses the dragon. Dodge. They're continuing to fight. Dragon appears to have killed it. Pretty handedly, actually. Clawed at the red spirit in the upper body, breaking away the tissue. Okay, so I'm going to try something really dumb. See this? This is a pit pond. I'm going to assign this dragon to the pit pond. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to unlock this door. And I'm going to be like, well, see, most of these dwarves don't have access to this. Trying to throw the dragon into here. As the dragon turns around and tries to leave. Also, really need to close these. Sooner rather than later. Okay, well, let's hope that the big old derpy Durgan comes back down at some point. Oof. Big sucker standing right there, you know? Good time. This is terrifying. Although, actually, I think I'm going to throw the dragon in this side. Not this side. Because I want it to land right... Oop! 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 It's happening. Hey, yeah, about that. All right, so at least we do know that they're aware that we're here. Dragon! Yes, that. I feel that very much. You know what? I should just put both the dragons here, shouldn't I? I should give them a fair shot. I think that's what we need to do. I think that's what we need to do. We need to give these two dragons a fair shot. They are building destroyers, but they're not the highest level of building destroyers. Or rather, not all demons get that tag because they're randomly generated, but they're also not the highest level of demon destroyers usually. Okay, so these guys are going where? Oh. So they're flapping up to here. Okay, so something I'm going to do right now is I'm going to do that hard save I was talking about. Save and continue playing. Invade hell. So if you guys would like this... If you guys want this save after the fact, check my Discord, because it's going to pop up in there. And also, YouTube, thanks for all of the birthday wishes. Appreciate you guys. It'll be in there after stream. I've had Necromancer abominations knock down doors before, so you just assume that demons could do the same. Those are also randomly generated, right? In adventure mode right now, sieging a goblin fortress with elves from the released nut. Awesome. Awesome. That's fantastic.
Isn't that interesting?
Okay, so first dragon been caught. This is the big one, the old one. Big old boy. Once they're both down there, we will close the drawbridges. And then let them in. Might be very pent up. And we have, well, I have about 40 minutes of time left before my dad's coming to get me. So we have 40 minutes to do as much progress into hell as we can, and then we drop the ball and call the fort. And retire it. This fort's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. To me, the ball represents hell, and dropping it represents victory. It's way cooler than New Year's. Let me tell you. Way cooler. I love how it's just like, save, then the ad break kicks in at the worst time, and now it's saving it. At least this one will be done by the time the save's done. What do you think, chat? How much damage do you think these dragons are going to be able to do? I think these dragons are going to be able to get through the demon line, because the demon line is mostly those fire-breathing creatures, which don't seem to do that much damage to them. At least, not off the bat. So, here's hoping they're able to do some damage. At least a chunk of damage. Think they'll do quite well? Yeah, same. At least one damages. Go pet dragon. Let's go, go, go dragons. We've got 2 that we're bringing down. I like how my tavern keeper is just like toppling shit. Deep sea fishing, can you stop? Can you go to prison or something? I've also got a baron who isn't a permanent resident committing crimes. I always love that when people who are not part of your fort commit crimes. When they go to prison, they're like, oh, pretty chains. Chains is so pretty, eh? If they get another salt demon, they're toast. Dragon. Okay, so this seems bad. I'm just going to ask you politely why you're stuck. Oh, that's good. Got random fights happening over here. Where's my other dragon? I swear, if you're setting my dwarves on fire, dragon, I'm gonna have to give you a talking to. Okay, all of this can get unforbidden right here. I also have a ghost I need to memorialize. Spoilers. A lot of them, turns out. Probably more. Okay, but seriously, what is up with that dwarf? I think I'm gonna do this. Let's change that dragon's training. Does anybody know why this dwarf is stuck? Let's this dwarf somewhere. Let's teleport you from here to there. No. Nope. There you go. What? Why you stand right there? You know what? Dwarf, you're stupid is making my brain hurt, so I'm just gonna expel you. And dragon. So now I've got a different dwarf going to go train you. Well, at least you're moving. You had dwarves stuck trying to train across Z levels? Oh, that's odd. Now we get a slow-moving dwarf who's probably got, who's got no ability to stand, who's just like hobbling after the dragon on a crutch, just trying to catch up to it. It's like, and it's just like running off to where it trains, which is sad because this dragon just really wants to lay its egg, but. I feel bad for this poor dragon. Maybe that's why they're stuck? Something to do with like this? I don't know. Something to do with the nest box, maybe? There are a pair of siege humans still stuck up in the trees. Probably. There is no invaders left on the map. I don't know why the siege is still running. Or at least no invaders that were part of that siege still on the map anyway. So my queen almost died, apparently. Got into a fight with the tavern keeper. This dwarf. Deep sea fishing. Fire is hot, not cool. Sheesh. What's the name of that Stinthad who's a ghost right now? M. I think I have made enough slabs. Don't think I need any more slabs. Let's stop making slabs. Assuming I'm still making slabs. Never mind. We've finished making slabs. I don't need to make more slabs. Make ash is what we're going to do next. We're going to make 50, so I can make 50 soap. Stop making bronze bolts. Stop making green glass goblets and grates. Let's cool down the jobs a little bit here. Okay, so you're still stuck there. Yeah, I do not know what is up with this. This is a very odd bug. So I need you to cancel your job. But I don't think training an animal is a cancelable job. Yeah, I don't think I can. So I don't know what to do with this, chat. I'm a bit at a loss here. Yeet. I'm just gonna let this dragon live. I don't know. It's taking too long and I'm getting annoyed with it. Besides, it is way younger and way smaller than the other one. All right. So that's less effective in combat. Hobo, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Let's lock this door. Lock this door. And unlock these doors. Glassmaker's been found dead. Lovely. I mean, I could just teleport the dragon down here. If you guys want me to teleport that dragon down here, I'll do that. But I don't think I need to do that. Although if you guys want me to do that, tell me to do that like right now. Doing pretty good. Hype for the weekend. Yes, same. It has to be overwhelming. It can't be one person saying do it. It has to be like all of chat saying do it. All right. I guess we're teleporting the dragon. All right, let's get rid of this. We have this. It begins, chat. The first demon is this eyeless devil. This eyeless devil is a very large eyeless mite. It has lacy wings and it squirms and fidgets. Right here, I'm actually just going to remove all of this burrow and all of this burrow all the way down. And then I'm going to drop down a layer to here. All right, sweet. I'm going to unlock these doors. I'm going to leave those doors locked for right now. The exact moment. And then I'm going to go down to here. I'm going to grab this and pull this lever. Hope that doesn't squish anybody. And the fighting can begin. This is the eyeless devil. This is my dragon. The eyeless devil is faint. am being clawed at by the dragon. The devil says I've been wounded. This is very annoying. The dragon is stunned and bleeding, and winded and unconscious and bleeding. And the other one is not assisting. What a monster. The dragon then turns around and kills the final devil.
Lanix 7 cheered. X100.
And now
I
we
am
wait.
off to get my day officially started. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Blind, and that your birthday festivities go well too.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Means a lot. Really does. Okay, well, since I'm teleporting things... I'm just going to teleport you right here. Make my life a little easier. And now we wait. I mean, chat voted Eurus. Sorry, you guys have to say no. If you don't want a thing to happen, you gotta say no. Chat wanted it, so thus it gets it. I love how Dragon just wants to say, fuck this shit, I'm out. It's very funny to me. Can you... There we go. So this is a slush banshee. This is a creature made of snow. And this here is another eyeless devil. The dragon is currently fighting and vomiting. The slush demo or devil comes over. The dragon fights with it. There is dragon blood everywhere. And the final dragon falls, which means it is time for us to open the gates. And you can already see the next round. Here they come. Here they come. All aboard the clown car. Wait, what? Am I going crazy or did they all just turn around? Guys, you can walk directly into the fort right now if you want. Quite literally. Directly into the fort. But, no? Okay. Why not, though? I'm not gonna lie, that was a horrible waste of the dragons, but this is what happens when you let chat make decisions sometimes, you know? Horrible waste of 2 dragons. Well, the one was a waste of a dragon, but the young one, I should have let it try to lay its eggs. Oh, hey, a ghost just murdered somebody. Lovely. Tosid. The ghost. Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to begin moving up the military. The world will no longer be pestered by the dragons. Oh, it's probably good for the world, but I'm kind of sad, but it's fine. Oh, shit. Here comes a slush banshee. And there's a kid here for some reason. I'm also going to remove this whole area from the burrow because I thought I'd already done that, but I guess I re-added it at some point. Let's just zoom out real quick. All the way down to here. Yeah, then that's fine. All right, here comes the next demon. We donated them to a good cause of the dwarves winning the fight. Really hoping that the Marks dwarves will get a few shots off. Nope, okay. Mind, the glassmaker's been found dead, was killed almost immediately by the Slush Banshee, who's now named Sneaknod. The dwarves come around the corner. 2 more dwarves fall almost immediately, specifically, or maybe it's just 1. No, two dwarves fell. We lost Dusim and Nish. Remainders of the dwarves show up, and I think it just got shot by a bolt. I'm pretty sure Sergeant Donut just got another one. Did you? Yes. Sergeant Donut has a 3rd kill to Sergeant Donut's name. Congratulations to the Sergeant Donut. Don't ever let anybody say that you're as silly as your name. We're going to continue moving forward. So I'm going to try something else real quick here. I'm going to go over to here. I'm going to do this. Nope, nothing has been done yet. As the dwarves continue to move forward. Let's follow Rakust, who's up front. So on this day, we are the Vile Force of Darkness. Moving forward. Come on, dwarves. That's very dangerous. Like, this very tall stairway that all they need is something to spook them so they lose balance and then suddenly they're in lava. Not a very safe setup by me, but hey. I'm really wondering, where is all the fire demons? I'm actually gonna station the dwarves back here briefly so that they can catch up. For these very enthusiastic dwarfs. There was all these red spirits that kept showing up and then vanishing. Oh, there they are. Found them. They are in the caves, it seems. Dwarves are still coming down. I'm gonna stare at the combat logs. Hey, chat, I'm just gonna do this officially. Can I get a round of beers for good luck? I'm gonna go click the post beers thing. Do it. Please and thank you. Let's get a wall of them. So since we've moved up, I should, and this is very cautiously optimistic here, be able to add this back into the burrow. Turn the burrow on properly again. Go into here and do that. There's even beers in the YouTube chat. As the dwarves continue to move forward. Also just double checking this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sweet. Just waiting on the remaining dwarves. Or some more of them. All right, that seems to be a decent little squad, I say. Thank you, Subway Sandwich. I have an important question, though. Which way is Subway? It's when you give $4.99 to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. I mean, I'm definitely not biased in saying that. Okay, so the dwarves are now going to move forward. Here they come. Shoutouts to Stormwolf, who's mostly by himself over here. Where are you guys going? Is it like unreachable or some nonsense? Oh wow, it is. Okay, because they can go over here, they can go down those stairs, they can go down these stairs, they can go down these stairs. They can go down those stairs. Okay, so there's none beneath that. That's probably partially the problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of these melee dwarves right here and tell them to go stand right there instead. Okay, now you're going in the right direction. Oop. And the demons are coming up. I don't know what you're doing down here, but you should leave. There's a Ghost of Ash as well as a Black Monster. Once again, the Black Monster is a giant bird, and the Ghost of Ash is made of ashes. It is a very large humanoid, though. It appears that there's already some ichor on the ground, a small pile of ash specifically. But because of my mistake, I may have sent Stormwolf in to die. Stormwolf is fighting by themselves, and Deucin the Swords Dwarf is in midair, who just fell down a bunch of layers into the caves, and is now fighting with their crutch against another Ghost of Ash, and has dropped their steel short sword, and is trying to reclaim their short sword, but probably, okay, is no longer with us. Rest in peace, Dwarf. Stormwolf has also fallen. So now we wait as our remaining dwarves, including Sergeant Donut, come into the fray to begin fighting. I may have to, dig a new staircase down. So we'll just let them sit here. Station up here. Send the civilians as meat shields. Ruck, you know, after this stream's over, I'm going to be putting the save file up on this thing called Discord. It's this app that we use. If you would like to do that with the save file, you're more than welcome to. I'm not going to do that, though. El Rey has been killed by this Demon of Ash. And there's some fire down here in the basement. I'm not entirely sure what just happened. I think, Sergeant Donut is now in hell and has fallen to his death. Fortunately, I'm sure that that is a pretty good notifier to the demons that we've come home. Maybe they'll come up. Maybe they won't. Dwarf can hope. Let's move them down to here. Literally diving into hell. Right here is Zan the Mace Dwarf. Zan the Mace Dwarf dueled and then didn't make it. Kashmir is fighting, actually has bashed the Black Monster in the right wing with his mace, fracturing the bone. Is continuing to fight. We've got this Black Monster who is bleeding heavily, who actually received a stab from an adamantine spear from the layer above, because Moldath, this granite body of worship, is delving down, directly down, and probably about to hell dive as well. We're going to follow this dwarf, who's still falling, is in midair, is still falling and is in midair, is still falling and is in midair, and this is bad news for this dwarf. They land on the ground, and, oh, wow. Landed it. We have a soldier in hell, my friend, and there's a bunch of balls of fire flying towards it. Oh, what do I watch? Do I watch what's down there or what's going on up here? I want to watch both. Oh, no. Both fights are too good, chat. Down here we have this very, very injured creature. Moldath is doing... Sorry, I'm going to give this dwarf a second chance. Moldath dodges out of the way. Kashmir Goat has also fallen down. Kashmir's on fire as well. Moldath is dodging around, is now bleeding very heavily. And the fire demons are now invading us, I presume. My dwarven soldiers, Cybrek included, are fighting with the creatures. Dwarf Fortress has picture-in-picture tech. We just don't have access to it. Gonna bring the extra soldiers down. It's these bloody balls of crazies, I think, that are the actual problem. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put all of this area into the burrow. What I'm gonna start doing is I'm gonna tell some miners to get over here. Start digging us some stairs, please. And also rescue this dwarf, if we can. Still have some squads in there, still have dwarves in there. These squads are getting a little sparse, but hey. This thing is pretty heavily injured. I don't think this thing can fly. Yeah, it can't. So we actually have to let it down. Oops, nope, wrong tool. That's what I wanted. Actually, this one we could just do as a channel down. Let's channel that down. Sweet. That would be kind of neat. I feel like it would be really slow, though. Just call me Crow. So now we wait. I kind of really would like all of those fire-breathing dudes to come flying out of here so that I can just drop a literal rock on them. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. So this is Monam, who decided to go be super brave and actually has jumped down and drop-kicked the black monster in the left wing with her left foot, bruising the muscle. She's fighting by herself with it. Bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Blood and viscera. This dwarf is actually wielding an adamantine spear and iron shield, and they have a bright metal helm. So they probably have the best helm in this entire fort. The militia captain stabs the black monster in the body with the adamantine spear, tearing the lung. This is for FireOrb. This is certainly for FireOrb, and actually has killed the monster. The monster is dead, which means we actually may be able to dig deeper. We may be able to dig deeper. Meanwhile, a woodcutter has risen from the grave and is now haunting the fort, along with every other dwarf who's died, probably. This is I cut IB. Yes. And got recover wounded's happening. You're coming to dig the staircase. Let's jump down to you. No, you. Who is now stuck in an unreachable area. Let's also try and channel out that, because there should be... oh, actually, no, maybe not channel out. Just try and dig this down. There should be stairs right here. One down, millions to go. Oh, for sure. But here's the thing. We absolutely have a chance. We absolutely have a chance now. We've made it into the first room. Come on, dwarves. We've also actually grouped up now. which is a large part of it, I'd say. I thought I just saw a bolt fly out. The time I built the tavern in hell, we're trying to replicate that. Kashmir? Oh, Kashmir's been missing for a week. I was like, what? Oh yeah, you fell into hell, didn't you? I'll say, look, it's a ghost. Spooky! And this area down here should be part of the burrow. You know, actually, we're locked inside. I'm just going to turn this burrow off. Come get it, dwarves. Come get it. So now we wait. The next time chat's interested and I feel like reading Legends, I don't have plans to not do it again. It's just not something I really do frequently. Okay, so now we've got another black monster flying up and out. The black monsters, of course, are the giant birds. These are quite threatening creatures. This one begins fighting, although it's actually doing quite a bit of damage to my military off the bat. Bits of it, I think, nope, that's one of my dwarves. I was gonna say bits of it just flew off. Nope, not bits of it. Nothing just flew off of it. My dwarf that just killed one of them actually got slammed against a wall and almost died and took some pretty hefty damage. The creature is still continuing to bleed, is starting to bleed now finally because we're managing to slash it with our copper short swords and of course kick it with their right foot. And then another dwarf goes flying and ends up getting stunned. And Manom is back into the fight, who's becoming probably my new hero of this fight. But it appears that Locum was found dead after that fight, but we did prevail against another one of these monsters. Waiting for more dwarves. I'm down here to begin working on these lower levels. I'm going to note how desperate I am currently. And I'm going to assign anybody who's seen a weapon before to the military. And I would also like to note that the queen is in fact still alive. All is not lost just yet. I just want to be able to command these squads again. You go grab weapons, dwarves. Go grab weapons. I'm not sure why Elfie Bean is like sitting there mostly naked, but she is. Demons are just like any other wild animal. There is a finite quantity of them, but they can reproduce, meaning they wander in from the edge of the map, but that initial wave is not infinite. So, you know how like lions or bears will wander across your map in groups of like 5 to 10? Demons are exactly the same. Also, chat room, let's get some excitement. We're literally building a staircase into hell right now. Could I get a, like, I don't know, some hype or something? Not mandatory, but it'd be nice.
Woo!
Yay! Something like that, exactly. Chat gets it.
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
Is it really? Wow. It's crazy, man. The other thing I could do, start building this quietly. Which, is this side locked? No, it's not. Let's see. Let's start working on that side. Also, something I need to check is where does this hallway connect to again, and is there any seals for it? Yes, those are. Okay, sweet. Okay, so I'm going to move these soldiers down. And then what we're going to do is we are going to start building down. Keep on expecting this thing to climb in, but this is the demon that damn near ended the fort, the Slate Gray Brute. This thing, that's kind of cool to see. Good to know he's still around. Or horrible. One of the two. We're waiting on construction of this. And then this over here, we're also waiting on construction, although that one's inactive. Would help if I unpause the game, eh? So a bolt just flew out, I think. Pretty sure I just saw a bolt fly by.
Happy birthday.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Not that many dwarves in here, though, which is a wee bit concerning. Back these dwarves back up here. Lazy Man, thanks for the full year. Holy shit, dude. It's a goddamn long time. What's going on? We're ending the fort. That's what's going on. So many of them right there. What are most of the dwarves doing right now? A lot of storing items in stockpiles. A lot of bits of and pieces of things. You know what? Let's just do this. Body parts. Let's just forbid all of the body parts. So that there's less things that dwarves have to do. And also I'm gonna go here, go find these slab jobs and just get rid of those. Because we've made enough slabs. Indiridius is standing right here by the edge. Thing is, I really want them to go build this, but they don't seem to be particularly interested in it. I'm also like kind of perplexed because there was like this big crowd of demons that came in and out a couple times and have like just given up. Like they've just stopped, which is very odd. Okay, dwarves are taking a break, which is understandable. Yeah, not getting constructed. All right then. Well, we'll do this way then. Okay, now that's getting done. I don't know why maybe they just can't construct on such a low level? I don't actually know. Weird. I also can't blame these demons for not wanting to, you know, dig into or build into hell. Seems like a poor decision to make, honestly. Also a ghost right there. Let's see if I can memorialize some of these. Pause the game briefly. I don't really need my military to all have a panic attack, but... Okay, so instead of this, because this clearly ain't working, I'm actually going to go right here, right next to it, where there's already a hole in the ground. Try building that instead. Let's try from the layer above, maybe? My door's getting knocked on. Hold on.
Happy birthday.
Grr. Sorry, today's not my day. Everybody's just insisting on having my presence constantly, and I can't have this. I can't. Thanks, White Pony One. The 26th month. Yeah, I have no idea what's up with this. What's up with this side? Like, top side's working, but here isn't. Maybe they just can't push through. I'm sure there's some, like, weird pathing rules there. So this is getting constructed. That's being waited on. This is being constructed. That's being waited on. Okay, so now we wait. The other thing I can do is around this and dig through that. Wait, no, that's not the right tool. This is the right tool. Okay. Also trying to get rid of these ghosts. But thank you, White Pony One. Means a lot. And thanks for the 26 months. Got one ghost that we've dealt with. I have a bunch more in a moment. Drop down here, actually, and rebuild this because I did this the wrong way. And we'll use whatever materials are around whenever they get down here. You ain't afraid of no ghost? Well, I am afraid of plenty of ghosts. Got another one dealt with. How about when they reach into your stomach, Metalhead, and then grab you by your intestines and rip your intestines out? How about then? Would you be afraid of them then? Because I would be, personally. So what I think I'm going to do, chat, is we're going to go about finishing this, but I don't have time anymore. My dad's outside. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do like a final stand right here and then drop the ball. We'll just do it that way because I needed another 30 minutes, but everybody is insisting on, I hate my birthday. This is just a blanket statement. I wish it wasn't such a big deal. Every person in my entire extended family needs to speak with me. I want to chill. Anyway, but all that being said, we're just going to finish this up. That's what we're going to do. Thank you, everybody, for making today fun, though. Although I'm a little worried right now that with all these dwarves standing right here, they're not actually going to be able to dig this. So let's see if I can move them up a layer. So the attention gets split, which is nice. Yeah, that's fair. Just go hide in the woods out of cell phone service. Well, there you go. Anonymous has gifted a sub to happy birthday. That's funny. I'm seeing bolts flying. Or falling? That or I'm imagining things. That's done. So this side is sealed off. Got a dwarf who's mining into this. Mine's down one. Then probably just runs away in fear. Well, I mean, the construction just got canceled, so how's over on this side doing? I don't know. I don't know why they're incapable of pathing down here, building this. Okay, let's try this. Like, did I break the pathing into here at some point? I don't think so. Yeah, there's upstairs and downstairs on every level. I don't know. To the timelines and just hope? I mean, I suppose. I also do not understand why this siege hasn't ended. Because I actually can't retire the fort right now. A demon came up briefly. It was a black monster. I think it's already dead. Spear Dwarf stabs the black monster in the head with an adamantine spear, but 2 more dwarves have fallen. How do you... Actually, hold on. It's probably fix stuck units, right? Or, retrieve, maybe? What's the DF hack command to, like, end a siege? Is there one? Because I don't know what the command is, if so. Oh, never mind. That fixed it. Retrieving stuck units fixed it. And jobs. Let's also uncorrupt jobs, maybe. Fix/corrupted jobs. Maybe that'll fix these. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do this, chat. We're just going to do this. We're just going to do this. Move the soldiers up a few layers. And we're going to let these dwarves seal this off. If they can. If they can get this here and these here, then it's sealed in. The demons are locked out. And then we can drop the ball. Trash Mac, thank you very much for the raid. Greatly appreciated. We're just finalizing this fortress. And the rest will be left to the annals of history. I'm still trying to figure out where that cloud of red spirit demons went, but I don't actually know, to be honest. Right here, this needs flooring placed, and I will go along the top of the back here with walls, and that'll sort this out. This stuff can just be canceled because it's not going to work. Some migrants have arrived for some silly reason. Okay, so I've got a dwarf heading down here. I'm also going to pull this lever. I mean, the dwarves have definitely gone to hell here. This is true. They absolutely have. Come on. Literally just going, how long is it going to take for these blocks to get down here? You wish you had to pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever! I'm assuming there's no, like, content ID issues with that sound, so yeah, I could probably make that happen. Come on. You know, for a fortress that has no metal, we did pretty well. And seriously, Trash Mac, thank you very much for the raid. Raiders, if for those of you just piling in, this fort's been a lot, and we're just at the very end of it. It is my birthday today. I don't normally stream on Mondays, but we're streaming because it's my birthday. And I got to go in a couple of minutes because I got places I need to be in, family obligations and whatnot. So we're just running the finale of this fort once the finale is complete, which will be in a moment here. And another dwarf was just found dead. That's not a good sign. All right, so these dwarves are refusing to build deeper. My assumption? Big monster scary. But they are building this way, which is good. So what I think we're going to do, I'm going to go up to this level right here. We're just going to seal it here. And everything beneath here, I'm going to allow these dwarves out. This dwarf needs to get rescued, though, real bad. DF Hackett. You know, you can't just say DF Hackett. Because one, 99% of the time, no. Two, I don't know what command you're telling me to use. So just saying DF Hackett is a non-statement. And no. Because every single time I use DF Hack, it actually takes away from my enjoyment of the game a little bit. And I've used it too many times. So please, stop. Unless it's an actual bug and the game is broken, we will do our best to work around it. And if you don't like that, that's fine. Sheesh. Don't need your goddamn demands constantly. And everything beneath this layer should be removed from here. This layer should be accessible, that one won't be. Once I turn this burrow back on. Yep, I still am confused by that, but whatever. So as this nonsense all gets built up, that's almost finished. This is sealing this in. Not just buzzword of the stream, it's DF Hack it. It's the IT part is pretty important. There's something killing my dwarves? You're trying to construct a building, but you're also falling. Oh, are they? Oh, I see. What? No, just use the stairs. Why aren't you using the stairs? They're right there. Okay. This is very perplexing. But I too refuse to use stairs sometimes, so I get it. As a kid, I used to just jump down them. All right, these are the last few pieces. So, hell is sealed. With these two blocks. So now we're just waiting for these two blocks to be sealed. And then for up here, I just need one more block on this side. And then we can drop the ball. Which I'm looking forward to. Gonna add everybody to this burrow. Turn them both off for right now. I'm also just realizing all of my new migrants are stuck outside probably. Yep, they are. In fact, stuck outside. Pull this lever. And that's the last piece. Since dates and holidays and important times are made up, we can just say it's Dwarven New Year's Eve. I mean, it's Orb Falls Eve at the very least.
Birthday sub. No meatballs.
Thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back, Wise Pranker. 'Tis the eve of a new dwarf, that is for sure. And I'm very cranky and told my dad to stay outside, so I also feel kind of bad. There's just a bug bat here flapping around. No, we failed to invade hell. We didn't succeed. So I wouldn't say it's an era where hell is ruled by dwarves, because we didn't build into hell. We are sealing it off. And it is sealed. And now that it is sealed, this burrow turns off. This burrow gets deleted. And we wait for all of the dwarves to get out of here. Who's ready for the finale? Just doing one quick once over. Make sure nothing is holding it up. Nothing should be holding it up. Just do a real quick scan. Waiting on you. Okay, so that soldier is the last dwarf. Right here. Okay, let's see if we can do this. So the burrow that's on is this one. You're here just in time, Alana. I'm just going to do this real quick. Thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate you. Thank you, Alana. I hope that your stream was good. We're about to end, but it's going to be a fiery one at the very least. It's going to be a very fiery one. Very flamey one. As soon as this is done, I'm very worried this thing's not going to collapse. Very, 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 very worried. Actually, you know what? Cancel this. The queen's gonna get the honors. It's currently storing a pot somewhere over here. And I'm gonna say, this needs to be done now. God save these dwarfs, more like. She's going to go pull the lever. So for reference, this lever is a giant glass ball that is completely filled with lava. And I'm now in an ad break, but I will pause right before she pulls the lever. The queen is definitely dropping the royals from orbit. Yes. Did you tune back in just in time? Oh, def. Faux show. Mm-hmm. It's to be near a waterfall. And just like that, we've got a minute that I need to wait because we're in an ad break. But what I'll say is, if you haven't seen this, neither have I. So I don't know what's going to happen. Aside from that, some of these dwarves will die. Like, Napalm might die. Or Deep Sea Fishin might die. Because they are too close to it. But, you know, that's what I would describe as on them. But it'll be a noble sacrifice that we have to make. So chat room, can I get a really big round of beers? Let's drop this ball. And hope it works. Well, it's working. So I moved the game forward, and my CPU just spun the fuck up. So it's working. So the first and most important thing to point out here is all of the demons inside are dead. It is collapsing. And we can see the sky. Let's see what this looks like in ASCII. Nice. The lava's collapsing. Fire is burning.
Bring out your dead!
So there goes a glass maker. Sorry about that. Flycut's running away. There's Napalm. There's a giant honey badger. There's the base. It'll drain. It's going to take a little bit. But that's the Fortress of FireOrb, my friends. Oh, apparently slabs don't collapse. Oh, the more you know. That's the fortress. So, I did save this fortress. And next time we play, we will be playing a new fort. So if you keep an eye on the Discord, there will be a link where you can download it. A little bit later today, because I do have to like literally just run. Popping by to say happy birthday. Well, thanks, Kit Fox Games. Appreciate you. All right. There's no longer an orb to ponder. No, but there are many orbs where that came from. Chat room, we're going to go raid somebody. Hey, YouTube friends, we're going to shut you guys down now because I got to go raid somebody and my dad's waiting for me. So we're going to go do that. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for all the raids and all the gifts and all the bits and all the happy birthday wishes. But I'm shutting the YouTube stream now. Down.